the injuries they had. I mean, they went 15-2 and they were shredded.
Yeah.
Now they go to the playoffs. They don't play close to perfect everywhere else, which is kind of what they did to get to 15-2. And those injuries and all their warts got exposed. So as long as they stay healthy, and seasons are long and lots can change. But a shorthanded Pistons team clowned on the Knicks. Clowned on them. And I think Isaiah Stewart's impact on the defensive end and the ability to block shots impacted the Knicks' shot selection.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that, the rebounding and the second chance, I didn't even see how many offensive rebounds the Pistons finished with, but I bet it was a ton. And I bet their second chance points were a ton. Are you comfortable saying that the road to the East goes through Detroit?
Pistons had 14 offensive rebounds. The Knicks had 5.
Okay, there you go.
So that's the difference there. Yeah, it's great to see Isaiah Stewart blocking shots like crazy. It's what he does.
Mm-hmm.
He had 2 more blocks last night. Had 3 offensive rebounds last night. Paul Reed had 5 offensive rebounds last night. Coming in and having to do a spot start because of Jalen Duren being out. And it's not just those guys playing defense. I mean, you also know that you can sick the hounds on any team, and it's here comes Asar Thompson and Ron Holland. Good luck.
Mm-hmm. So the Pistons missed 39 shots last night. When they missed a shot, they got 14 of those 39 rebounds. The Knicks had 25. That is a comfortable place you are in when you're getting 2 out of every 5 offensive. Every shot that you miss, 2 out of every 5, you're getting the offensive rebound. That's a really, really good place to be. Did I get that ratio right? I'm not sure I did. No, I don't think I did. 3 out of every 8, whatever it is. You're rebounding a lot.
Yeah, well, you're rebounding and you're blocking them. They had 11 blocks last night on 76 shots from the Knicks. So you work that percentage, and it's pretty good. That when more than 10% of your shots that go up are getting knocked down.
248-539-9797. This Piston team is the real deal. They have been so much fun to watch this year. Our roster runs deep. It's exciting stuff. Evan in Ann Arbor says, I was at the game last night, and yes, there was definitely an F.U. Brunson chant. Okay, I thought so. More texts are coming in confirming that. Thank you, John and Lake Orion. Also confirmed it. JB is a mastermind. Depth, boys, depth. Fun city. Boys, that game last night was like Michael Irving taking off his belt after the Hurricanes beat Ohio State. From an unnamed texter, the East.
He was pretty happy.
Yes, he was. I think he's probably aware that cameras are on him.
Oh, when you make Ray Lewis look calm in a celebration,
right?
You're pretty excited.
From an unnamed texter, the East does go through Detroit this year. The Pistons crushed the Jalen Brunsons without 2 starters and a key reserve. That should scare the rest of the East. Chris and Ken, there were definitely a few Brunson chants. I thought so. 248-539-9797. Great night at LCA. Are you comfortable with the statement that the East runs through Detroit? In the meantime, the MVP chance for Cade and the Pistons' odds to win the East, the latest update straight ahead at 10:31. Definitive statement win last night at LCA, 97-1. Does the East run through Detroit? Are you comfortable with that now? Knicks. I mean, just clowned on last night by the Pistons. At LCA, from an unnamed texter, no planet should this team just sit on their hands at the trade deadline. They might be on top now, but I guarantee you the other teams in the East will make moves to get better, so you have to do everything you can to stay ahead of it. If you don't, you will end up like the Tigers. Well, there's one massive difference, okay? Well, there's a couple massive differences, the biggest of which is the Pistons are doing this with basically all young guys in Tobias. It's like they got Unk over there and a whole bunch of kids, and they're currently running the East. If they are to make a move, they're going to be taking on salary. Presumably that means, if they are taking on salary, you're assuming you're going to lose a Ron Holland or a Jaden Ivey, and Ivey looked pretty damn good last night, but you're going to lose a Ron Holland and or a Jaden Ivey and Unk, because Tobias makes so much money and you got to make salaries match. He's probably almost a required player to go the other direction. But they also have to consider that Jalen Duren's probably making himself a lot of money this year, as he'll be a restricted free agent at the end of the year. So, they have probably more motivation to be patient. The Tigers have had is ticking clock and Scooble, and it feels like NFL windows don't stay open forever. But I just feel like this Piston team is set up where I don't know that they need to be desperate at all or super motivated. This guy said no planet should this team just sit on its hands at the trade deadline. Are those other teams going to make moves, or are those other teams like are Indiana and Boston going to say, okay, fine, got it, this is your year, but we're getting Halliburton back, that kind of thing?
I would think that those teams, put yourself in the shoes of a GM of one of those teams. You have to look at your long-term goals and long-term when it comes to contracts and where you're at for next year and the year after that. Does it make sense for them to go out and get a big-time player? Because there are players that are rumored to be traded. Trae Young rumors are hot and heavy that he could be gone soon from Atlanta. And same thing with Anthony Davis, that he could be traded. And, either of those players would make some team significantly better, assuming they're not giving up too much of their core. And what I read about Trae Young didn't seem to think that, it would cost too much to get players in return. Really what they want is expiring contracts and draft capital out of it. So, it remains to be seen. Would there be anything more annoying if he got traded to the Knicks?
Oh, my God. Trae Young and Jalen Brunson, the same backcourt.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'm just saying, like, you got two guys like that. Yikes. I mean, but with Brunson not having a single assist last night, he's not – was that a fluke? Or is he just not a real true point guard?
Well, he's pretty good. I think it was more of a fluke than anything. The Pistons.
Or is he just overwhelmed, having the weight of the team on his shoulders while he's facing the Detroit Pistons, the best team in the Eastern Conference?
The Pistons are a regular season try-harder winning team, which is effective in this load management NBA, but their talent is still not championship level, and I expect that to show in the playoffs. Well, championship level and winning the East isn't exactly the steepest edifice, if you know what I'm saying. The West is the power broker in the NBA right now. So when you have an injured Boston, an injured Indiana, I guess the Pistons are injured too, but they haven't lost a critical player for the entire season.
You do not apologize.
Well, I'm not, but there is a difference between championship caliber and winning the East. I guess if you get to the NBA Finals, you're a championship caliber team, but the path to get there, I think the Pistons can navigate that. I wouldn't feel the same if they were in the West.
Well, I like the team. I like how they're playing. I know you like the team too. You like how they're playing. I think that their defense can keep them with any team in basketball. And if they get enough, a night like last night where they're just explosive everywhere, where they're knocking down every 3-point shot, they're knocking down any 2-point shot. If they miss their shots, they got their own rebounds. Last night was a near perfect performance. It was one of the best games you've seen them play.
The only thing I will say that discounts last night's win is you always have to consider the championship hangover. And the Knicks might be experiencing the NBA Cup championship hangover.
Well played, sir. I was ready to take a sip, and I'm glad I didn't, because when you said NBA Cup, you know what an NBA Cup junkie I am.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm like, wait a minute, the Knicks didn't win the championship. What are you doing? Oh, NBA Cup. Oh, good point. Excellent point.
I thought so.
I mean, it's really hard to play a regular season game after you've won the
After
NBA
you've won
Cup.
the NBA Cup, everything else, are they just going through the motions, friends?
That's what it sounds like.
Yep. More tweets coming in. Pat writes in to the tweet, true or false, the East goes through Detroit. Pat says, true. This version of the going to work Pistons are a talented group of young players who are constantly getting better. Marlon says, after that statement win last night with no Duren or Harris, it's absolutely true. The doubters in the league are definitely on notice. It's time for the entirety to give this team respect. The entirety. I like it.
That seems like it's really impressively long.
Kang, I want your take on the guy who texted in and said playoff basketball is different.
First of all, playoff basketball is different.
Yep.
Okay, but that doesn't mean the Pistons style can't translate to the playoffs. Now, in playoff basketball, the biggest thing that happens is the bench gets shortened. Mm-hmm. You run instead of a 8-9 man rotation, you run like 7 guys out there, 7-8 maybe. Okay. But what the Pistons have is depth, right? But I think they can overwhelm you with that energy and defensive pressure constantly from new guys, new bodies coming in. And that's where I think it can translate to the playoffs. Now, I can't imagine they place 10 guys in the playoffs, but maybe they can. It's going to be hard not to put Javonte Green out there. I mean, he's productive. His plus minus is always a positive. Dennis Jenkins.
Dennis to the rescue.
He's done something where I think you have to play him. I think you're forced to play Dennis Jenkins on a night-in, night-out basis off the bench. And I like Marcus Sasser, and I like Jaden Ivey. But the guy's productive every time he's on the court. And so can that translate to the playoffs? Now, it's different lights, more pressure, more people, more eyeballs. All that stuff plays a factor, and that's why playoff basketball is different. But I think as far as the East is concerned, I think that the Pistons can do it because part of the reason they're so good is the pressure they put on you, the energy. They don't stop. They play at level 10 like the entire game. They don't turn it up in the fourth quarter of the second half.
And I guess that's maybe another concern is playing at level 10 the entire game. Do you burn out? I mean, you can't. I mentioned we get to odds. So there were the MVP chants last night. Now, does anybody expect that Cade Cunningham has emerged as the NBA MVP favorite?
He's the favorite?
No, I'm saying, do you expect that he is? Do you think that he is?
I don't think that he is, but I think he's in a conversation.
I find this very interesting. SGA is minus 450 to win MVP. He's the favorite. Luka is plus 600. Cade is plus 3,000. Now, we do see things through Detroit colored glasses.
Yep.
Does plus 3,000 feel like that's a decent investment?
That's great value. It's great value. It is because it's not absurd if Cade continues to play this way and the Pistons, if they cement the fact that they're the 1 seed in the East. And then, I hate to throw this out there, but one of the reasons why Jokic isn't out there is because he's hurt. Injuries happen too. I mean, to get that value, Cade's an injury or two away from being the top, the favorite to be the NBA MVP. But yeah, that's great value.
I thought so too. To win the East, do you think the Pistons are currently the favorite to win the East?
Yes.
Kang, do you think they're currently the favorite?
Yes.
The Knicks are plus 260. Boston is plus 300. Detroit is plus 440.
Wow.
That's pretty good value there. Plus 440? 4-1 odds there, man.
Just saying. To win it all, OKC is plus 105, Denver plus 850, the Knicks plus 1,200, Houston plus 1,200, San Antonio plus 1,300, Boston plus 1,800, Detroit plus 2,000.
There's more value there. 20-1.
I mean, if you're chesty, and I'm always in favor of putting your dollar somewhere.
Your dollar.
Just a dollar. I mean, a plus 3,000 gets you $30 on Cade. It's not bad, huh? I was kind of surprised by those numbers.
No, and I think it's cute that the Knicks are higher. That's cute. It's a cute little tidbit.
I'm going to see these numbers I got off FanDuel's website. I'm going to check my phone in the app and make sure those are accurate. But that's how it stands right now. Piston fans, Are you comfortable with the statement that the East goes through Detroit? 248-539-9797. Take your phone calls and feedback. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Check it out. Go to those websites, and in the search bar at the top of both those websites, type in 971 The Ticket, and bang, there we are. Additionally, streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan has posted Champ and Chump as voted for by the people. Who do you got as Champ of the Weekend? Who did you have as Chump of the Weekend? See if your vote indeed is who won Champ and Chump at 971theticket.com. Also streaming through the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. Are we doing our show at night? How dark is it outside right now?
It's pretty dark.
Doug,
out.
it was like this. I think you were off last week, and it was just Gator. I think he's solo. Me and Kenny were back here. We turned around, and we're like, when did it become midnight?
Yeah.
It feels
It was like 10:45 a.m.
it's so dark outside right now. And it's 10:45.
Yeah, I just looked up. I was like, oh my god.
It's exactly 10:45
It is
a.m.
a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. Twilight Zone.
You going there?
Well, it seemed appropriate.
Yeah.
It's nighttime.
It is nighttime outside. And by the way, I don't know what your neighborhood was like.
You know, wolves come out at night too.
So do the freaks, Gator. They do come out at night. Surface streets on the west side were ice rinks this morning. I left the house. It was probably about 7:15.
Mm-hmm.
I was driving out of my neighborhood at about 4 miles an hour. I got to a main road, and we were probably about half speed. I think it's 45. I was around 20, 25. Freeways weren't bad, but originally, like I saw 4 cars in the ditch in the first 5 minutes.
Wow.
And I imagine tow truck drivers were busy pulling people out of ditches early this morning. Well, it depends, I guess, where you are in Metro Detroit. On the west side, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, my subdivision, the roads in the subdivision were bad. They're iced over, and I thought that they would be. Looked like last night they were going to get nice and cleared up, but then the rain came, freezing rain, and changed things up. I think it's supposed to warm up, so that'll change hopefully soon, real soon. But nonetheless, it can be an issue for sure.
You didn't have any major problems?
No, and once I got out onto the main roads, there was no issue at all.
Kang, you were good too?
Yeah, it was good.
All right. Yeah, it was definitely slippery where I was coming from, but I didn't get a chance to tell the story yesterday because we did have something happen over the holiday break. So had a recall on our Jeep. And so you take the Jeep in, and the fine folks at Cuter, which do an incredible job out there in Ipsy, offer us when they offer a loaner. You need a loaner? I said, well, we do, but we're going up north. And we were going to take the Jeep up north. And they said, that's fine. You can take the loaner up north.
Great.
I'm like, awesome. I'm like, are you sure? Yeah. I'm like, this is unbelievable customer service. So we've got the Jeep. We got a Grand Cherokee, and it's beautiful. And we take it up north on Christmas Day. We took 2 cars up north with the whole family. Mom and Dad were up there to our place. And the day after Christmas, I did the show from up there. And I just get done. We got a whole bunch of stuff to do. Actually, we're headed out for lunch. Mom, Dad, the wife, my daughter, blah, blah, blah. And my oldest phone rings. It's my oldest. And he says, Dad, I just got in an accident.
Oh.
He had gone down to Boyne Mountain to ski, was on his way back, slid off the road into a ditch, and trashed the loaner.
Oh, no. 1 car accident?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And he was fine?
He was fine. Yes. Which I thank you for asking. And that's everybody did. That's the first thing, including when I had to make that phone call. Hey, so you remember that car that you loaned us? Yeah, it's in a ditch. I got to tell you, I have, once I knew he was okay, and he immediately called a tow truck. Actually, a tow truck was driving past.
Oh.
And he basically said, yeah, you're like the 10th guy pulled out of a ditch today. But it took a while because it was like in a swampy area, and he landed on a log. And I mean, just a nightmare.
Wow.
But the car was no longer drivable. But the guys at Cuter were unbelievable. And what I didn't know, I kind of knew, but I didn't know, is, okay, how's this get covered now? But apparently the police officer showed up, told my son, if you have a loaner for a recall, your insurance covers it.
Wow.
Which I'm like,
that's specific.
That's very specific language. Check the box. And I'm like, thank you. Now, we still have to pay the deductible. But the guys at Cuter were unbelievable. The first thing they said, one of the first things they said to us, do you need us to bring in another loaner? I'm like,
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That would, I mean, that's only appropriate at this point.
So anyway,
Or were you like, you can do that? Is that an option?
I was like, no, we're going to figure it out with the one car. And thankfully, my son had buddies coming up that could help out with taking stuff and people back.
Sure.
But you talk about again, once he was okay, a bit of a headache, like a very specific headache. You have a loaner and you trash it. Great. So I pulled it out. I found out today that the car's still up there and they're going to have to ship it back to do the work on it, but insurance covers it. So bit of a relief. 248-539-9797. So the Pistons clown on the Knicks last night. Meanwhile, the Red Wings go to Ottawa and win 5-3. Ottawa with 2 disallowed goals. 2 disallowed goals. You don't see that all the time. One on an offsides, the other on goaltender interference. I haven't had a chance to ask you, how do you feel about DeBrincat not making the Olympic team?
I have mixed feelings on it. And same thing with Patrick Kane. I think DeBrincat belongs on the Olympic team. I haven't studied it enough to say that this guy doesn't and he belongs in over this guy.
Because that's what you always have to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's only fair. But so I'm fine with him not being on it because I don't want to risk injury to another player when this season is going well right now, and I'm knocking on wood here, particularly after the 5-3 win last night. I don't want to see injuries mount with this team to key players. So if that means that DeBrincat and Kane stay back for a couple weeks during the Olympic break, okay, fair enough, because we saw what happened last year. Dylan Larkin was played out of his mind in the Four Nations Cup and got hurt and was not the same player when he came back. And the Red Wings also dealt with the injury to Andrew Kopp last year, which was really significant. We didn't give it enough credit at the time how significant that injury was for what he meant to the team. He's just one of these glue guys. And those two guys, Kopp being out and then Larkin not being up to snuff because of the injury, that led to the demise in March again for a third straight year. So I'd like to get clear of March this year without any drama. So I think I'm okay with DeBrincat not playing. Now I just have to worry about Seider, Raymond, and Larkin representing their countries, and that's going to be nerve-wracking enough.
So I don't know what the timeline was of that announcement coming out. Here's what I do know. DeBrincat had 1 assist in the last 7 games in January. And then it went goal, assist to start February. If this somehow puts a little rocket fuel in Alex DeBrincat to prove, hey, I belonged on this team, if he's disappointed on it and it serves as any motivation, because ultimately what we're talking about here is the best chance what we care about is the Red Wings winning the Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe you care. Maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody. What I care about more is the Red Wings winning the Stanley Cup and going as far as they can in the postseason. First, making it.
Let's make the playoffs.
Because we've got, as Gator once referred to it, the Munch of Marth coming up.
Yeah.
And the Munch of Marth has been bad to the Red Wings the last 2 years. You get to the trade deadline, comes and goes, and the Red Wings go in the tank. So if they can get through March, make the playoffs, then it's about making the longest run possible. If this takes a little wear and tear off the treads and a little rocket fuel, specifically for DeBrincat, and I guess Kane too, then good. Okay, fine. You know, if they didn't want to be in the Olympic team, that's fun. It's really fun, and it's fun to have your guys to root for.
And I think, Simon Edvinsson is probably upset that he didn't make Team Sweden because he's had a really, really nice season this year with the Red Wings. Okay. If it's added, as you say, fuel to the fire, chip on your shoulder, whatever you need to get motivated and stay motivated during the break. During the break, a lot of people are like, oh, okay, I can take a few days, go to the beach, and just decompress a while and then come back, and we'll be ready to go. Some of these other guys might be really pissed that they didn't get that opportunity. So they can't wait for the season to restart so then get after it and prove everybody wrong. I hope that's the case.
Nice win last night, too.
It's a really nice win last night. It helps that the goaltender was as good as he was. Gibson was, I think, made 37 saves last night, something like that, out of 40 shots or 41 shots, whatever it was. He was great and kept the team in it because they got off to this great 3-0 start, but Ottawa was peppering the net with shots, had great opportunities, and they would occasionally they would score a goal, and things got a little nerve-wracking there. And then there was a goal that was disallowed right away, and okay, how are they going to answer that? And they did. They scored, and they were able to keep that lead because the goaltender did his job, and that's exactly what they were expecting him to be when they signed him in the offseason. They needed stability in the net, and I think they've got it right now. They're playing like it.
Yeah, good win, and coming off the Pittsburgh sweep by the Penguins, which was particularly a bitter thing. I think
Yeah, they got 1 point, but yes,
they were happy. They were happy to bounce back and get that win last night, to say the least. All right, coming up next hour, the best of what Dan Campbell told on Morning Show. We'll get to that today at 11:20 on 97.1.
Breaking news from Comerica Park. The Tigers have traded former outfielder Justin Henry Malloy to the Tampa Bay Rays in return for cash considerations. J-Hen hit .209 with 9 home runs and 38 RBIs in 2 seasons with the Tigers. Yesterday was locker cleanout day for the Lions, and nearly a dozen players spoke with the media. Perhaps lost in the shuffle was what Lions offensive lineman Graham Glasgow may have revealed in regards to Frank Ragnow's surprise retirement last offseason. Here's what Glasgow said happened last offseason, leading to him switching from guard to center. Glasgow's timeline suggests he was asked to switch to playing center roughly 7 weeks after Ragnow's retirement that seems to have caught everyone, including the front office, by surprise. Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood announced his intention to remain in Ann Arbor amid Michigan's coaching change this year. Last night, the freshman took to social media and posted that he will be staying with the Wolverines for his sophomore season. That's good news for a Michigan team that has lost numerous players to the transfer portal without bringing many in. And Michigan basketball will embark on their second Big Ten road test tonight when they take the floor against Penn State at 7 o'clock. The Wolverines are currently favored by 20.5 points on FanDuel. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Couple things from the update here I want to comment on. One is cash considerations.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't it just cash? What are the considerations?
I think the word considerations is that's just another word for return, and throwing cash in front is what you got, as opposed to draft pick considerations. I guess you could use.
Well,
why
don't we say considerations when it comes to draft picks?
I don't know. You're right. They should just say cash.
I mean, well, what it made me think. I mean, update kid. Do you know why?
I think it's just considerate that they got anything for Jay and me. So, no, I don't know. It's baseball. It's jargon.
It's funny because whenever I've heard that, it made me think, oh, it's not just cash. It's cash considerations, which I always feel like that means we're going to consider giving you a certain amount of cash, but it depends on what he does when he gets here.
That's what I was thinking.
Is that what it means? Is that what cash considerations are?
I don't know.
Are you mad I brought it up?
No, I'm not mad you brought it up. I mean, look, they placed him on waivers a few weeks ago, so it's just now they're able to find a trade partner, I guess, to make it happen and facilitate it. Now he's going to go off to Tampa. I like Justin Henry Malloy. But he was a nice player at the end of your roster, and Tigers have plenty of options for that player, so they just clear out space, bring in the next guy.
I think it's probably good news that they no longer have a spot for Justin Henry Malloy.
Yeah.
Because I don't think of him, he wasn't a difference maker, and he was a nice player at the end of the roster who could occasionally do something here and there.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a number of players that are going to be in that position. I mean, they could still add to this team. There's still big names out there that haven't signed. I'm still holding out hope that there's a way to get either Bregman or Bichette to improve the roster. And if they do, then that means you're going to have more decisions to make, and within that roster of who stays and who goes. And
am I the only one who's concerned that we trade him to the Rays? Like, how much you want to bet he's going to hit 20 home runs? He's going to hit 20-plus home runs next year.
You are not the only one who's concerned it was to the Rays. When I saw it was Tampa, I was like,
I'm like, why? No, not the Rays.
So I wasn't concerned until you just brought it up. I'm like, damn it, you're right.
They always get it over on us, man. I mean,
it feels like the entire MLB, but yes, the Tigers specifically. Absolutely.
That's a good point. F.
That consideration better be good.
Is this cash that will make a difference with Skubal? Probably not.
No. Yeah, for 2 starts.
Yeah.
And not even, maybe.
Not the 8th and 9th.
Actually, not 2 starts.
Not even 2 innings.
Pay for the 7th inning, please.
Yeah. No, you think about that. If Skubal's going to make, let's say he makes 36 starts in a year, it's going to be over $1 million a start. Do you think they got $1 million for J-Hen? No.
They got like 2 innings.
Yeah,
they paid for 2 Skubal innings.
A few Skubal innings of what Skubal's going to cost.
The other thing was the announcement yesterday that Bryce Underwood was returning to Michigan. This is the world we're in now, is everything's year to year. Although the guys at Yahoo were talking about how some players, when they've signed with new schools, have signed 2-year contracts, which I think is something that it can benefit the player and the school. It can benefit the player if the player goes there and it's not working out. The school's committed to them for 2 years. It can benefit the school because they know what they have on their roster. But Underwood coming back, I think it's huge for perception for Kyle Whittingham. But he's got some developing he needs to do, and there's no question about that. And he's obviously going to have a different voice in terms of coaching him.
Yeah, there's he's a wildly talented player that is just scratching the surface of what he can be. And when you go from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, if you're looking for growth, it didn't look like there was a ton of growth there. I think there's one area where he clearly grew as the season went on, and that was taking a little off his fastball, finding a way to throw with a little more touch, certainly at the end of the season than what he did at the beginning of the season. Now, maybe the decision-making process, it's a whole other thing, and, deciding when you're going to run and when you're going to throw and who you're going to throw to and knowing the playbook, all that's stuff that has to be worked out. But I thought the one area for sure was that by the bowl game, he's not trying to throw the ball through somebody all the time. He actually was able to throw some touch.
So Jason Avant described that that Bryce at the beginning of the year was all fastballs and he needed to be more free throws. And we did see it as the year went on. But yeah, there's a lot that he can work on. You can see the talent, you can see the arm strength, but at the end of the day, it's hard to know what is a reasonable expectation for development. When you look at a lot of the best quarterbacks in the country, if the young ones have a lot of talent around them, like coming out the seams, you got guys making plays around you, or they're mostly veterans. So hopefully this year did him some good. I'm expecting one, maybe two more to be announced that are returning to Michigan. In the
players that haven't declared for the portal, players
that are in the portal.
Oh, they're in
the difference is, yes, I am expecting one that's in the portal and one that's not.
A Michigan player in the portal to pull himself out and stay at Michigan.
Yes.
And a player that has not declared for the portal but will say, I'm staying at Michigan.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear for everybody.
Yes. No, I'm glad you guys got that clarification. So,
because the portal is very.
So do you think fans?
Crazy right now.
Well, I know the portal's insane. I mean, it's absolute chaos. But do you think fans are in a just tell me who's on my roster when the music stops, or do you think that they follow the daily ins and outs of the portal?
I think the fan that would typically pay attention to a roster, whether it's like recruiting, I think out of those fans, half of them have said, just wake me up when it's over. And the other half are still kind of involved. But I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure that percentage is a large percentage of people that follow the recruiting is closely to begin with. I think that's probably a smaller, maybe 10, 20% of the team's fan base is really paying attention to recruiting.
I feel like
this small number.
The roster churn has worn you down.
Yeah, it has. At the same time, we got both teams have coaching changes here with Michigan and Michigan State. So both teams have announced their coaching staffs, and now they're able to get out there and the portal opened up over the weekend, and teams we've seen. There's a mass exodus of players that enter the portal. Doesn't mean they're going to stay in the portal. They can pull themselves out and return to the school. But now you're starting to see players announce where they're going. So like it sucks. Michigan State, Nick Marsh is going to go to Indiana. That sucks. That really sucks. But at the same time, they've got some receivers that have already announced that they're going to come to Michigan State or ready to announce that they're going to come to Michigan State. So it's like it giveth and it taketh away at the same time. I'm paying attention to it because it's a new regime, but it's not like I used to. I do kind of roll my eyes with all this because the turnover is insane. And when this is done in a week or whatever it is, because people have to go to school. You do have a semester that's going to start real soon, even though some of these guys claim that they're not going to play school, but you do have to go to school. it's going to be over quickly enough. But yeah, I kind of just want to see what the roster looks like at the end. But at the same time, I'm also feel like I'm cheating because I want to get ahead of it. I want to see, well, where's this guy from? What did he do at the previous school? Is this worth having or not? Is he an upgrade?
So, people typically don't like change. I always say I'm trying to focus on the best part of the new world order. I really desperately do not want them to expand the playoff. I desperately do not want. I like it the way it is. I want them to move the calendar. I want conference championship games eliminated and the first round of the playoffs. Everything on campus and the championship in a bowl site on New Year's Day, and that should be it. But the one thing about NIL that is kind of awesome is if you're a huge college football fan, you get to see your players longer. The best players can get paid to stay, like Trinidad Chambliss. And there are others that might be expected to announce soon in terms of getting money to stay in college. And if you're a college football fan, it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it can be. This whole portal nonsense, it's something to get used to. And it's going to take probably a couple years for me to really get used to this whole NIL portal world because it's not what I was used to. It's no longer, and it doesn't have to be a bad thing, but it feels like to me that, kids aren't committing to schools anymore because they're loving a school. They're committing to because of money that's being offered, opportunity that's there. And that should have been part of it to begin with. But now it's like the priorities have shifted. It feels like it's money first. And then when they get up and leave, and then you see, and this is at every university, I'm not singling anybody out at Michigan State because that's the team that I root for. But you'll see the post they'll put up on Twitter that says, "Hey, I had a great time. Thank you to all the coaches that helped me along the way, the awesome teammates I had, the community. I will be a Hoosier for life or whatever it is, or whatever school that you're leaving." With that being said, is always the next.
With that being said, is the transition.
I decided to put myself into the portal and
peace.
Yeah, it's like it's annoying to see that. I don't like to see it because it's like if all that was true, why are you leaving?
You know what's crazy though is if you think about it, 1 year ago, perhaps the most important player in college football went into the portal with little fanfare, created little buzz. Turns out he came down to Georgia, which should have been an indication that maybe we should be paying more attention to this guy. And the other school was Indiana. And he chose Indiana, and he won the Heisman, and they went undefeated. And that was a quarterback from a 500 former Pac-12 team.
Yes, but it was also a player that we paid attention to because he was a Cal quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. And we paid attention because Jared Goff went to Cal, and we would ask Jared Goff Cal questions throughout the year about Fernando Mendoza.
So we kind of accidentally knew about it. But here's the other thing is right now, who's the next Fernando Mendoza? Who's the next guy from a 500 team that nobody's paying attention to? Although Georgia might have been the tip-off, is that Georgia was interested in Fernando Mendoza. But who's the next guy from a 500 team that is going to go somewhere and be a critical factor in a team that might win the Natty? And it's hard to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to see the guys that will transfer, like is it the TCU quarterback that's going to Indiana. You'll see other quarterbacks that'll move. The Cincinnati kid going to wherever, and
I think he's going to Texas Tech.
Yeah,
Sorsby.
I think that was Sorsby going to Texas Tech. I mean, that's one thing. But finding the guy that was a quarterback at a school you didn't really hear of or didn't pay too much attention to going somewhere else, that's interesting. Like Auburn, I guess they're getting the kid from South Florida who threw for 4,000 yards and 42 touchdowns. He's going to Auburn.
All right, so straight ahead, Dan Campbell, he actually met with the media. I spoke to our morning show out of habit. It's a Tuesday. It must be what it must be, because he didn't speak to the morning show today.
Jared's late.
Jared, you can call anytime.
Anytime.
Come in studio. Sit for a while. You take some calls. He actually sounds like he might like that.
Maybe.
Anyway, the best of what Dan Campbell said to the media yesterday, you will hear it next here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Kenny's on phones. Kang behind the glass. Glad to be with you here on a Tuesday. Tuesday night is what it feels like when you look outside. Good God, it's dark out.
Where are we going for dinner after the show?
I don't know, man. We're missing happy hour. So the Dan Campbell season-ending news conference yesterday with the media. We'll probably hear from Brad Holmes in the next few days, week, whatever. He meets typically with the media before the season and after the season and around the draft. And I'm going to be fascinated to hear what he has to say because, like, when S goes wrong, you want to know, okay, here's where I think it went wrong. Where do you think it went wrong? And these guys certainly have a bigger idea, a more accurate idea as to where it went wrong. Dan Campbell, a couple things just newsworthy. He did say the first order of business was to sort out the staff, and we'll get into the staff here a little bit because we talked about the offensive coordinator position, and what the sense from the feedback I got was fans might want to talk a little bit more about the defensive coordinator position than we did yesterday. But he also said that they learned from the Frank Ragnow experience and that they're going to sit down with Taylor Decker over the next few weeks, give him some time to decompress, and then they don't want to get caught. The implication yesterday was they were caught and didn't realize that Ragnow was actually strongly considering retirement and had not made a plan, a contingency plan in case he did walk away. That's not going to happen with Taylor Decker. It was the implication from Dan Campbell yesterday.
Correct.
But all right, are you when you finish 9-8, you miss the playoffs. You typically don't look into the camera and say, "Let's run it back." So, how seriously are you contemplating change?
So you going all Apollo Creed, talking to Rocky and Rocky 3, going to have to go back where you started, get back to the streets? Little Eye of the Tiger?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But
Oh, like you haven't seen Rocky 3.
I don't remember it. I don't remember what I did yesterday. I don't
Takes
remember
him
that movie.
to
When year
LA.
did that movie come out?
Rocky 3?
Yeah.
1983.
Okay. And forgive me for not remembering. So 83, let's do some quick math. Forgive me for not remembering a movie from 43 years ago.
No, it's not forgivable. This is Rocky 3 we're talking about.
I do remember the song.
Well, we got that going for us, which is nice.
There was you know what there was there a little bit there? It actually reminded me of Izzo. Because Izzo about 2 or 3 times during every season talks about, we're going to get back to doing it my way.
Right.
And it's you can count on it. It hasn't happened yet. It'll probably happen. I'm guessing late January, early February is the first time we'll hear Izzo say, we're going to do it my way. But that Dan Campbell soundbite was, we're going to go back to some stuff that we did before. And I don't know specifically, I think at one point even one of the reporters asked him for a follow-up and he, for specifically what he was talking about. He didn't really get into it, but kind of interesting statement there.
No, it was an interesting statement, which begged the follow-up question. Like, well, what do you mean by that? What was it that you guys did a few years ago that the approach changed? And why did it change?
Okay, topic of the roster, tweaks. Are you talking about tweaks with this roster or bigger, more wholesale changes? Here's what Dan Campbell said.
one of the things we don't know, right? Because we're not privy to practice on a daily basis, and they really don't, kind of vocalize what's going on here. But how much change can they do, or did they give thought to when it came to schematics, right? Like the last game of the year, the Lions didn't do the defensively. They did not do a whole lot of man-to-man. They did much more zone.
Yep.
They held the Bears to 16 points. They kept things in check. It was better. And is that one of the things that they have to look at? That, okay, we need to be more flexible, more willing to go to zone coverage during the games instead of being stubborn and sticking with something that may not be working. And same thing goes with offensively. Like, what was it that allowed them to? Did they change any pass blocking schemes or the different base blocking rules that they had out there? Did they simplify things? What was it that worked and what didn't work?
So it's interesting because he did mention coaches and coaching in there. I think what I took away from that is he was choosing his words very carefully.
Oh, you could hear him chewing.
Yes.
And thinking about what he was going to spit out. Yes.
And he says, we didn't make changes or move a couple of guys. And I'm thinking, and we're learning on the fly here a little bit. Is this, again, reading between the lines, this is just me,
yeah,
right? Just me. Dan Campbell did not say, maybe we need to be a little bit more aggressive at the trade deadline.
Maybe that's part of it. As you were describing it, the first thing that came to my mind was, should they have given more thought to moving Ratledge to center at some point? Like, that was a 3-day clinic in the back in training camp, and then they said, no, you're going to be the starting right guard on this team.
Mm-hmm.
And would they have been more willing to move him to center, or should they have gone to Tristan Colon earlier at center? Or I don't want to come down on Graham Glasgow because I think Graham Glasgow
he's been a really good player. It's clear Jared Goff trusts him, and he makes a lot of the right calls.
But center was
deteriorating skill set perhaps later here in his career.
But maybe that's where my head was going when I reheard that cut. Was Ratledge one of those guys that think about moving? Does he move to center?
I thought that was really so close to being super insightful, but I feel like I'm having to connect two dots that aren't really particularly close to one another.
Maybe.
But it feels like he's implying there that maybe they need to get a little bit more aggressive with some of their trade deadline stuff. Maybe that's just what I want to hear. And I trust in Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
I'm a admitted Brad bot. But
I know that everybody listening right now is like, yes!
Yeah, sure. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more. We got one more from Dan Campbell. We'll get to your phone calls and your reaction to what you're hearing from the head coach here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing great on a dark and dismal Tuesday around Metro Detroit. Let's get back to your phone. Hey, sports-wise, it was good.
A little lighter behind you, but not much.
Pistons with a statement victory last night. We opened the show with it. We'll get back to them at noon. Michigan State takes care of USC, who had a dreadful trip through the state of Michigan. Red Wings go on the road and bounce back from a lackluster performance over the weekend against Pittsburgh. With 2 games they lost against Pittsburgh, but they also then go to Ottawa and get that win last night. Michigan's at Penn State tonight. Lots to smile about coming out of yesterday for local sports fans. We're listening right now, though, to Dan Campbell's highlights from his news conference yesterday. We played you a couple sound bites. One more here, and then we'll get to the people. The interesting question near the end where he ended up kind of talking about how close he thought they might be and what they might need. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say. I'm telling you, I swear there are breadcrumbs they are saying we're going to be more aggressive. We're going to, what do you say? I just want to make sure we go after it. We're going to bring in some guys to compete.
Well, I think they recognize they've got, like every other team in the National Football League, you're going to have turnover in the roster. You've got a lot of free agents that you're going to lose. You've got to find a way to create cap space, and there are ways to do it. But right now, if things started today, they have no cap space, basically. So you're going to lose a lot of players. And just inherently, you're going to bring in players that will compete. Now, people want upgrades on the offensive line. Well, you can get those in free agency. Now, does that mean that the competition comes in, you go out and you sign a center or a tackle, and you bring them in, that they're going to be competing with Tate Ratledge to see if Ratledge is a center or not? Or they're going to compete with Kobe Sorsdahl or with Giovanni Manu? Are they competing with those guys, or who are they competing with? Because to me, when I hear competition, and it's about that offensive line that has to get fixed first and foremost. The secondary, good God, I mean, the secondary needs help, but they need starters in the secondary. I don't think competition is going to breed out all of a sudden a Pro Bowl player in the secondary based on what they have on the roster right now. I think those guys did an admirable job, but they're backups to backups.
248-539-9797. Am I reading too much into it? I thought there were breadcrumbs there. I think those last 2 sound bites we played from Dan Campbell were breadcrumbs that they're going to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of their roster. I could be wrong. Kang, during the break, you told me you thought I was reading too much into it.
No,
and I'm okay with that.
No, I think, listen, you guys could both be right, but it's just maybe what you want to hear, and it's kind of like infecting to, implicating like, oh, that's what I heard. But I thought it means everything. And maybe because I think they need a lot of different stuff. They need to tweak a lot of different things. So that's players in the locker room. That's coaching staff, whether it's positional coaches or just tweaks on how they game plan and adjustments that they didn't make throughout the season. So I just thought it was I thought it was everything. But maybe, like I said, that's why you guys could both be right.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got guys coming back from injury, right? Like Rakestraw and Arnold. 2 guys that they drafted a couple of years ago in the first and second round. Looked like, okay, here we go. These are going to be our corners for years to come. And they both get hurt. Rakestraw hasn't played, and Arnold played half a season this year before getting hurt. Is that where competition comes? Do you want to bring Amik Robertson back? Because Amik Robertson hasn't missed a game in 4 years. You want to bring him back because that's competition and iron sharpens iron and the whole thing? I mean, I can listen to some of that, and I can agree with some of that. But I think some of it's just going to be, you're going to lose out on players by attrition. Al-Qadim Muhammad, who's a free agent,
Yeah, it's tricky.
Here's what he had to say yesterday. He said, I will go where I'm being valued at. Absolutely. I worked my tail off. I took a discount, in my opinion, this season. Absolutely, definitely go where I'm valued at. But I want to be here. If they value me here, I'll be here. Hopefully, that's the way it turns out. I mean, Al-Quadin Muhammad is letting everybody know, open for business, and he should. He's coming off an 11-sack season in part-time duty. So if you want a pass rushing specialist, there's a guy. You know, James Houston, pass rush specialist, part-time duty, had a decent year with Dallas this year, you know, but wasn't going to stick around in Detroit. Is Muhammad the same thing? And how much is he going to cost? Did Al-Quadin Muhammad just earn himself a $10 to $12 million a year contract?
Might have.
He might have. And he was getting paid 1.2 with the Lions. So how much are they, or how much can they value him? And how high is he on the priority list? Because I think the number one priority is finding an offensive lineman, whether it's a starting tackle if Taylor Decker's going to retire, or if it's a starting center.
248-539-9797. All right, let's get to the people. We talked to Scott in West Bloomfield. You're on 97.1. Hi, Scott.
Hey, guys. Just high level, it's pretty frustrating watching a defense with that much potential. I mean, you got potentially 5 all-pro players in Campbell, Beebe, Kirby, Aleem, Aiden, and week after week we just see them being let down just by what I think is a scheme issue. I mean, you're running 45% man-to-man coverage. It's number 1 in the league. Everybody knows this. 23% blitz rate, 21st in the league or something like that. You know, it's useful man and whatever, but if you're running man that often and you're blitzing at that low of a rate with guys like Campbell, Anzalone, Beebe, who have shown potential to be great blitzers, it's frustrating. It's obviously a scheme issue when you have the same guy who was working under Aaron Glenn when everybody was screaming for his head, and then you bring in, Kelvin Shepherd, nothing against him, but he seems to be running the same kind of defense. And we have the potential to be great. We show it in spots. We show it in big games. But when you're constantly running the same thing over and over again, it seems to wear down at the end of the games when they're running man-to-man. And to Gator's point, I don't even think – I think we addressed the secondary this year. I think we had depth. I think Yasin played awesome. I think Amik played awesome. But when they're playing man-to-man for 50% of the game, eventually you're going to let up plays. It's just not – it's not like we're not being consistent and changing up, which sounds contradictory, but changing up what we're showing.
Their best 3 players in the secondary all miss significant periods of time.
Absolutely.
And that's part of the equation here.
Yeah. Don't you adjust and play zone if that's the case?
Well, I don't know the first thing about coaching. I have always admitted that. I can't. Sure.
But here's something that I would say to Scott that I was going to say earlier, that maybe this is one of the reasons why Dan Campbell hasn't come out and said we're going to look for a new defensive coordinator, or why people think that Kelvin Shepherd's coming back. If he's coming back, because if Dan Campbell says this is the defense, we want to run the same defense we ran before. We need you to run it, but we want to do what worked for us. And he's like, okay, if Shepherd's going to run what Dan Campbell wants him to run, or is he going to run what he wants? It does happen
in sports where somebody above you says this is the way we're going to do it. And
somebody who's inexperienced.
And so you take, and I've heard stories, okay? Mm-hmm. When the boss says, and it's pro sports, it can be the owner, it can be a head coach tells a coordinator, this is the way we're going to do it. And that coordinator's like, okay, and gives their opinion, but we'll do it your way because it's the way you want. Maybe they were back to the drawing board. Like, it might not be all on Kelvin Shepherd. It might have been a Dan Campbell edict in this particular instance. And it could tell there's a lot of reflection in those sound bites we played. But I don't know. Like, should they have played more zone? I mean, I guess. When you're unsuccessful, what you didn't do never doesn't work. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and when you're starting your 4th, 5th, and 6th safeties on the season, I mean, you've got problems back there. So what are they most comfortable with playing? Are they going to be most comfortable playing a zone or man-to-man? I don't have the answer to that. What I'm telling you is you're getting down to guys you pulled off the street to play in the secondary for a second year in a row. It's really hard.
And you also put together your roster to play a certain kind of defense, meaning you went with players that's their strength. Yeah. And then you're going to ask them to play a different style of defense when the truth is they're not as good at that because that's not why you brought them in. Like, there's a lot of moving parts here. I don't think it's quite as simple, but that's why I don't try and coach teams. Learned a long time ago. 248-539-9797. Now, you can look at the results and say that didn't work, and he's onto something there. I agree with him. I don't know what the solution is.
Right. And
But they got to be better than they were this year. And we saw it in that season finale. They played good defense against Chicago.
They did, and it was a different type of defense that they ran prior to in the season. If you're running more zone coverage and you have great results out of it, then you have to think to yourself, all right, maybe this is just a simple fix.
97-1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson. Okay, what's the look on your face?
It's a little curious. I just saw this on Twitter from Front Office Sports.
Yeah,
The A's, like the Oakland A's,
yeah.
have been denied trademarks for Las Vegas Athletics and Vegas Athletics by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. So they're going to have to change the name completely.
Why?
I don't know. You know, the name Athletics has been around forever for the baseball franchise.
Yeah, Philadelphia,
Yeah.
Kansas City, Oakland. Bounce around, but they've always been the Athletics.
Ocramento,
That's right.
Oaklamento, or whatever.
Yeah, whatever they called them. It's kind of weird.
That is weird.
Well, there's got to be a reason for
So
it.
that was the look.
All right.
That's all.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Sale. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Sale.
Hey, Doug, how you doing, guy?
What's up?
I just wanted to ask Doug. Doug, what's your opinion about the officiating of the Lions games this year? And I'll chime in on my opinions also.
I don't think it stood out one way or another.
The officiating?
Yeah. Obviously, you do.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like you do. You have an issue with the officiating this year.
Well, yeah, I'm sure a little bit everybody did if they watched the games closely and what really made me start watching it real closely, the Lions officiating was that Calvin Johnson rule. That's what started me to watching it. You know.
That's a good starting point.
And from there on up to now, it really post my toasties with that call when they played the Rams, when his knee would hit the 2-yard line and slid in the end zone, touchdown. Oh my God! Come on.
That was a bad call.
Very bad. Very bad. But I'm not sure which one that really just threw me for the loop. I'm still debating on it. The Calvin Johnson rule or that one.
Wow.
Well, it's a Calvin rule by far because the Calvin rule very directly cost them the game. This one, it would have been first and goal from the 1. I think the Rams probably would have scored anyway.
Probably would have scored.
Yeah, true that. I give them that. But like you said, probably, you know.
Well, it's a bad call. Here's my question. You named one call from this year. You asked me the question what I thought of the officiating this year. That one call was a bad call. Is there any others?
Well, that Calvin Johnson rule,
Any others? Any others from the, Doug wants you to cite something from this year, not something that happened 15 years ago.
I understand. Also when Williams threw the ball, was nobody in that area. He was still in the pocket. No intentional grounding rule penalty or anything. That was another one. And then again, like in Chicago, the game was almost in Chicago's lap.
Wasn't there intentional grounding on that play?
No, they didn't call it. It should have been, but they didn't call it.
I thought they called two grounding calls, one against the Lions and one against the Bears. Yeah.
Caleb.
Yeah, this one.
Williams pass incomplete, deep left. Intentional grounding, 10 yards, enforced at Chicago 26.
Yeah, they called it. They called one.
They called the second one. They didn't call that first one. Wasn't nobody in that area. He just threw it because.
Okay, just real quick.
Aiden was on his. Aiden was on him, I believe.
So Sale, your conclusion is
the officiating sucked this year.
There it is. I want a commitment from you that you're going to pay more attention to the games for next season.
Well,
that's what I want from you. I want you to commit right now.
I didn't make that commitment apparently as much as our guy did.
I mean,
there's bad calls in every game, man.
What?
There are bad calls in every game.
So, and I know you don't like to bring that up.
Well, I don't like every show could be an officiating show if we wanted it to be.
So, do I think that it was any worse this year? I don't know if it was any worse this year. I think every game that you get invested in, and particularly in a season that they don't get to the playoffs, and you're going to start parsing through every game and every play and highlight what went wrong, I think you're going to feel bad about it.
I do everything on a relative scale, right? Do I think the Lions got jobbed by the officials in a way that is notable and stands out more than other teams? And I think the answer to that question for me is no. But I apparently didn't pay close enough attention to the games, or maybe I'm paying too much attention to other games where I see bad calls. There's bad calls in just about every.
Yeah, there are. There are. I would say this. For the upcoming season, I would like the officials, I would like the Lions to send a little note to the NFL and say, please, pretty please, the sugar on top. Can you pay attention to what happens when our quarterback, after he throws the football? Will you please pay attention to what happens? Yeah, because I think he gets hit well after the play too many times, and there's no flag. I think that's those are facts, and I think it's also a fact that the receivers don't draw interference calls. And maybe is that a disparity, or is that thing not a thing?
Again, relative to the rest of the league, I can't answer that question.
I believe the Lions were last in the NFL in receivers drawing interference calls.
Were they? It seems unusual because their receivers are really good. Part of the thing about pass interference, though, is you have to be there. And if you get completely shook or J-Mo's running away from you, you're in no position to commit pass interference. I mean, one of the great things the defensive back coach told me, and the more I thought about, the more right he was, is pass interference is a product of being in the right place. You have to be in the right place to begins with, which is the biggest challenge of the position. Now, turning your head around and playing the football and doing all the things that keeps you from getting that flag is a whole nother skill set. But the biggest, when you have a guy that can be in a position to commit a pass interference, and not all of them are created equal, it speaks to a guy's effectiveness. But 248-539-9797. Alex is next. Hi, Alex.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? You guys are the absolute best. Just want to say it. Love you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. To the other caller's point, I thought he made it kind of sound like you weren't paying attention. I'm sure you were watching all of those games very, very closely. There was a push off A.J. Brown. I think he pushed off Amik Robertson that gave the Eagles the first down. And otherwise, I think it was third down. Right. It would have been third and long, and they would have gotten the.
That was a bad call. That's another good one. Yep.
Terrible call. And then just more recently, that Pittsburgh illegal pick that they called on Tesla. I mean, if you watch that one, yeah.
So I remember Dominic Foxworth the next morning on ESPN said, I played the position of cornerback. That play that happens all the time to us, and I've seen it many a time to not get flagged, and it does get flagged. It was a judgment call, went the other direction. But
yeah, and I don't want to sound like a poor sport. I think as Lions fans, we might sound like poor sports at times, but I feel like we get jobbed a lot. That's my personal opinion. I don't know if there's a larger conspiracy overall. I doubt there is, but it just seems like we get the short end of that. We get the shortest straw more often than not.
Okay, are we? Is this going to turn into officiating? Is this a real storyline coming out of the season?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it shouldn't be.
The Philly call was bad.
Yeah,
the Rams call was bad.
Look, Lions had some bad calls go against them. So does every team in the league.
Yeah.
We pay attention to every Lions game. We're not paying attention to every Arizona Cardinals game or Los Angeles Rams game or whatever, right? We watch every single down of the Detroit Lions, and we can get upset about it. I'm sure you could go through every game on the schedule and pull out a handful of plays every game and say, this is a missed call, this is a bad call.
Here's my favorite analysis of that previous call from Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch. To sum up that call, Doug needs to pay more attention.
Clearly.
Yep. There you go. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, we got to praise our Pistons. Big win last night. That is next on 97.1.
After being DFA'd by the Tigers on December 21st and clearing waivers, Justin Henry Malloy was traded from Detroit to Tampa Bay today. The Rays are sending cash considerations in return for Malloy. The amount has not yet been specified. Malloy hit 9 home runs in 2 Major League seasons with the Tigers and just over 300 at-bats. He had an average of .209 and an OPS of .657. Tiger baseball returns March 26th. Michigan football is getting at least 2 key players back for next season after quarterback Bryce Underwood announced his intentions to return to Ann Arbor last night. All Big Ten corner Zeke Berry made the same announcement today. Berry originally entered the transfer portal last week after posting 33 tackles, 10 passes defended, and an interception last season. Dan Campbell spoke for the final time of the regular season yesterday. When asked how he feels he's done as the Lions head coach in year number 5, this is what he had to say. Campbell also said personnel changes are coming, but was not ready to provide specifics yet, as he said he needs to take some time to figure out what he wants to change. And the Michigan Wolverines men's basketball team returns to the floor tonight after blowing out USC by 30 on Friday. The Wolverines have won their Big Ten games by an average of 29.7 points this season. Vegas thinks they will repeat a similar accomplishment tonight, as FanDuel Sportsbook has Michigan favored by over 20 points on the road. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. It is noontime on a Tuesday. Glad to be with you. And Scott, the Pistons sent a message to the NBA last night, specifically to the Eastern Conference. And I ask you, Detroit, when your Piston team beats a Knicks team by 31, I think to be exact, last night, and turn it into a laugher, like they were clowning on them. Bench guys were all involved, which shouldn't come as a surprise. Pistons are a deep team. But, I mean, they completely clowned on the Knicks. The question is, are you comfortable with this statement? Knicks, Cavs, Pacers, Celtics, your time is over. The East goes through Detroit. Is that, in your estimation, an established fact that the East goes through Detroit? 248-539-9797. Gator, do you consider it an established fact? Now, flag is planted, the East goes through Detroit.
I think for this season, absolutely. I think it is an established fact. It changes next year if guys get healthy. And as we stand right now, look, before trades happen, yeah, I think it goes to Detroit. And if I were to go ahead and if I want to plant the flag, and I like planting the flag, I'll plant that flag. Eastern Conference goes to Detroit.
Kang, is it a statement of fact the East goes through Detroit now?
For the 25-26 season, it goes through Detroit. I think they just proved it last night with a 30-point belt-ass whooping to the second seed. On a back-to-back, by the way. The Pistons are on a second night of a back-to-back without 2 players in Karis LeVert and Tobias Harris. They're running out there 10, 11 guys deep. I know 12 guys play last night because it was such a blowout, but they actually have 10 guys legit contributing to this team on a night-in, night-out basis. I think they are the best team in the East, and they just proved that last night.
Jalen Duren?
Jalen Duren, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's kind of important, too.
Yeah. And that game last night, look, there was great defensive efforts. They blocked a bunch of shots early. By the way, did anybody see Javonte Green run up the basket support like Bo Jackson did? Javonte Green, it was fast break, and I can't remember what happened at the end, but he took two or three steps
I
up.
think he got fouled on a fast break or something, going in for a layup or something, and he couldn't stop his momentum, so he ran up the basket.
Did you see?
Yeah,
I
saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Ever since you said in games you watch he wasn't that good, he's been great.
But there's no question. There is no question.
Unbelievable. 4 of 6 from 3 last night.
Javonte Green, we got off to a bad start, Javonte and I. But
yeah, you did.
Ever since, you're right. I swear to God, the day I brought it up on the air, a lot works out here, but I'm just not so sure about this Javonte Green. Boom. He's contributed in so many ways.
Super sub.
I would love to hear Javonte come out and say, maybe he has, I didn't get off to the best start here. I'm glad I'm fitting. I'd love to hear him say that. I don't think he's going to. But he's been great.
What if he comes out and says, ever since Doug Karsh questioned me? No, here's one of the things I like about last night's game. First of all, everything you like about last night's game, right? But they had 3 guys come off the bench, 3 guards come off the bench. Whether it was Javonte Green, Dennis Jenkins, or Jaden Ivey, that all contributed big time to the cause.
Mm-hmm.
They have the ability to just kill you with a guard rotation. The Pistons do when they're playing like that. And last night was near flawless. But you have to keep in mind, they played without Tobias Harris, starter. They played without Jalen Duren, starter. And they played without Karis LeVert, who's also a big-time contributor off the bench. But it didn't matter. Paul Reed steps in. I'll get the job done. I'll grab offensive rebounds. I'll score when needed. Okay. Other guys just step up.
Usually I speak the language of it's a long season. A lot can happen. And yet I feel like this Piston team, it started last year. It's continued into this year. There was a time where we thought that the Tigers were the best team in the American League. And I think there's probably a time that not all of us, but there were a lot of us that comfortably felt that the Lions were the best team in the NFC. And those things did not work out at all. One of them, obviously, the Tigers won a playoff series and then a heartbreak in the second round of the playoffs, the divisional series, and the Lions didn't make the playoffs. I think the Pistons are going to make the playoffs.
Okay.
But I guess the question is, is it too early to say? You get paid to call your shots. Not really, but you get in your group of friends. Think about the street cred you get when you call something early.
Sure.
Is it too early to say this? Maybe you've called it a while ago. Maybe it's late to call it.
They're almost halfway through the season.
They killed the Knicks last night. They killed them. Now the Vegas odds haven't reflected this. By the way, as we pointed out earlier, they're still the 3rd favorite in the East on FanDuel.
Well, that should be changed.
Well, jump on it now.
After the Pistons destroyed the Knicks last night. But in honor of Pat Caputo.
Our guy.
The Pistons have a better record than Steve Carlton did when he won a Cy Young in 1972. Okay? He was 27-10 for the Phillies. Had almost 50% of the Phillies wins all season long. Okay? 27-9. That's what the record is. 36. 36. I got the math right. 36 games. They're 27-9.
Yep.
It's insane. This isn't a small sample size. This is nearly half a season.
Now, I brought it up earlier and it got some response. We have Detroit fans, Red Wings, Tigers, and Lions fans have seen trade deadlines come and go without major moves. Like the Red Wings, people wanted them to give it gas last year. They didn't. Their season came apart after March. The Tigers made a few moves on the fringes of the roster, ended up getting really one player that was probably counted on, and Kyle Farnsworth. Yeah, the reliever. Then you get to the Lions, and the Lions didn't do anything significant. And now we have a Piston team where I think
Finnegan.
God, I knew that wasn't right. Kyle Farnsworth.
We going with the FUP plan?
Yeah, the Farnsworth thing.
I don't know. Percival, where we go?
The years blend together. My apologies to Kyle Finnegan. It was Kyle Farnsworth, right?
Yeah, well, it was. Big guy, built like a linebacker.
Wanted to beat up half the batters he faced. Yeah, that guy. No, my apologies. Anyway, you get the point. Now we have a Piston team that I think has a roster that is probably in a position where you'd be less inclined to make a trade. And why I say that is because they're poised to really run the East. We did the average age of contributors last year when we went into the postseason. The Pistons were way younger than every other team in the East that was really going for it. And the Pistons right now are the top team in the East, given, obviously, with Halliburton out and Tatum out in Indiana and Boston, that dramatically impacts the chase in the East. No question. But if you keep the band together, do you run the East for half a decade? Or do you need to go for it now? And I feel like Detroit fans want some team to give it gas, but what the others did should have no impact on what Trajan Langdon decides is best for this team. But the idea, because here's what you're going to give up. If you're going to make a significant trade, you're going to give up Ron Holland, and you're probably going to give up Jaden Ivey, and you're going to give up Tobias Harris. And those are three guys that play a lot of minutes and have factored into the chemistry and all of the things that have made this team good. Right?
This is what I'm saying. You want to improve this team. It's a really good best team in the East right now. If you want to add a piece to it, you have to be concerned with what you're going to have to give up to get that piece because of the chemistry factor. I'm not saying you don't do it, but that's what you have to be leery of. It would be amazing if they could simply find that piece and only give up draft capital or players that aren't, huge contributors for the team right now. That would be great if they could do that.
248-539-9797. A lot to unpack with that Piston win last night. What stood out to you, and are you comfortable with the statement? Is it, at this time, an established fact that the East goes through Detroit? 248-539-9797. I know better than to do something, but later this hour, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it on the air, and I'm going to do it publicly, and you're going to say we shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh, boy.
That today at 1246 on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Somebody just became available, and Gator immediately said, I don't want him here. We'll get to that today at 12:31. It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. A little bit later on, I'm going to do something I know better to do it, but I can't help myself, Gator. I can't. 12:46, we'll do that. Back to your phone calls. Bobby's in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, how you gentlemen doing today?
All right, Bobby.
Just wanted to make a quick point and one disagreement, but it's probably just our opinion altogether as far as the trade issue. No, they're on the way. My biggest problem with the Pistons right now is the turnovers and the free throws. If they improve that, a month ago, I think they would still probably have less than 9 losses. When I hear this trade issue where they say, "Oh, we may have to give up Rollins and not Rollins, but
it's okay. I just want Kyle Farnsworth, Bobby. I
got tongue tied for a minute.
No, Holland,
man.
You're Ron Holland.
Yeah, Holland. No way. You don't have to give him up. You still have Sasser. You still have Ivy. Tobias, of course, but no, you don't have to give him up unless you're getting Antetokounmpo. No, you're not giving up that. And if you disagree with me, tell me who you have to give him up for.
Well,
you know what I mean? No,
yeah, I mean, all the Lauri Markkanen trade offers had some. It was usually and then let's be clear here. These are put together by writers and insiders. These are nothing.
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
So, but it was usually Holland, Ivy, a pick, and Tobias.
That's quite a bit. Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's what it would take. But I shouldn't say that trade specifically, but it would take quite a bit to get him. But yeah, I mean, look.
So what about Sasser though? What do you think about Sasser?
Do you think Sasser gets anything on the trade market?
Hell yeah. I mean, you look at the point guard situation in the league. Come on. I mean, he's a hell of a player. Let's don't discredit that. You talking about Tobias and him and maybe a first rounder or two? Yeah. I think that's quite a bit for anybody in the league right now. And who's going to give him up? I mean, who are you going to go for? I mean, if you're going for Antetokounmpo, you do have to give up a lot.
Well, of course.
He's not coming to the Pistons, but I'm saying Markkanen. You don't have to give that much up for Markkanen. You talking about Tobias, Sasser, and a first rounder?
I don't think they get to
I don't know how much value Tobias has.
Well, Tobias only has value in an expiring contract with a ton of money on it. He makes trades work. But, I mean, Kang, do you think Sasser gets much?
No. What has Sasser done in this league? And I'm a Sasser fan, by the way, but he really hasn't done much. And his ceiling, who knows? I mean, you're not going to get much for him. He can't be the nucleus of a big-time trade.
Well, he included him and thought he would get as much as...
No.
Yeah, I'm not...
I mean, we always include Tobias because of the contract. Unfortunately, it is what it is. You got to match contracts. And then after that, you're going to want young players with high ceilings and then draft capital. That's what's going to take for a big-time name to come a big splash trade.
But, I mean, in Bobby's defense, right, and I agree, I don't think Sasser is somebody who's going to get a lot on the trade market, but here's where a team could look at the Pistons and say, I'd like to get Marcus Sasser. You're not using him a whole lot. We'd like him because we'd give him 30 minutes a game. In what he's done in 10 minutes a game, his 3-point percentage this year is 54%, and he chucks up almost 4 3-pointers a game. So it's not a huge sample size, but it's a size that you say, okay, this guy can shoot. He's quick. Would he thrive with given a starting opportunity on a bad team? He might, but no, I don't think it's somebody that, coupled with a first-round pick in Tobias Harris, is going to land you Lauri Markkanen.
So I'll tell you what I think is more likely to happen. I think what's more likely to happen is last year the Pistons were involved in a 3-team trade where they sent KJ Martin, Josh Richardson, and 2 second-round picks out and got back Lindy Waters, another second-round pick, and Dennis Schroeder. That feels like the trade that's more likely to happen. I think it's one of those deals that you're getting Schroeder, you're getting Mike James. Now, Mike James came in the Rasheed Wallace trade, but I'm thinking one of those guys that comes off the bench for you and does things that helps you win big basketball games, but isn't the reason you won the game. I think those are the types of players. That's the kind of move that seems more likely to me than anything huge.
I would tend to agree with that, but I think right now the need for the Pistons, if you're looking at adding to this team, it's specific to like getting a shooter. And the whole league is looking for shooters. So it might be harder to get that guy with a couple of second-round picks and, vagabond players, like what they did last year.
Could be more costly than that, but I don't expect a superstar.
Schroeder was so good for them last year from a defensive standpoint and also from just a leadership standpoint. That guy didn't get frazzled by anything.
No.
He had experience. He just rose up to the occasion. He was really good for the Pistons last year. But this year it seems like they have to specifically look for somebody who can knock down shots behind the arc.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Tobias Harris being out makes this team better. We play faster and don't have a liability on defense when he's out. I would think that they would argue with you, but Dennis Downriver says, I don't think the Pistons can make that claim. Oh, the claim that the East goes through Detroit. I don't think the Pistons can make that claim after they win an Eastern Conference championship. After that, they can say it. I don't think the Pistons can make that claim until after they win an Eastern Conference championship. Okay, Dennis, I think the Pistons are going to beat the Knicks yesterday. That's what I think. Yeah, Dennis, you call shots. You're not comfortable. Do you make any predictions, Dennis? I don't think the Pistons can make that claim until after they win the Eastern Conference championship. After that, they can say it. Okay. You're going to be awfully disappointed when it comes to listening to Sports Talk Radio because people make a lot of predictions before things happen.
These are facts.
That's the pre of the prediction. I think you guys need to pump the brakes a little bit. Okay. I don't think I'm ready to go that far until after they add a legitimate second scoring option because that is what this team clearly needs, last night notwithstanding. That's fair. That's fair analysis. I mean, just because we say it doesn't mean it's true. And so we're cool with differing opinions. Daniel in Berkeley says, I thought midseason the Tigers, that was enough of a sample size last year, but obviously it was not. So I'm saying I'm cautiously still confident in our Pistons.
Yeah, Tigers had a collapse, obviously, down the stretch. The last 6 weeks of the season was horrible baseball to watch, and it didn't impact the playoffs. They went out and won a playoff series and then pushed the Mariners to the brink in a 5-game series that went to the 15th inning. It was a heck of a playoff for the Tigers.
248-539-9797. Floyd's in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hello, Floyd.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I don't think the Pistons need to make any move at all. I think the Pistons have a huge advantage in that they can bring waves of people off the bench and eventually wear other teams down. And the real advantage they have is that all they need to do is give these guys off the bench more and more exposure and time, because it seems like they're all talented and they're all good shooters. So I'm really optimistic about this team. I would not make a move for a guy like Mark and anybody else, because your defense right now is so good because everybody's so athletic and everybody's so intense in their attitude. I wouldn't change a thing. Just keep going, just as they are, and give them more and more time.
Well, Floyd, there's a couple things about this. One, making a trade for a Lauri Markkanen or a Trey Murphy or a Michael Porter Jr. or something like that would be the one caller Bobby brought up, Giannis, would be so freaking exciting and unbelievable and in the moment, like, amazing. And yet you have to ask yourself, is this team, how far do you want to go to try and win this title? Because they've got such a good young core and they're already running the conference. Now, another way to look at it is next year Tatum and Halliburton will likely be back at 100%, and the window that has opened wide open this year might not be as open next year, even though the Pistons will be more experienced and presumably better. You also got to consider there's a Jalen Duren contract they got to sort out. So,
well, the advantage I think that the Pistons have right now is that these guys all play defense, and they play a very intensified level of defense. And I think that culture is what you want to maintain. You don't want to disrupt that particular culture. you
Yeah,
know, whatever you do. So
I think there are two things I really like about what the Pistons do. One, they play defense. They're willing to play defense, and they see the benefits of that when they've got their point differential. I think it's +6 when it comes to their defense. It's one of the best in the league and giving up just 110 points a game. I believe those are the numbers. You look at the other thing I like with this team is that they don't care about the three-point shot as much as they care about making a shot. You know, this is a team that's they take 43. I'm sorry, they take 90 shots a game, which is 3 less than the most shots taken on the season. But their field goal percentage is in the top 10 at 48%.
So they're taking. I'm sorry, they're taking fewer shots.
They're only taking 3 fewer shots than the top team in the league. But the shots they take are 2-point shots at a higher percentage. So they're making their shots, and that's what makes up for. Hey, we're not going to take that many 3-point shots compared to the rest of the league because we're knocking down all these 2-point shots. It's a different way of playing basketball, and it works for them. Because if you're knocking down half of your shots effectively, you're in really good shape. I don't care if it's 2 points or not.
248-539-9797. All right, this big name just became available, and Gator immediately said, I do not want him in Detroit. We'll get to that at 12:35. Plus more, your phone calls and feedback, 97.1. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, Doug. You know me. I'm almost an open book.
What the hell did you just tweet out?
It was responding to somebody, Doug Farrar. I was answering one of his questions.
The football writer from Sports Illustrated?
Yeah, he's a music guy, and he got into a little music.
Yes, he's with Athlon. So what did you tweet him?
Well,
Here we go.
He was talking about the greatest vocal performances you've seen live. And one he brought up was Corey Glover, the lead singer of Living Color, at some show that he did at the Moore Theater in Seattle.
Okay.
And then I responded with best one I'd seen or heard was Jeff Tate from Queensryche back in the early 80s when they opened up for Kiss on that tour and burst on the scene, and all anybody could talk about was, I don't know, the band's pretty good, but geez, that singer's amazing.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where did you see this show?
That was at it was Kobo or Joe Louis, figure which.
All right.
Yeah, like 1984-ish, 85.
Okay, cool. I just wondered what the hell you just tweeted out and why.
Well, can't you follow along and see what
I can, but I wanted to do it on the air, Gator, so I just asked you the question on the air. Yeah, DA. Of course I could follow along. I want to know what your reasoning for it was.
Yeah, I mean, different story now. Jeff Tate's voice is not the same as it was.
What happened?
Well, I got older. And, when you're singing at...
That's what killed my singing career.
Yeah, when you scream and sing for that many years, which was, he used to be a really, really, really talented vocalist, and I think the years have taken its toll on his vocal cords and just isn't the same anymore.
Gotcha.
Plus, he's also, I don't know how old he's got to be 65 years old, something like that.
Doesn't have quite as much juice, huh?
No, but still tours and gets things done.
Does he?
He still has something left in him.
All right, so at this hour, breaking news from the NFL, the Commanders and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury have agreed to mutually part ways. Oh, he's an offensive-minded guy. Could he be the solution at offensive coordinator for your Detroit Lions?
First, I say absolutely not. And I will continue to say absolutely not. And I will also step back and say, okay, hang on. I don't want to be biased because of his failures as a head coach, whether it was in college or in the pros, where he had a losing record when he was the head coach at Texas Tech, or he had a losing record when he was the head coach at Arizona. Take a step back and let's see what he's done. In 2012, he was the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach at Texas A&M. And they had Johnny Football. Johnny Manziel that year, I believe this is his Heisman Trophy winning season, 3,700 yards passing that year with 26 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. Those are good numbers. But then you got to add to it the 1,400 yards rushing and 21 more touchdowns that he had, and it becomes quite impressive what he did. And he immediately took that and turned that into a gig at Texas Tech, becoming the head coach. And now he's getting credit for developing some players that I don't know if he really developed, but I don't want Cliff Kingsbury. He went as an offensive assistant to go over to USC for a year in 2024. Didn't do anything there. Goes over to the Washington Commanders. It was USC in 2023, my bad. Last year for Caleb Williams. Goes to the Commanders and takes over the offense last year. Jaden Daniels was there, had a great year. Then this year, Jaden Daniels was slow, and then Jaden Daniels got hurt. So I think if you're a team that has a very mobile quarterback, maybe you can go ahead and give Cliff Kingsbury a shot to be an offensive coordinator. Now, grant he's probably a way better coordinator or quarterbacks coach than he is a head coach. But here in Detroit, last I checked, and I could be wrong in this. I might be wrong, and you know me, Doug. If I'm wrong, my bad.
You'll own it?
I'll own it. But I don't think that Jared Goff is mobile. So I don't think Cliff Kingsbury would work with the Detroit Lions as the offensive coordinator. Keep in mind, as the offensive coordinator with the Commanders this year, the Commanders had a robust 20 points a game, almost 21. And people are complaining about the Lions because the Lions only averaged 26 points a game under Dan Campbell
Yep.
on the season. So 28 points a game as the whole. Yeah, Cliff Kingsbury is not the answer for the Detroit Lions. It's a hard pass, dog.
Okay.
No.
Just I thought it was interesting. Gator immediately said he's one of the most overrated coaches in football. However, you also have pointed out, not only do you think he's overrated, you think he's a terrible fit for here.
For here in particular, yes. Like I said, if you want to, if the Philadelphia Eagles are trying to get how to get more out of Jalen Hurts, do you want should they consider him? Maybe. If you've got a mobile quarterback and you've got an open coordinator job, then maybe that makes more sense because of the types of players that he's worked with. But I'm still not impressed. I mean, was I impressed with Kyler Murray was doing with Arizona when he was his coach?
And you were a big Kyler Murray fan.
I love Kyler.
Oh, is this what it is? Did he ruin your guy?
No.
Okay.
No, because I mean, I love Kyler Murray, but I think it's clear now, we're 5 years into his career or whatever it is, that he's not really an NFL starting quarterback talent that's going to take you to the Super Bowl.
He's talented, but
he's talented,
but
he's not the guy.
All right, fair enough. 248-539-9797.
Do you want him?
Not particularly.
Okay.
If I just I wasn't quite as quick to slam the door. You've made some good points though. Kyle in Royal Oak. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, sir.
Good. Happy New Year. I don't know how long you're supposed to sit up for, but
I think for at least a week.
Yeah, Until you talk to somebody, I guess, and then it's over. But yeah, I want to premise this phone call because I called both of you. You guys were on the show together, and you guys asked me who you think the next championship contender would be in Detroit, and you guys both adamantly said the Lions, and I adamantly disagreed. I said that it was going to be the Pistons, the Wings, the Lions, and the Tigers.
When was this asked by
Yeah, what do you remember what year?
This was about 5 weeks ago.
5 weeks ago?
I don't even remember doing that
5 weeks
topic.
ago, but okay.
Yeah.
If you had said
All right,
before the
well-
season, I think I would have agreed with that. Yeah, because I didn't expect the Pistons to be as good as they were at this point, which clearly the Pistons are.
5 weeks
off
ago,
to a
I think
great
there was
start.
plenty of doubt about the Lions.
Yeah.
I don't know how adamant it would have been. But anyway, that's beside the point. Are you calling because you want us to say you're right and we're wrong?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't like to, have those talks. Who's right and who's wrong? But I feel like the Pistons have the best chance by far. Still do have had that feeling for.
So let me back up to what our question is, because the question is: are you comfortable with the statement that the East goes through Detroit? Not only are you comfortable, you're saying you've been comfortable with that statement.
Being comfortable, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
When did you first say I think this is the best team in the East?
Probably a week before I called you guys.
Okay. Whenever that was. Thank you, Kyle. 248-539-9797. Gio is next on 97.1. Hi, Gio.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
Talking about the Pistons. So, I've been a fan since 1988. There is no team that goes into the playoffs and wins with one All-Star. So you got New York with two All-Stars. You got Cleveland with two All-Stars. Then you go to the West Coast, you got Denver, and you've got OKC. You're not going to beat any of those teams in a 7-game series unless you bring in an All-Star.
Why?
Because the history shows it.
Okay.
You don't think Jalen Duren's an all-star?
No, not yet.
Okay.
He needs a few more years.
So you're let me be clear, Gio, just to be clear here. This is a documented fact that no team has what without two All-Stars has gone to the NBA Finals or has won the NBA. Or is it not?
Probably either.
Probably
either.
Probably
Most likely.
or a
I mean,
fact.
Allen Iverson in 01, I believe, got there with Mutombo as his co-star, but they got killed. The Lakers killed them. I mean, yeah, you could probably get to the finals if you're lucky with injuries and all, but this team as is a really good team. It's not going to win a championship unless they bring in another All-Star.
Well, there's a couple things about this. One is keep in mind we're not talking about winning a championship. We're talking about winning the East. Two is, this is a fascinating argument, Gio. I just want to know if it's factually correct, because you've used the term probably and you've cited a case where it's happened. If it's factually correct, it's really fascinating. But is it factually correct?
other than Allen Iverson, which team got to the finals without a co-star?
I think the Pistons may have won a
Yeah,
championship.
did the Pistons have an
actually
all-star?
without having a single all-star?
Were the going to work Pistons, any of those guys all-stars that year?
Hold on. Ben Wallace was an all-star.
Not.
Chauncey
I
Billups
don't
was an
know. I
all-star.
don't know if they were all-stars in that championship season. They were all-stars
They
after.
became all-stars. I don't know if they were in that season.
Well, do they have to be in that season, or do they just have to have that experience?
I don't know. You brought it up.
Yeah, this is
Well, in
your
my
gig, man.
1988. I've been watching since 1988.
Okay.
In my experience, no team has won a championship with just one all-star.
Okay, the Pistons did with just Ben Wallace in 2004, but you're now saying who has never, ever been, like, you're not talking about now in that season?
I don't think it matters if it's that season. I think it depends on playoff experience as well. But that going to work team with Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace, Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton, those guys were all-star caliber players.
Okay.
But you're pushing the goalpost. So
No,
you're
he just changed it again.
Yeah, I mean,
All-star
the first
caliber.
one I threw at you was
Is Jalen Duren an
and you
all-star
said,
caliber
no, not
player?
yet. Okay, so is he potential to be?
So I'm just looking at this. The 2004 All-Star team, the year the Pistons won it all.
They only had Ben Wallace on.
Ben Wallace and they traded for Rasheed, and he was not a All-Star in the West.
No, Rasheed had been an All-Star twice before,
Yeah.
but you had to go back to 2000, 2001 with Portland when he was an All-Star.
His argument sort of morphs. I guess his point is he was in favor of them trading for a star, but 2004 Pistons won an NBA title with one All-Star in that season. 97-1. All right, look. I just find this fascinating.
Yeah.
The previous caller made the statement that no team has competed for an NBA championship, made to the NBA finals with more than, they had to have more than one All-Star. But you can't go to the NBA finals without at least two All-Stars. 4 of the last 5 Eastern Conference champions have done it with one All-Star. 4 of the last 5. Bro just made some crap up.
Yeah, but how many were All-Star caliber?
Well, I mean, that's because if you're going to change it to All-Star caliber, well, I would argue that Jalen Duren has an All-Star caliber player.
I would agree with that.
I think Jalen Duren actually might make it this year.
I think he might.
So,
but there have been years, 2023, both Miami and Denver had one All-Star. Like
Denver's pretty good.
More than 50% of the teams that have played for the NBA Finals in the last 5 years have had one All-Star.
Yeah, and then if you go back just in our own backyard, the Pistons, who won the championship in 03-04, the only All-Star they had that season was Ben Wallace, and Ben Wallace was an All-Star strictly because of one factor: defense.
Now, if his point is, you know what really helps is All-Star players, we would agree.
Yeah.
But to make a statement of fact that is just simply not true is, I mean, in fact, it's the opposite of true. In the last 5 years, there have been 10 teams that have played in the NBA championship. And more than half of them have had one All-Star. That's which surprises me now that I think about it, but
looking back at that team, it's just insane what the Pistons were able to do. They averaged 90 points a game, and they gave up 84 a game. They averaged they took almost 12 3-point shots a game. This is how the game has changed. And now, all these years later, it's 3 times as many.
Yes, it has changed.
It's amazing. The leading scorer in that team was Rip Hamilton, averaged 17.6 points a game.
Let's continue the conversation. I will get to something that I know I shouldn't do, but I'm going to do it anyway on the air in a minute. But we go to Larry. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hey, gentlemen. Great show. This is 9-8, Larry, by the way.
Who's that?
Sorry they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. Love your show. I agree with Floyd.
I think Larry predicted going 9-8.
I'm sorry, Gator. What was that?
You predicted the Lions go 9-8 this year. Is this 9-8? That's what you want to be, 9-8, Larry?
Why not? Next year I'd like to be 12-5, Larry. But for this year, let's do the 9-8.
Okay.
The Pistons' strength is the group in their unit. They're going 12 deep. When they do go to the bench, there's not a lot of fall off. Yes, Cade's the man, but they've got 3 or 4 potential All-Stars just sitting there on their team. Now you could pick the other 4 starters.
Well, I mean, that won't be the case, but I mean, if you take a look at what you mentioned about Cade carries the load so much, and yet it feels like there's plenty of other options when he's on the bench. Like the bench
100%.
has won them games.
And a real fact to think about, fellas, they're changing the dynamics of the NBA in a way. Just whereas Curry changed with the 3-point barrage, they're playing a game from the inside out. Yes, they are hitting 3-pointers, but they're destroying people on the boards at 8 points, which is what you haven't seen in how many years, guys?
Well, one thing that helps a lot, Larry, is last night they missed 39 shots. They had the rebounding of those 39 shots, 25 were rebounded by the Knicks, 14 were rebounded by the Pistons. That is one hell of a ratio for a team on the offensive glass. Bold ass prediction. I now know what he's referencing. I've on the bold ass predictions. Larry, 9-8. They go to the Super Bowl as the 7 seed. That's what he was referencing.
Which we actually gave him credit.
We did
yesterday.
give you credit for that yesterday. We read that on the air, Larry. I did not quite know where you were going with that. 9-8, Larry. Okay, Gator.
Am I going to be upset?
No, I just, this is so intoxicating. And it feels like it's so relevant. But next year, the Detroit Lions opponents.
I know.
Their combined record winning percentage
Here we go.
is .467. Only 5 teams in the league have schedules with opponents that have a worse combined record than that. It is set up for them. And Kang, you warned us not to do this a decade ago. But this graphic is so colorful and so meaningful.
Oh, you even got it printed out in color.
I got it printed out in color.
Wow.
Look at we're way down here. Our opposing teams' records.
Kang, how are we on red toner? Are we good on red toner?
Look at that.
Low ink.
How's the teal toner? Is the teal toner okay?
It's Honolulu blue toner, and it says 467 next to it.
Yeah, and imagine how much lower that would be if they didn't play in the NFC North Division, where their opponents are all 500 or better.
All right. So
Yes.
think of who they're playing outside the division. It's an excellent point by you.
Thank you.
Yep. Green Bay, their opponents' records. 3rd toughest in the league, 538. The Chicago Bears. Where are they on this graphic? I know they're on here. Oh, well, the Minnesota Vikings, their opponents' record's 519. Those are both top 10 tough schedules. Oh, here are the Bears. I didn't see them because they're all the way at the top.
I was going to say the Bears have to be towards the top.
I've just highlighted the 3 other teams in the division. 1, 2, 3. Scott,
Yeah.
I'm circling the Lions way down here. Look at the difference. Look at the difference.
Now you're using your own ink.
The Lions.
You're running low on highlighter.
The
ink, I'll tell you
Lions
that.
schedule gives them one of the easiest schedules if this year matters at all.
Well,
if the year-to-year thing matters at all, and it never does. But it's so intoxicating, isn't it?
yeah, it is. It is. I get it. And you start to look at those teams that they're playing, non-divisional games, and there's reason to like that. Who do you have the schedule of who they have to play?
I've got it somewhere, but one moment, please.
Because once you hear the names of the teams, it brings into light. Oh wow, that's who they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Them, and them, and them, and them.
So
And
their
them?
non-divisional games are New England,
That New England's really good.
New Orleans,
New Orleans, not so much.
Giants,
Not so much.
Jets,
Not so much.
Tampa,
Eh.
and Tennessee. Those are their home games. Here are their road non-divisional games.
Yep.
Arizona,
Not so much.
Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo.
Buffalo's good.
Here's a tough one. Carolina.
Carolina. What? How? Carolina is just. Thank you.
I know.
Nice job.
I know.
Their stuff is Atlanta or
Compared
Tampa
to
Bay.
everybody
I
else,
know.
Carolina might be one of their tougher non-divisional games next year. And Miami.
Wait, is Tua going to play there?
Who knows? Tua sounds like he wants out. And I'm like, dude, you just signed a contract.
I
You
think
can't
Miami
be moved.
sounds like Tua wants out. Miami wants out.
God, whoever would have imagined that didn't work. All right, so it's
God, you hate Tua. Is it the language barrier? Is that why you don't like him?
strength of schedule, man. This doesn't matter.
It matters.
Here, hold on. Here's how much it matters.
Oh,
I love it, but
a
it just
visual
doesn't
and
matter.
audio.
It just doesn't matter.
You
Good for
wasted all that
Twitch.
colored ink.
I did.
Good.
Not a toner,
Yeah, Cheryl's going to want to talk to you.
I guess. More of your phone calls and feedback next. It is Carson Anderson. You're on 97.1.
The breaking news out of Comerica Park today is that the Tigers have traded former outfielder Justin Henry Malloy to the Tampa Bay Rays in return for cash considerations. Jahan hit .209 with 38 RBIs and 9 home runs in 2 seasons with the Tigers. And what did former Michigan State basketball player Paul Davis say last night? That is the mystery today after Davis was ejected in the second half of Michigan State's win over USC. Video footage shows Davis leaning forward and saying something to a nearby official who promptly paused the action to alert Izzo and other MSU leaders. Michigan State security then removed Davis from the game. Here's what Tom Izzo said after the contest.
He kind of got after the official, and he was 150% wrong. And for a guy like me to 150% agree with the official, it's almost illegal. So I feel bad that Paul did that because he's been a guy that comes back a lot, and we got to keep him coming back. Okay, when we made a mistake, and I said he shouldn't have said it. He just shouldn't say what he said, but it wasn't. Let's not get carried away that it wasn't something racial, it wasn't something sexual, it wasn't. So it was just the wrong thing to say.
Davis played for Izzo from 2002 to 2006. Michigan State did go on to win that game last night by 29 points. Speaking of college basketball, Michigan will embark on another road test in conference play tonight. They will be in Happy Valley to take on Penn State at 7 o'clock. Wolverines are still unbeaten this season, while Penn State is 9-5. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. Go to Odyssey.com for more.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson.
I mean, I got you a bottle of wine.
I like wine. Wine will be great come February.
Well, great. That'll be about the same time that I get my gift from you.
Yeah, that's right. I just showed you the delivery notice. Ordered January 8th will be delivered, ordered December 8th will be delivered January 8th. Awesome. Merry
Must
Christmas.
be really special.
Yeah, handmade.
Look out.
Custom handmade.
Custom.
So the only one that was on time with Christmas gifts this year was Kang. And thank you, Kang, for the Christmas gift.
Well, to be fair, you left the building before I had a chance to give you the bottle. I had a bottle in my desk.
That's true, yeah.
But
You always keep that bottle there, I thought.
Shh. What's in the drawer of Gator's desk?
not that bottle.
Alcohol.
The other bottle.
Speaking of which, might have played a role last night with Paul Davis.
You think maybe? He's drinking some twisted tea.
Dude.
And he had to take one last sip, put it down, and then
all right, I'm kicked out.
In that situation, you don't know what else to do, so you just whatever you got in your hand, you just drink it.
Yeah.
Like that's what got you in the trouble in the first place.
So those who don't know, Paul Davis, former Spartan center, was at the basketball game last night. Michigan State hosting USC. Michigan State blowing them out, and late in the second half, I don't know, 4.5 minutes to go in the second half or so, he yelled something unsavory at the official. The official automatically said, "You got to go," and walked over to Izzo, told Izzo what happened, and Izzo's looking across and said, "Who? Where? What?" And then Paul Davis stands up, like finishes his last tug on the twisted tea, sets it down,
one.
and then he like stands up and kind of taps his chest like, "Hello, it's me," and Izzo looks across and goes, "What the F are you doing?" Or what the F is wrong with you? I think it may have been what he said. And then says, "Get him out of here." And they're taking their time of removing Paul Davis from the arena. And Izzo is getting more demonstrative. So what is a mystery, I guess, is what exactly was it that Paul Davis said to the official?
I think it's pretty well established that whatever it was unsavory.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't have said it. And it's embarrassing, but I'm kind of with Izzo to make it more than it needs to be. However, there's two things I kind of want to talk about out of this. One is, how do you feel about the twisted tea? Because the kids love the tweez.
Sure,
the
fair
kids
enough.
love the tweez.
Is that what they call them?
Yep.
Tweez?
Tweez.
I've only had like one or two in my life.
Yeah.
And it was fine. I didn't mind it at all. I think it's one of those things I enjoy if it's a hot summer day. I might even pour it over ice and just sip it. It's non-carbonated. So it's a nice little change up. I don't mind it.
I find them to be too sugary, but they have a light version that, quite frankly, is flavorful enough. And you like it's like, you know how you like zero products with the zero sugar, 0 calories, that whole thing. the light version of the Twisted Tea is just fine.
I'd try it. I mean, it's like, I don't know what the alcohol content is. I mean, it's the reason you're drinking is for the alcohol content. So if the light version is still like a light beer, like 4.5%, okay, I'd still drink it.
Two is when watching that last night as it transpired. And again, the official, you could see before he blows the whistle to stop play, he kind of turns once. Then he kind of turns again and then blows the whistle and stops play and immediately points at somebody who stood out physically. And at first I thought it looked like a former football player or something like that.
I was concerned about.
And it was alumni night with the Izzone and all that. So there was, some veteran fans there. And I'm thinking, okay, what's going on here? But they show a shot where you could see a smattering, not everybody, but a couple people around him clapping. And maybe it was just a coincidence they were clapping, or were they like, all right, he's enough.
I don't know. It's pretty obvious he knew he was gone. And I don't know if people were thrilled that he was being ejected or not. I think it's something that everybody regrets.
I think it's a very regrettable thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And because now there is all this attention. Had it just been Joe Schmo, fan, nobody'd care. Nobody would talk about it other than say, oh, yeah,
actually,
it's not
I
the
would
game and a
have.
fan to get ejected. And we'd talk about, hey, why was this guy? But
I was going to bring it up before I realized it was Paul Davis, just because it's so unusual to see a fan get thrown out of a game by a game official.
Yeah.
People getting thrown out of games happens all the time.
Sure.
But usually it's not from one of the officials blowing the whistle and stopping play, right? So that I was like, well, this is unusual. We'll have to talk about this. And then I find out it's Paul Davis. But have you ever been privy to somebody getting tossed, or have you ever been that guy to get tossed, and what led to it? Now, let me be clear when I say what led to it. We just need to know the topic, the general topic. We don't need exact quotes that are unairable, but what was the general topic that you heard someone get thrown out for? Or did you?
I don't know why I was thinking about this last night, lying in bed, trying to go to sleep, and I'm just thinking of stuff, right? And I started thinking about when I was younger. I was in high school, and I used to go to the professional wrestling matches all the time. And we'd go, I think they came every 6 to 8 weeks. They would come either to Joe Louis Arena or Cobo, and my friends and I would go. We did this at least a half dozen times when I was 16, 17, 18, somewhere in that range. And we weren't kicked out. However, looking back on what we did, we should have been kicked out.
Really?
This was just a house show for wrestling. This wasn't a TV show, because now everything is for TV tapings. They don't do many house shows for WWE or AEW. Everything is just for TV. So it's like once a week.
Okay.
Back in the day, these guys used to wrestle 5, 6, 7 times a week, different place every night. So my friends and I made up some signs.
God.
We got poster board, markers, and wrote up 3 signs that I can remember. The signs that we wrote, the language we used was wildly inappropriate.
Is that right?
Wildly yes, very much so. And to this day, I'm like, when I was thinking about this last night, I'm like, what were we doing? Like, had this been a show today, they wouldn't have allowed us in the arena with these signs. But back then, didn't care. Go ahead and come on in. And we held them up, and there were 3 different ones. One was for Bob Orton Jr. at the time, who was known as Ace Orton, Roddy Piper's bodyguard at the time.
Okay.
And we had, I can't say what we wrote on it, but it was wildly inappropriate. We held it up, and we had 6 rows so that we thought the wrestlers would see it. Bob Orton Jr. saw it, looked at it, pointed at us, and laughed. And we're like, yes, validation. He saw it. We're laughing. We're all having a good time. Another wrestler, the last sign I'll talk about, was with Leaping Lanny Poffo, who was Randy Macho Man Savage's real-life brother, but not nearly as successful as a professional wrestler. And he was known as the poet laureate of the WWF at the time. So he would get announced, and he would read some stupid poem and throw them out to the crowd. He would disperse. They had like 5 of them scrolled up and throw them out. So we had a sign that said, hey, Leaping Lanny, take your poems and blank. We gave him a direction of where to put them and like spelled out exactly. And we're holding it up and we're laughing. and he's throwing the poems out, the scrolls out, and he sees our sign, looks at us, and gives us a look like we had just crushed his soul.
Oh, really?
Like we could not have
You really
offended
put the
him
hurt on
more,
him.
and his feelings were devastated.
Is that right?
And we went from feeling really good about ourselves to, hey, we're having interaction with wrestlers, to we went too far.
Really?
Oh my God, we went too far. We just broke Leaping Lanny Poffo. Leaping Lanny Poffo is probably going to retire now because fans in Detroit showed up at ringside with a sign that said, hey, Leaping Lanny, take your poems and blank. And I couldn't have felt worse at the time. My buddy and I were like, oh no. The face is complete dejection. I thought he was going to cry. I was amazed he still went out and wrestled after that.
Wow.
So I should have been kicked out, in my opinion. We should have been kicked out. There were three or four of us that flat out should have been kicked out because of holding up signs that were wildly inappropriate, which to me, it's the same thing as if you shouted out, right?
Sure. So have you ever been privy to somebody getting the thumb, getting ejected? And what was the topic? You don't have to tell us what they said because it's probably unairable, but what was the topic that got them where they went too far? Kind of like Paul Davis last night. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. Hey, we've got a bunch on the table. I think there were some breadcrumbs left by Dan Campbell when he spoke to the media yesterday. I interpreted some of what he had to say of maybe a little bit more sense of urgency, a little bit more aggressiveness where warranted. And I'm not even a guy that freaks out about what they did at the trade deadline, but I just kind of read into what he said yesterday. It's one thing we've been talking about today. Two is the Pistons. Are you comfortable with the phrase, the East goes through Detroit? Have we reached that point where that you're comfortable with that? You're cool with that? It doesn't make you cringe. It doesn't make you go, "Ooh, no, too early," or anything like that. Or does it? 248-539-9797. Talking about Paul Davis getting ejected last night from the Michigan State basketball game. Yes, that Paul Davis, as a fan, said something that he shouldn't have said. It wasn't racial or sexual, according to Tom Izzo, which is good. But he did cross a line, apparently, and got kicked out. When you've seen people get kicked out, what was it that triggered it? And we went just a general topic.
Paul was part of the biggest softball team I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, was he on that celebrity?
Yeah, we had John Jansen played, I think, in the outfield in one inning where TJ Lang was playing third base and Paul Davis was playing first base. Or one time, I think TJ may have been in the outfield and Jansen was at third and Davis was at first. You had a guy 6'7" playing third, throwing to a guy who was 6'11" playing first. While TJ Lang is drinking beers in the outfield at 6 foot, 3 or 4, whatever TJ is.
Interesting.
It's fascinating.
Ken, you're laughing.
No, because I thought, Paul Davis was definitely going to get ejected from that game as well. I was like, this guy, man. The mouth on that tall dude over there. Jeez.
Let's get back to your open line call. Steve and Romeo, you're next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Got a great story. It's actually one of the highlights of my childhood. March 26, 1997, we went to the Red Wings Colorado game. My uncle's a big wig for Herb Lumber, back when Herb Lumber was a thing, big salesman. They had a suite up there. And Kirk Gibson, I was like 14 at the time, happened to be in there. And my uncle's not a big Red Wings fan, but he's a drinker, so he had a couple wobble pops. And him and Gibby got into it. No punches were thrown, just some pushing, some shoving. Next thing I know, we're watching the rest of the game from the TV as we walk out the stadium.
Oh,
it was
no.
ridiculous.
Okay, so
it was a great time.
You got thrown out of the famous March 26 game?
Yeah.
Before it all went down?
Listen, it was a prime night for it. But, my uncle, once, God rest his soul, he just passed away in July. Once he got a few wobble pops in him, he became pretty obnoxious. And I 100% believe it was his fault.
Okay.
I know it was his fault.
So did you get to see the fights in the game, or did this happened before that happened?
There was 6 minutes left in the third period.
Okay, so you saw a lot of action. You did see a lot of fights.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a childhood core memory. Being such a diehard Wings fan. But
that's funny.
Appreciate the phone call, guys. Absolutely love the show. Keep doing what you're doing. Have a great New Year.
Thank you very much. I just saw one that came in on Ticket Text, and we'll get back to your phone calls in a sec. My 12-year-old brother's soccer game. Now, usually when I see these, I go, oh, God, no.
Here we go.
Parents, the outcome of that, I always think, or your brother case, the outcome of this game does not impact the rest of your life. Trust me. But this is kind of funny. My 12-year-old brother's soccer game. I got tossed out for heckling the kid on my brother's team who, though very talented, never passed the ball and thus lost more games for them than he won. So this guy, PJ, gets thrown out. And he says, the coach gave me a smiling head nod as I walked past.
Like you got validation, like you got kicked out, but I agree with what you're doing. Keep up the good work.
PJ writes, Doug, Kang, Gator, love you guys, don't change. PJ, don't worry, we won't, but that's funny. That the coach was like, you're right. Ben in Livonia said, did Paul Davis call him DK Metcalf's government name? That's funny. 248-539-9797. Gentlemen, in 1996, I was at a Piston game and I wrote a sign that says, Terry Mills looks like George Foreman. And for some reason, one of the ushers took the sign and said that was not appropriate. We didn't get kicked out.
Appropriate. He looks exactly like George Foreman.
We didn't get kicked out, but it was just funny that they took the sign away. That's from Marlon.
Well, you want to be compared to the heavyweight champ? King of the Grill? That's a compliment.
One of my favorite Terry Mills moments was when he was with the Pistons, and I was sitting on the baseline. I was working for Channel 25. I had 2 credentials. It was me and what was now my wife, girlfriend, was sitting behind me, and Terry Mills went and set a screen for Isaiah Thomas, and he said twice. He said, "Use it, Zeke. Use it," just like that.
Wait a second. Every time. Wait a second. We don't often get the Doug Karsh impression on the air.
Swear to God, that's how he
Do
sounded.
this again.
Use it, Zeke. Use it.
That's your Terry Mills impression.
That's what he sounded like that night.
Say it again.
Use it, Zeke. Use it.
Marvin the Martian?
That's what he sounded like. So whenever I see or Terry Mills, I always think, use it, Zeke, use it. It's good.
He set you a screen. You got to use a screen.
Jay, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, what up? Jay Sherm. Gator's story reminded me of something really funny. It happened to me at the Joe probably about 10 years ago at a Red Wings Blackhawks game where a lot of unique things happen and people get thrown out. And there was a Red Wings fan who took her full beer and unprovoked, I saw this from a couple rows away, unprovoked, dumped it all over like these 3 Blackhawks fans that must have come in. They were wearing jerseys. And security came over, and everyone in the section said, the Blackhawks fans started it. They started it.
Oh, no way.
Without even checking. The security just picked them up, escorted them out, took them, they were gone.
Aww.
And then, like, during the intermission, I felt bad. So I went to the security, like, after the second intermission. I said, I don't want to be a tattletale, but just to let you know, the Blackhawks fan did nothing, and the Red Wings fan started it. And security looked at me straight in the eye and said, don't care.
At that point, it's like, it's done.
Yeah.
They've been out of the building for 45 minutes, dude. It's done.
Yeah, it doesn't quite seem
There was nothing
fair.
they could do.
Yeah, not a fan of the beer dump.
I think you really got to earn that. I don't want to waste beer. So if I'm paying $15 for a beer at a game, I'm not going to dump it on
Yeah, it's
somebody's
too
head no matter
valuable.
what they say.
Dave is next on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
You just wait till I finish this
Hey,
beer, sir.
How you doing?
All right, Dave.
So we got kicked out of Tiger Stadium. Me, my dad, and my brother. It's the old Tiger Stadium. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. And so the Tigers were playing the Blue Jays. It's when Jose Canseco was with the Blue Jays way back then. And we had a few drinks at that bar right beside the stadium. I think it was Billy Martin's bar or something like that. So we had a lot to drink before we got there. We get
The Lindell AC, I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, not Lindell.
Okay.
But it was anyway.
Yeah.
So we're pretty drunk when we get in there, and my dad lights up a smoke in the stands. And we're about 5 or 6 rows from the field. And the usher comes, tells my dad to put it out, so he does. But a couple of innings later, my dad lights up another smoke, and then we got caught again, and he got a warning. And then Canseco came up to bat, and I was really drunk by this time, and I yelled at Canseco, and I called him an effing H word, and there's kids right in front of us, and they turned around, and then I yelled it again. I said, "Hey, Canseco, you're this and that." So the ushers came, checked us out, and I'm pleading with my case, and I put my hand on the usher, and the usher points to the cop and says, "See that guy? That's the next thing you're going to be going with. You guys don't get out now." So we had to leave and watch the bar.
Yeah, probably appropriate.
Yeah, probably.
It's probably what we asked for. We're looking for just a general topic that what you got thrown out. You don't have to quote yourself or others. Just sort of a generality.
It was the summer of 98.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I'm glad. You know what the funny thing is? I was just thinking about that. I can't believe I've never told you that story.
No, you haven't. Would have remembered that.
Use it. It's one of those deals that it's
covered the frog to it.
It kind of was. Terry Mills setting the screen for Isaiah Thomas. I'm sitting baseline with a camera, working for Channel 25. God, I would go to everything. My shift would end, and I would get off work at 5. After the 5, we had 5:30 news. I got off work at 6, actually. Because our news was on from 5:30 to 6. Channel 5 and Channel 12, their news started at 6. So our slogan was "See what a difference 30 minutes can make."
Oh, that's
Trying to get the
I didn't it say see what a difference Depker can make? Joel Depker?
Joel Depker, who got the job over me, and months later he got a promotion. I eventually got that job, but yes. And then we famously had Depker on the air.
So
and Gator asked him, what do you remember about Doug back then? And Depker's response was, I remember that I was better than him, which was hysterical. But anyway.
So you were off work at 6 o'clock.
Off work at 6, and I would grab credentials and just drive to anything I could. Just for the experience, so it was on my own time. Which didn't really go down well with there was a union at the station.
Oh, they didn't like that?
They didn't like that. So there were all kinds of grievances filed against me. But I would be at a lot of Piston games, a lot of Michigan State basketball, Red Wings, whatever I could get to. So experience shooting.
You were using it.
I was using it. I was using the opportunity. Luke is next on 97.1. Hi, Luke.
Hey, guys. Terrific program.
Thanks, Luke.
Good.
It's like 1980 or 81, Tiger Stadium, sitting in left field corner. Tigers are winning 1-0 in the top of the ninth. Seattle comes up, they get a runner on. Otto Velez hits a blast to left field corner.
Who does?
Me and my buddy climb the fence.
Otto Velez. Okay.
Climb the fence. Steve Kemp's playing in left field, so he's running towards the corner, and he leaps. He could have caught it, but my buddy grabbed the hold of Kemp's mitt. The ball hit my hand, and they ruled it a 2-run home run. So that puts Seattle up 2-1. We're getting bombasted with beer, cups, language.
Sure.
The usher comes up to me and says, boys, I think you should leave. And yeah, I think so. So we got booted out by the usher, and hundreds of fans were throwing beers and cups at us. We were laughing the whole time. And then we go to my buddy Bob's house, and to see on TV, because he had ESPN at the time. And sure enough, they showed it on ESPN. And better yet, the next day, Detroit News. Drayton Holcomb, photographer, took a nice picture of us interfering with Steve Kemp. And it was great. And the funny thing is, the first thing that Mom said when she saw the picture is like, how come you're not wearing your jacket? And we just laughed. And it's so funny.
Well, it's something that parents say to kids all the time.
So I love baseball reference because you can go back. It wasn't Seattle. It was Toronto that Otto Velez was playing for at the time. And in 1981, he hit home runs in back-to-back games against the Tigers. So that's kind of fun. And this guy, it would have been the second game because he had 3 RBIs. He ruined it.
Apparently. Okay, speaking of, well, I guess it's not really a transition at all. Did anyone, did anyone stay up and watch Snoop on the Golden State Clippers broadcast? He was a color commentator for an entire broadcast on Peacock. Yeah.
I did not know that.
Kang, did you stay up and watch Snoop?
No, I didn't, but I saw after the highlights and stuff.
What'd you think?
He's Snoop, man. D-O-double-G.
I felt like I was really rooting for him. And I don't know why I thought it would be any different. But when I saw highlights, because I went back in this morning and just watched highlights.
I'm guessing highlights is probably the best way to watch it.
I was like, okay, this probably for an entire game was way too much. Like, every time, I guess all I saw was the highlights. So that's why I'm kind of asking. In the highlights, it would be like, take it to hole, take it to hole, take it to hole. Nah. He just commented on everything like that.
Don't unload the entire bag of impressions you've got in one show. What are you doing?
Sorry. He never stopped in the highlights. If it was like that the whole game, I imagine
it would have like a back factor.
Kind of. Pass the ball. Now take it to the hole. Like, almost like he was.
He was like coaching more than actually calling to play.
But again, I wonder if anybody heard the whole thing, if that was the case.
I didn't even know that was a possibility that he was doing it. So now I kind of want to go and check out the highlights of it, because something that's come up on my algorithm several times over the last month or so is when Snoop Dogg and Kevin Hart were doing Olympic coverage and watching dressage with the horses.
Right.
And Snoop is hysterical. talking about that.
It started with Snoop watching nature.
Yes.
And
and
that
those
was
videos
great.
come up too, narrating what's going on with, some creature that's being chased by 1,000 garter snakes. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like it was a lizard being chased by 1,000 garter snakes.
Anyway, if anybody watched the whole thing, I'd be intrigued to find out if it was truly entertaining or was it just too much? Because I was curious, but I wasn't going to stay up that late and knowing we had to work the next morning. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan next on 97.1. Hi, Dan.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
So getting kicked out of the stadium. Do you guys remember back in 2010-11? I don't remember the year when your guys' friend Jennifer Hammond got a beer bottle thrown at her.
I don't. That ain't right.
It was a Lions game.
Lions game?
It made the news. Lions lost to Steelers in like a last minute. I don't remember if it was a field goal or whatever. And I had season tickets. I was in right by the tunnel, right behind those guys that dress up like Lions or whatever. And my buddy was wasted, just hammered, and was very, very passionate fan. And Jennifer was standing in the end zone with the microphone. And right when the field goal went through the uprights, he just chucked his plastic Bud Light bottle. And it grazed her. It was bad. It was really bad.
Yeah.
But it was on the news, and it was like Jennifer Hammond assaulted by a fan and all this other stuff. I can tell you, from the bottom of my heart, he didn't mean to like throw it at her. He was just so mad. He just chucked it. I don't even think he looked where he was throwing. He just chucked it. And so yeah, it was all over the news and whatnot. And then I go to work the next day. I work with my brother, and my brother's like, "How's the game?" And I was like, they lost. It sucked. He's like, "You see that idiot that threw a bottle at Jennifer Hammond?" And I was like, "Oh, nope." Don't know what you're talking about.
Not up in here.
But that was my buddy. I ended up getting my seats revoked. There was a couple games left.
Oh,
you got they were your seats?
They were my seats. I had 2 seats. I took him. Lions knew who he worked. Security was right there. They immediately grabbed him. And 2 days later, I got the email. Your seats have been suspended for the remainder of the season, which, again, it was like 2 games. I was able to get him back the next year. But, that was my buddy. And,
Whoops. Did your buddy your buddy like apologize or anything?
He felt like a complete idiot. He felt so bad. Yeah, and I was like, dude, you can't do that crap.
Well, we'll pass it along to Hammer.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll remember, but I swear he meant not to even, he meant he didn't aim for her.
Yeah, because Hammer's the best. Thank you, Dan. 248-539-9797. Steve in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
Calling in regards to the Snoop broadcast last night.
Yeah.
You guys are absolutely correct. It was like that the whole time. I actually had to, turn away from it because it really got too much. After the first commercial, it was cute. It was dandy and everything like that. But, yeah, he was going in on, like, everything. Like, not just every play. It was it was everything.
When I heard he was doing this,
being thrown, timeouts, referees. It's kind of like you ever get like a friend of the family that tries to impress you by watching a game, and they just won't shut up.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, guy, let the game happen. Let the play happen. I don't need you to comment on every play. It was just.
I mean, it wasn't like he had an opinion. It wasn't like what I saw in the highlights again, it wasn't like he had an opinion when the play was over. He was talking through all of the action.
Exactly. It was not like he had any. I mean, that is Snoop. It's not like you're asking for any depth in terms of the plays or anything like that. But it was just like, it was like a reaction to everything that was happening on the court. It was like watching a game with a 2-year-old, with an attention disorder. Just like everything that was happening, he had to comment on it.
Yeah. So
it did get tiresome for a minute, and I did have to turn the volume down. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. I just wondered if it was too much. I was rooting for him, and then I saw the highlights, and I'm like, Ooh, not sure I could handle that for an entire 48-minute game.
Oh yeah. After the first commercial, it was like, and when he, I guess Reggie, nobody else kind of pinched him or pulled his coat. They just let him go, and then by the third quarter, yeah, you're pretty much it. As if you watched the whole thing, you're tired.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Steve, and thank you for the update. I wasn't going to make it for that. I wasn't that interested, but 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. A lot of Pistons discussion today, given that they destroyed the New York Knicks. Bravo to the fans there last night. The stamina and the commitment to booing Jalen Brunson was so impressive. Well done. And certainly happy for all the Piston fans out there that have been through some pretty dark times. Stuck with their team. Because right now they're looking like they are authentically, perhaps, indeed, yes, the best team in the Eastern Conference. There could be some players coming back that might make it a little bit more tough. And, of course, playoff basketball is a different style of basketball. But you got to love what the Pistons have done, starting over a year ago, over a calendar year ago. It continued into this year, and they look like they can make a real run at this thing. And still in Vegas, though, the third favorite in the East and like the 10th favorite to win the NBA. Cade is plus 3,000 to win the MVP, which is, he gets MVP chance every game. Not that that means anything, but fans were into it last night. LCA was bumping, and I said about the problem with that building is it doesn't have a soul. It's starting to get one, and that I think comes. You can have a brand new spanking building, but until you have memories in there, it's just a building. And they're getting close to the point where I start thinking about what postseason basketball could be. If they're as good as we think they are, we could be talking about month and a half of playoff basketball, which would be really fun. Hell, we might have it with hockey too.
Well, it'd be nice. And because it was built as a hockey arena and, kind of retrofitted in a way for basketball. And yet it's the Pistons are the team so far that have made the biggest impression when it comes to postseason stuff. So it would be great if we get both teams in the postseason this year, and fully expect to. Obviously, with the Pistons, they're off to an amazing start. Red Wings off to a good start too. They won the game 5-3 last night. It was good to see. They've shuffled the lines around a little bit. They sent Nate Danielson down today, so John Leonard staying up with the big club, and they're playing pretty good hockey right now. John Gibson, his last 10 games, goaltender of this team, has a .925 save percentage. Done an outstanding job. So this team is coming together at the right time, but they need to continue it. So maybe the right time really isn't until March. So the month of March, as we have said, that it hopefully is an easier transition. What we've seen the last 3 years, where it's been a collapse. How about no collapse? No collapse.
Now, unlike the Pistons, right? If you look at the standings, Eastern Conference of the NBA, the Pistons are in first place. Eastern Conference of the NHL, the Red Wings are in first place. But the Red Wings have played 44 games, and the teams that are a point behind have played 41 and 42 games, so they'll probably get leapt here. And I think realistically, nobody's going to make an authentic argument that the Red Wings are the best team in the Eastern Conference of the National Hockey League. But at this point, I think we would just love to see them have home ice in a postseason series. That if they can finish in one of those spots, I think they've raised the bar to the point where, you expect them to make the playoffs, but it just takes one cold streak. The way this league is jumbled up, they are only 6 points out of being out of the playoffs, right? So probably I shouldn't do this, but I want them to have home. I want them to have home ice for a series when maybe I should just be saying just make the playoffs. Maybe that's more realistic.
Making the playoffs, I think, is the first big step, and it's the necessary step. And if it doesn't happen, then there probably should be changes. But don't need to talk about that because they're playing really well, and they'll have a trade deadline to try to add to this team. Will this be the time that Steve Yzerman decides to add significant piece to this team? They certainly have prospects and draft capital. If they wanted to, they could add a piece, and I feel like they should make the right move and let Yzerman go ahead and make that move. But right now, this team's playing well. Their defense has been vastly different in front of the netminder over the last couple weeks, last several weeks. It's been great to see, and they're getting scoring from all four lines. And James Van Riemsdyk has been an amazing acquisition for this team. He brings experience, and he's putting the puck in the net.
Maybe we'll have time to get in this tomorrow, but I felt like one of the things you put on your show sheet today was you kind of wanted to make a case that maybe we shouldn't overlook Dan Campbell as a play caller next year. Is that an accurate assessment or no?
Yeah, I think there's some interesting stats that back that up. Colton Pouncey of The Athletic had a story that really kind of shows that if you look at just the points, if your sole reason for saying he can't do it anymore is because they scored less points per game than what they did under John Morton, okay, then if that's it, then you're going to say he's got to hire somebody else. But there are other numbers that are associated with that, with what he did during his time as play caller, that would point to a direction to say, you know what, really take a closer look. They were a lot more successful with him calling plays than you think they were. And we can get into those numbers tomorrow. But there was an interesting piece that Colton had written. I think they should look at experienced play callers around the league and see if there's somebody they want to bring in. But in the end, it's going to be Dan Campbell's decision.
The one thing he said kind of jokingly yesterday, he said, well, the one advantage of me calling plays is I know I'm not going to leave for another job. Which was kind of funny, but
it's true.
I got the sense that he's considering it, but not married to it. I was glad he said, look, guys, I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm not making any decisions here anytime soon. Somebody asked him a question. I couldn't even hear what the question was. And he was like, yeah, I'm not prepared to answer that. And I'm like, nor should you be, right? Take your time. You can, let the dust settle a little bit. No emotional reactions. I remember when I first got in the media and they said that there's a 10-minute cool down period after games before the media can ask people questions. I'm like, why do they have that? Then I had the privilege of being in locker rooms when I was part of a broadcast right after games.
Right.
And you realize I'm not sure 10 minutes is nearly enough.
Right. And I agree with you. We see that in all the sports. Before they let you in the clubhouse in Tiger games, there might be some sort of post-game meeting that they have. And you're like, well, we've been out here for 20 minutes. Well, they're not ready for you to go in there yet. Mm-hmm. Or you find out at some point down the road that, yeah, there was an altercation that took place after a game, and they have to clear that up. And I think the end of a season is probably, it's a deeper reset, and I think you do need to decompress. It'd be interesting if you talk to Dan Campbell a week from today. If he were to come on the air and talk with a morning show next week, what's cleared up? What becomes his vision that really sets a crystal clear vision for the future with his team, what has to change now that they've had time to go over the personnel and see what changes have to be made.
He did say the first order of business was to sort out the staff. And so, you have any pool of candidates that you have of potential staff members you want to add. If you hear news anytime soon, that means they're amongst the, 18 teams that didn't make the postseason.
Yeah, and we know there is 6 head coaching jobs open in the NFL, so that means that there's a bunch of staffs that are about to be completely opened up.
There's no way in hell Brian Flores ends up here as a defensive coordinator, is there?
I don't think so. There are some rumors that Tom Brady is very interested in Brian Flores to be the head coach of the Raiders. So those are floating around, which would be interesting. I think Brian Flores deserves another chance to be a head coach. I thought he kind of got jobbed a little bit in Miami. It was scapegoated. And I think he's a really good defensive mind. If he were available, if he doesn't get a head coaching job,
bid, please.
I'd call him.
I'd call him now.
Yeah.
And I'd say, look, I expect you're going to get a head coaching job. You deserve it.
If you don't, here's 7 million reasons why you might want to be our defensive coordinator.
Yeah. Who's the highest paid defensive coordinator in the league? Yeah, we'll give you more than that. That'd be pretty sweet. Now, if Calvin Shepard, look, if you can upgrade anywhere, you upgrade anywhere. They're not in the business of keeping Calvin Shepard deployed. They're in the business of winning football games, right?
Correct.
Brian Flores, if for some reason he doesn't get one of those head coaching jobs, then say we're your fallback position, we're your safe landing spot, which probably isn't going to happen. You probably will get one of the head coaching jobs. Here's Rico Beard in studio. What's up, man?
Hey guys, what about Cliff Kingsbury?
No,
Gator hates him.
Okay.
Yep.
You know what? See ya.
Well, if there's,
how does he make sense? He works with mobile quarterbacks, and the Lions don't have a mobile quarterback.
It was.
Don't start.
He was trying to get you worked up.
Don't start with me.
I didn't know he was on the list. No, you know what's funny? I don't know if you've ever done this. coming up with a show topic. I put on there, what about Cliff Kingsbury as Lions OC? Started doing some research and was like, oh, you know what? Never mind, guys. Just forget about it because all this is going to bring on is we got to get rid of Goff. He's not mobile calls.
Right,
So
right.
how about no to that topic? So,
How about no? How about, you know what? No.
I mean, you guys can do it. I'm sorry. We brought it up because
you know what?
because Gator was so
Doug
adamantly opposed.
Carson Anderson said Cliff Kingsbury should be the coach.
Okay,
2 for 8.
let's not do that. What do you have planned coming
Let's
up
not
next?
lie to the audience.
For Pistons, for the Pistons' big game last night,
huge.
Are people buying in? Like, have you flipped the switch from the football hangover?
It helps, that's for sure.
So
It's good to have good basketball and good hockey going on in Detroit right now. Thanks for listening, everyone. Stay tuned for the guys. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Hello, one and all. You know, days like today, Rico, they do force you to ask a question.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking.
Definitely not the question, nor my concern.
Oh, wow.
It's something different.
No, that wasn't me that got thrown out the game.
Nope, definitely not. You've got a much better complexion than glow-in-the-dark white. We'll stay away from that. Why the hell do we live here? I couldn't help it driving home last night and driving in today. I feel like dark all the time. Just snow, damn it. Anything's better than ice and rain. Damn it.
Kenny, you ready to watch his head explode?
Go ahead.
Mike, you get the 4 seasons.
I get the 4 seasons.
You get all 4 seasons. Where else can you get? Some days you may get it all in one day.
There are 2 seasons. There's summer and hell. Those are the 2 seasons in Michigan.
No, there's muddy season and construction season.
Yeah, muddy season is what people sell you as spring. There is no spring.
Spring and fall, mud.
Oh.
And then summer, construction.
No, and I know we're at the zenith of it. We're going to get through this together. But man, leaving work when it's dark out, like you wake up, it's dark. Or at least I do. I don't sleep late. I get up, get moving. But like it's dark in the morning. It's dark when you leave here. I feel like it gets dark at 4:30 in the afternoon.
It does.
And this rain. Can we see the sun? Damn it!
No, you haven't earned the sun yet.
I know.
We live here because the 4 seasons.
I do like it here,
and the leaves changing, and that I love it when people give you the Michigan Chamber of Commerce. You get to see the leaves change. You go to the apple
leaves
orchard,
change.
and
It's
then
like a 17-minute window. You go from green to barren trees. Foliage season is about 6 minutes.
But then you could go on your boat in the summer and do stuff.
I don't like boats.
And then football, Saturdays, tailgating, because you're indoors on Sunday. So it doesn't
okay,
matter.
John. So look, if we could just.
Hey. Who have you coached?
I heard he took a position as the head of tailgating at Michigan. Assistant AD to tailgating affairs. So listen, let's dive in. I don't think the people are going to like this because all day I've heard this on the station, and I'm not mad at anybody, but I don't know why people are making such a big deal out of the Pistons dropping a bomb on the Knicks. Did you expect anything different? The Pistons are really good, but here's your problem. The game was on Peacock, so forget about it. Second of all, the NBA, if I had to put this politely, NBA basketball in November, December, January is rough. And look, here's the last piece to this. Nothing the Pistons do right now means anything. They have attained a level that the only thing that matters is what they do in the playoffs. I mean, Rico and I sat here about 10 days ago. We played some WFAN audio, and I made an open-ended bet to anyone there who was willing to take it. Let's check that hotline. And what happens 10 days later? The Pistons do exactly what we talked about. If the Pistons play the Knicks in the playoffs, they're going to beat them. I think the Pistons have every right to represent themselves in the ECF and go from there. But I don't know why people are sitting here like gobsmacked. Here's the other problem. Nobody watches it. No one's watching a Monday night Peacock game. Sorry.
Here's what happened. The reason why people are so excited, they went into the game, I believe, as an underdog to the Knicks, and you went out there and you smacked them around. And to a lot of Detroit, that's your main competition for the East.
Because the East
almost
is
like
abominable.
I understand, but somebody's got to win it.
And it might be us. The point I'm making is
NFC South.
It is. By the fact that the Celtics with Jason Tatum's cadaver are the 2 seed, what? Yeah. We're terrible.
Yeah. It's AL Central, NFC South. Somebody's got to win this thing, so why not you? So the fact that you were underdogs at home and then you went out there and you beat them, and you just didn't beat them. You beat them from start to finish. A little belt, BAT or BA, belt to BTA.
A belt to ass.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, gotcha. But look, my question is different than Rico's. I want you to ask yours. Mine is simple. I haven't flipped the basketball switch yet. I don't do it until well past the Super Bowl. I'm in football mode. I've got the college football playoff. I've got wild card weekend coming up. My attention is football. The shows that I do are football. And the NBA, look, I admit this. I used to be League Pass guy. I used to love the NBA. The NBA is a horse bleep league filled with a bunch of divas who don't want to play, who don't give an honest effort, and 2/3 of the teams aren't trying. Then there's the Pistons, and they just do their thing. They're going to outwork you. They're going to outguard you. I got a text from a buddy of mine, Long Island friend of mine. He goes, man, you weren't kidding. Pistons play 90s defense. I'll show you the text. I said, dude, I'm a lot of things. Liar ain't one of them. Yeah. I told you. But I can't really get into it until at least the trade deadline. Because none of this, it's an unwatchable league for me right now.
It's actually what college should take a look at, and how the NBA used to be all of that. It was America's game, and they let the players take over and start demanding things, and the migration from team to team to team, and now you have this. But I digress. My question is simple. When you look at what the Pistons did, and you look at the East, and as you say, the East, not a lot of talent, not a lot of competition.
Awful.
The beauty of winning the East, you only have to play one team in the West. You don't have to go through a gauntlet.
I've heard that.
So, looking at what's happened, we're fresh off the Lions season.
I'm not done yet.
What?
See, I'm not done yet. I know what you're about to say. Well, the season's over. The season isn't over.
Oh, it's not?
No, now the season's just starting. Oh. Now it's the off-season season. And, dude, I'm more...
You're ready to be hurt again.
No, I'm ready to I'm ready to follow it every step of the way. Like Brad Holmes' press conference Thursday is more interesting to me than Pistons Knicks last night.
It is, but it's not, because I have a feeling it's going to kind of be like, hey, maybe they'll move on from Jared Goff. No, Jared's our guy. Well,
no one is saying that. Stop it right now.
I'm asking, just as far as Detroit goes, the Lions season, let me check notes. It's over. They're done. They're not playing this weekend.
Hurtful.
Looking at the professional teams here, are the Pistons the closest this city has to a championship team?
Ooh, boy.
Looking at Lions, Tigers, Wings, Pistons, I think they are. The Pistons are going up. Window is expanding. Lions window closing. That's how I see it. Wings, they're just sitting on the ledge. They don't want to jump into the pool just yet. The Tigers, I think theirs, as we see, theirs is about to slam shut the second Scooble pitches his last pitch in Detroit. And then we wait for the kids.
Okay.
248-539-9797. I think the Pistons. Because now with your window opening, and now you can get active in the trade market. And
oh, no. Hand him his placemat at the Coney. No.
Trajan's not at the Coney.
No, but we were already getting the reports filtering out. They might get better in the margins. Oh, okay. They're not going to do anything big. No. Okay, well then don't. I don't care. Because the reality is I don't think you have any hope of beating the teams from the West. Now, you could sell me that Indiana took it to a 7-game series, but you're a distinctly different team than Indiana, and I think the Thunder have only gotten better. And by the way, if it's not the Thunder, it's the Spurs, and I don't think you're beating them in a 7-game set, and they're not going to get better in the margins. No. They're all in on Wemby's rookie deal.
Wemby, he can trip over a hot dog. And
they could also acquire Giannis at the drop of a hat if they want him. They have the pieces. I'm making a point. I hear you.
But looking at the 4 teams.
I know. I still would. I can't believe I'm going to say this. I'll still go with the Lions.
Really?
Because of the NFL. Look, we're in a league where the Jags went from Duval to the Jags are sleeping with your mom. They're doing it. Yep, they're doing it. 12 wins, division winners. The NFL changes so fast. Would you be stunned if a year from now the Lions have a bye week? It's okay if you say yes.
Yeah, I would be stunned.
Okay, I wouldn't.
I would be stunned.
Okay, I think it would be mildly surprising, but I just am not ready to go there with the Pistons until they're ready to get serious. I don't think what they possess is a championship team, and it sounds like they're not willing to speed up things. You know my opinion on this.
No, but I think that if you keep at this pace, you're almost forced to, guys, we're that team right now. We
Yes.
got to take advantage of this.
While the East is in a gap year,
Yes.
take advantage. But again, hold on. Have you seen our specials? Hey, Kenny, can we get Rico some crayons while he waits for his chili cheese fries?
Little placemat.
You know what? How's the soup?
You know, we have lemon rice today.
Oh, you know, I'll just go with some chili, please.
You know, Scott Harris and Brad Holmes were in here the other day. They really loved it.
Oh man,
hot damn! All right, so look, people, you tell us.
Steve,
248.
is that you over in the booth?
No, go ahead. Finish that, honey. We'll get to you later. 248-539-9797. Rico wants to know, are the Pistons your best chance at a championship in this town? And I'm asking you, have you hit the basketball switch? Because I haven't. The NFL is 80% of my time. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. Okay, we got 2 questions, Pistons-wise. They drop a bomb on the Knicks. It doesn't surprise me. Mainly to the NBA. You're seeing more blowouts than ever. But look, have you flipped the switch to where now, all right, Lions are done and basketball's in? Well, good luck. The game was on Peacock. And I'm sorry, you're not drawing a big number in Metro Detroit on a Monday night asking people to stream a Pistons game. They want to go to, it's not Bally or whatever the hell it is, FanDuel TV or whatever. They want to go and watch their team. Put the game on Peacock, you lose it. I don't think many people saw the game last night.
So it's not a badge of honor to be on Peacock? It means you're a good team?
No, it's a pain in the ass. So then the other question is Rico's. Are the Pistons our best shot at a championship? I still say no, based on the volatility of the NFL, based on the talent quotient the Lions possess. The Pistons, they're really good, but I'm not ready to put them in the finals. And if I did, I think they're gator bait. They have to make a move. They have to add that last piece. And by all accounts, they're not going to do it.
And see, that's why I would love for them to add that last piece because, as you said, Mike, this is a gap year in the East. This is a year where you could take advantage there. Indy, with a hurt star. Boston with a hurt star. You could come out there and you can run this thing. And if the Knicks are your main competition, you just destroyed them, you should be feeling real good about yourself. And if you're Trajan, maybe, let's not go into the margins. Let's make a splash. I'm not saying Giannis, but let's go out there and get that second shooter. Let's do something here.
How dare you?
We have to take advantage of this. You know what it sounds like?
Who do you think you are?
It sounds like when we were telling Brad Holmes a couple years ago, dude, you're in that window. You're hot right now. You make one more move, and this thing could be incendiary.
Finish coloring on that placemat. How dare you? 24853. How dare you ask for more? Who are you? We'll go to D to kick things off. D, what's good, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good, hey, D. What's on your mind?
Before I get into what's on my mind, just to give you a heads up, Mike, NBC Sportsnet relaunched in November, and all Peacock games are on NBC Sportsnet. And yes, most people in Metro Detroit get NBC Sportsnet.
Yes, it's about even having the awareness that it's there. But I hear you.
You got to find it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like True TV.
Okay, right. That's number one. Number two, yes, I've been in basketball mode ever since the Washington Wizards game, ironically, on Peacock when Dennis Jenkins became a household name. That's when I brought in. Now, as far as you saying that, we do need a shooter. But the other question I am going to pose, Tobias Harris and his expiring contract, and we do not own his bird rights. Mm-hmm. So what do we do with that? Because that's an interesting component as well when we think about the whole picture.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, I would have had a postage stamp on him during the summer. No, I mean, he's just
trade deadline.
He's trade bait. I mean, an expiring, that's major for somebody. It means you can now use draft capital as actual value, not please God take this corpse. Yeah, no, I to me it's a very valuable piece they could move at the deadline, D. But they've got to want it.
I agree. And like I said, we don't own his bird rights. And if you can find something that doesn't cost a lot of draft picks, then you go ahead and make that move. If the cost is too high, then you're going to have to think about that a little bit.
No, I agree with you. And the only way I'm giving up, multiple firsts and expiring and a piece of my young core, D, you know the game. You've called a bunch. You've listened for a long time. It's got to be someone who's that all-star caliber guy who's signed. You get security, you get the player, they become a part of your core. Other than that, no, I'm not doing that. But, they've got to want it. They've got to want to expedite this thing because, D, I think you know this, and Rico said it best. There's an opportunity for the Pistons to own the East in a year where Jason Tatum's dead and the Sixers are now a guard-oriented team, and Atlanta's trading Trae Young, and Giannis is miserable, and Halliburton dead. So, let's go take the damn thing. But I can't force him to. We'll see how it plays out here as we get into February.
Agreed. Thanks for the call, fellas. Appreciate
it. You got it, D. Appreciate you, man. We'll go to David, 97.1. What's up, David? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. So the reason I don't want to make a deal, and I don't think they're the closest, number one, they could be the best team in Detroit, but if they got to the finals, they wouldn't make it to Game 5 against OKC. And the reason I wouldn't make a deal is, what deal can you think of that would have them favored over AKC in the finals. There isn't one. Don't make the deal. Rule the East. Get better internally. Save it up, because OKC is going to be good for a long time.
No, David.
That team's not going anywhere.
David, they are, but that doesn't mean you can't get to the finals and play them, because once again, you don't know what could happen. Well, all of a sudden, the star goes down for a couple of games, and you can steal these a couple, and before you know it,
yeah. The other problem,
it's not probable, but it can happen.
Okay, the only thing that could go down that the Pistons would win would be the OKC's plane on the way to Game 3.
Okay, well, hold on. But, David, look, this is the problem looking at it through that lens. Because if it's not OKC, it'll be San Antonio. And if it's not San Antonio, it'll be Houston. All three of those teams are set up to be juggernauts now and tomorrow. So you have to make a willful decision. What are you going to do? Try to wait them out the next 5-6 years? Like, David, we've got to go. And I'm with Rico. They still play the games. Right. Let's not act like this is the Cincinnati Bengals playing Michigan State. Come on.
And here's the beauty of it is you don't have to play all three of those teams. You play the one that had to go through the gauntlet of playing the others.
I don't get the mentality of, well, they're really good, so let's not try. How about let's make the finals?
Right.
Because there's no guarantee you make it without a move. I think you have a very credible chance. I mean, I do think if you play the Knicks, you will beat them. Hello?
Dude, I think if Halliburton doesn't get hurt, they would win. I thought that the Pacers would have won the whole thing. That's just me.
I just love how we let our teams off the hook. So don't try. That other team out west is really good. Well, in that case, why did the 04 Pistons bother? Why did the 05 Pistons bother?
Okay, you know what? Here. You color.
I made a giraffe.
You color. Don't talk about the 04 Pistons. Everybody knew they were going to beat the Lakers.
I colored this horsey blue.
Right, exactly. Let's go over to Albert, 97.1.
I don't color within the lines.
Albert, what's good?
What's going on, fellas? How are you?
Good.
So, okay, first of all, I think the Pistons are the closest team. I think they have the recipe, what it takes to make the NBA Finals. They have a superstar player. We can agree Cade is about a top 8 player in the NBA.
Yeah, it's nothing to argue about. He's a superstar. I'm good with it.
Yeah. They play defense, and obviously that translates into the playoffs. And I think with an acquisition like a Trey Murphy, that's a little more realistic as well as beneficiary to the team, I think a player like that can really put this team over the top. I think he adds spacing. He plays defense at a high level. He has length. And I think putting him next to Cade provides more spacing, and he is always his numbers have taken a dip this year, specifically in his 3-point shot, because he doesn't have that playmaker around him.
Yeah.
And with a guy like Cade Cunningham averaging 10 assists a game, he sets up Trey Murphy and Keepin Durant. I think that's a good big three for our future.
Sure. I'm not going to make fun of it. I mean, do I have concerns about Trey Murphy? Do I have concerns he's never played a meaningful minute of a meaningful game in his life? Not his fault. It's just a reality.
Right.
Sure. But Albert, I sure as hell wouldn't sneeze at that. I'd be happy with that type of move. Now, do I think that's as good as they can do? No. But you know me. I like to shoot the moon on stuff. And look, we got to let it play out because, Albert, I got to be honest with you. I don't even think they're going to make that type of move. That's the problem.
No, I know. And if we're talking about marginal additions at the deadline, then I don't think we can win the finals. But I think if they can make a move like that, I think we're very much built like OKC is built, where, of course, they have another All-NBA player in Jalen Williams, but they're built on a superstar with a bunch of defenders around him. And I think if we can give Cade a little more
spacing. It's also a ton of length. They're just incredibly long. They can have multiple 7-footers on the floor at the same time. And here's the other thing, Albert, and I can't change this. They have a war chest of picks. It's like Scrooge McDuck. They're going to be there for a while, and that was my point to the last caller. But I'm like you, Albert. Let's go play them. Right. Let's put our best team out there.
Yeah, and I think Indiana showed last year. I think we are better than Indiana, if I'm being honest with you. Losing Miles Turner was big for them, and I think Cade Cunningham flat out is better than Tyrese Halliburton. So I think this team can go further than Indiana, and Indiana took OKC to the brink last year. So
I want to push back on the Halliburton point. Here's the thing. Now, it's not saying Cade can't be or won't be, but Albert, Halliburton has closed out multiple playoff games and series. Cade hasn't. You got to show up big in the late fourth quarter of big-time games before I'm going to put you over that guy.
Boy,
Is that fair?
Imagine if the Pistons had a chance to draft him.
Just take the victory lap. Go ahead. You were saying it then. You get to say it now. Go. And by the way, here, I'll say the name so I can play the drop for you. Killian Hayes. Take your victory lap, Brad. Take your. Where's your receipts, Brad?
I'm the villain. All right. Man, imagine if they would have.
You wouldn't have Cade, so it's moot.
That's true, but he's progressed.
Imagine if we didn't get screwed in the lottery and we had Chet. That's all I wanted. Hey, is Wojo still making Chet injury jokes? Have another drink, Bob.
I was about to say, or Wemby. That was the one that I'm like, what do you mean? We have the worst record. We won like 5 games this year.
When you watch Wemby play, it looks fake. It looks like some of that Matrix crap you watch.
No, when you watch
ridiculous.
No, it looks like you're watching a bunch of 5th graders.
Yeah,
and he had the growth spurt already. It's like, wait, that guy out there is 6'7".
So you mean like Bryce at Belleville?
Oh, you know what? How about I tell you about Matrix Basements? Let's just.
Once again, that is about the New York Giants, and it is from our podcast. Kenny, season desist.
Let me tell you about Matrix Basement. Look, if the Pistons make it to the NBA final, I can watch it in the basement. I love what they did for me. They took a totally unfinished basement, and they tricked it out. And they can do the same thing for you. And right now, you get a better plan than what I got because they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. No interest, no payments until the year 2028. We just entered 2026. 2 years from now, you'll make your first payment. No interest, no payments. You don't have to wait for that dream space. As a matter of fact, if you go to matrixbasements.com right now, get set up, free consultation. And once they get out there, if they start working on your basement right now, you do realize you could be enjoying the Final Four in your brand new basement designed and built by Matrix Basements. Build Now, Pay Later program. No interest, no payment until the year 2028. Enjoy your brand new, beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner with Matrix Basements.
We're going to get to the Lions, top of the hour. We're starting with a little bit of Pistons, but not the way the other shows are. The other shows we're doing like inside the NBA game breakdowns. That ain't happening on January 6th.
With Ahmad Rashad.
Right. Inside stuff. This is simple. Rico wants to know if the Pistons are your best shot to win a title. I've asked a different question. Look, I admit this. I used to love the NBA. The product is egregious. I can't take the league seriously when its own players don't take it serious, and it's January. Game was on Peacock. I'm not going there. Have you flipped the switch though? Lions are dead. You're all in on hoops now. For me, get me to the trade deadline. Once the deadline happens, we start to level set what the rosters look like. We're going to start to look around a little bit. Okay. Then I can kind of get in, but even then I get sidetracked with March Madness. Mainly for podcast purposes, but you hear me. At the end, I've turned into trade deadline playoff guy in the NBA because the product is dog bleed. It's awful. 2/3 of the teams don't try, and the Pistons do. So the Pistons' results are basically already written in the stars. Team A is going to try.
Yeah.
Team B has their head up their ass. Team A wins. I'm not surprised they bombed the Knicks last night.
No, and they just keep collecting wins like this. We're on pace for 58 wins.
Sure,
this season if they keep going at this pace, yeah, they're
ultimately
out there trying, and they play a style of basketball that's just conducive that they can absorb injuries and guys not playing, and next guy can fill right into that spot.
But I'm giving them their highest compliment. Their highest compliment is none of this matters. They are now the Lions. They are a playoff-oriented team. None of this mattered. You guys we made a statement. Statement wins in the regular season are like culture wins in football. They're a myth. I'm not into it. So, for me, no, I haven't flipped switch yet. But I have a ton of respect for what they're doing. But I don't know that I'm ready to say they're our best chance at a championship because the NBA is still star-driven.
It is.
You only have one.
It is, but I look at this team, they're rising. I don't see that with the Tigers. I think the Tigers are about to close up shop in a minute. The Lions, I think they're on limited hours. I don't see them, and the Wings just refuse to jump into the pool. So, yeah, I look at this Pistons team of the 4 professional teams. Sorry, Kenny, but I'm like, he gives me the dirty look. Wings don't want to do anything.
No, you're not. You're not bothering me. I agree completely with what you're saying because they're 5 or 6 points away from not even being a playoff team at this point, and they're at the top of the division.
And the fact that the Pistons are out there trying every night in the regular season, whether we want to say, well, it's just the regular season, they're trying to win a title. It looks like they are moving towards winning something.
Oh, they are. I need them to make the move.
Exactly.
For the Wings, it's different. The Wings, I just have PTSD from 3 straight years of collapsing. I don't want to buy in for them to just celebrate Valentine's Day by falling down a flight of stairs ass first. So I'm waiting on the Wings. And plus, Kenny won't let me get excited. And anytime we do, they go out and lose a bunch of games in a row. Now, nice job winning last night, by the way.
And then I look at the Lions, and yeah, man, I'm looking at that just the division, and you got a lot of work to do at home in your own backyard before you can start talking about winning the NFC and winning the Super Bowl.
Can I do this one time?
Sure.
Without fear of reprisal?
Nah, go for it, man.
I just have to make fun of somebody at the station. Who am I? Ready? Mm-hmm. Oh, but we have a last place schedule. We're going to win so much.
This would be, I was about to say, Mr. Cost. Yeah.
Dude, he's hanging on to that last place schedule thing like a Christmas tree.
Here's your last place schedule will probably get you 2 extra games. But for everybody who's hearkening back to the last place schedule, Mike, how about this? Here's where the schedule game means nothing. Before the season started, everybody and their mother said the toughest part of this Lions schedule is the first 7 games. If you can make it and at least be 3-4 in the first 7 games, the rest of the schedule is a piece of cake.
You had a last place schedule this year.
You know what you finished with? The back end of the schedule that everybody thought they were going to sweep. They went 2-5.
Can you say that? Can you say that for the people in the back clutching their last place schedule, Teddy Bear?
You went 2-5 over all of these teams that were, these are dog crap teams, and they beat you.
And he just dropped it on you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, what's good?
Hey, I was just telling your screener here that all four, you were talking about the Coney Island table and coloring. All four general managers are sitting around the table. 3 of them are eating crayons, and one's got crayons stuck up his nose.
Okay. Jeez. Okay, how do you really feel?
I've always felt this way. Detroit sports are not for the fans. They're to sell the expensive boxes. You want the team just good enough so that when the someone comes from out of town, they want to go see a game. They don't want to win championships. They're not going to do what needs to be wins championships. They're just going to sell seats. That's it.
I mean, Chuck, I'm not going to be the one to argue with you. They have to show me otherwise, because right now it feels like everyone in this town is happy being good. They're happy that their seats are being sold, and the pursuit of greatness doesn't feel like it's there. And that's most cities. That's most owners. Very few franchises do what it actually takes, because if you're going to, there's a risk reward quotient. Very few people are willing to risk it because they know if it doesn't work, it could cost them their job. Well, on the other side of it is, no one will ever remember you if you don't take a risk.
Exactly. And they don't want to take a risk because, like Scott Harris said, he's afraid that someone's going to come back and bite him in the butt.
Yep. It was openly talking. It was open fear. And again, I didn't like the comment then. I don't like it now. I'll probably never like it. Operating in fear is no way to run a team. It's just not. It's no way to live your life. Like this whole idea of, I took one risk one time and it didn't work. No, be the person who took 100 risks and was right 7 or 8 times.
Yeah. You can't be worried about ghost of players 5 years from now.
What about Doyle Alexander? All right, let's go. Can we just go to? I'm sorry, Kenny Ticket Text. What's the initial results here?
Mostly on the Pistons. Here's the first one that actually came in is wake me up when the playoffs start. I agree with Mike.
Yeah.
I'm turning into the same guy Mike is turning into of the trade deadline in the playoffs.
And it's not the Pistons' fault. Let me be clear about this. The league. It's the league's fault. It's not the Pistons. Right. The league.
The Pistons are doing everything that you want the other teams to do in the league. They just don't want to do that.
I will say the Red Wings are the closest just because hockey is funky, and that's really the only reason.
Okay, you have to grade that.
That's a B- C+ take.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, the hockey is very funky. Everybody talks about
puck luck.
Puck luck. Everybody talks about the LA Kings that one year, or St. Louis, who fired their coach midseason and then won a cup in 19, I think it was. So hockey is funky. I will hear that opinion, but I don't think they're the closest team.
No, I think they're very far away. And again, they're in first right now. Okay, and in 3 games, they could be out of the playoffs. That's how tight the East is packed.
And by the way, this team, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but they like to lose a bunch of games in a row later on in the season. So if it stays this tight, then, well.
I said that earlier. I have PTSD from what they've done the last 3 years. I kind of need to, it's the same principle. Got to get to that deadline.
And that's why at the beginning of the year, we had this conversation. Mike, you asked me when we're allowed to be hopeful about this team, and I said deadline.
You were ratty about it. I didn't like the
Sorry
tone.
about that.
It was hurtful.
Sorry about that.
248-539-9797. We'll get to a football today next. If you're thinking about the big game, good. I mean, because the Lions aren't in it, but you may as well enjoy the damn thing. If your TV isn't ready or you thought about an upgrade in that sound system, Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. Paulson's helps design the perfect setup for game day. From big screens to immersive sound and professional installation, they have it all. You have a question, they have answers. They have the knowledge of their products, and they're going to set you up with what you need, not what you think you need. It's Paulson's. Go to paulsonsav.com. Over 30 years of experience. Go see the showroom in Farmington Hills. It's paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Let's touch the table on some football, shall we? Get back to your calls in a second. Let's see the music and what the hell we're talking about here. Oh, goody. The dirty diaper that was once college football. Let's talk about it.
You still love it.
Well, I'm glad you put it like that, Mike, because what have we been doing for the past, let's call it several months, in the approach to the college football playoffs? We've been naming basically everything wrong with this sport. Let's hearken. I know we like to hearken on the show. Let's hearken back to a better day.
Okay.
Fox Sports put out a top 10 list of the best college football championship games. And I want to see how you guys feel about them, if you think they're properly rated, overrated.
2002, Miami, Ohio State.
They're probably, let me get to it, Mike.
I thought we had to
It's a
guess.
list.
I was about to say.
Jeez, I thought he set me up to guess.
No, I was going to say, I think it would be Texas and USC.
05 Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
The day I got HD television.
You know what? Mine was Michigan, Ohio State.
The Crable game.
Yes.
06.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
We
Sorry.
can get to this list if you guys like. All right.
Okay, I thought you wanted us to guess the game.
No, number 10. Let's see if you guys remember these. 2014 national title game. Florida State, Auburn. Florida State 34, Auburn 31.
Yeah, I'll go to my grave believing MSU would have beaten both those teams.
Yep.
But doesn't matter. We didn't get to play.
Yeah, because they put Auburn in the game by beating Ohio State. Auburn got to play Florida State. So, I'm with
Jameis, it was a late touchdown pass, if I'm remembering it right. Going left to right on the TV screen.
And who was the big wide receiver they had?
Was it Benjamin?
Yeah, Calvin Benjamin.
And this is why we hearken. The better days of college football.
Oh, I don't
boys.
want to get in trouble, Kenny. You yelled at me for guessing a game.
We were having a little too much fun over on
That's
this
right.
side of
This
the
is a
glass.
serious football program.
Serious sports.
1979 Sugar Bowl, Alabama 14, Penn State 7. Rico, do you remember
Morgan
this game?
Freeman, take it away.
Right.
Not really.
Okay. No, well, we can just
He's
skip
right,
through
you know.
that.
I was 10.
Bear Bryant wore a houndstooth hat.
Right.
You got it.
But hey, Kenny, you know what? The very next year, a freshman played for Georgia.
Herschel Walker.
All right, number 8, 2016.
Wow.
The national championship game between Alabama and Clemson. This one was a shootout, if you guys remember properly.
Yes. Now, hold on. Was this the Hunter Renfrow touchdown to beat Saban?
It may have been.
2018?
Yes.
Yes, this was.
This was in the flat.
Yeah.
Going right to left on your TV screen.
This was this was not that game. This was 16. This was 2 years prior.
Got it. Okay,
Oh, okay.
the 18 was the one. That game was incredible.
16. What happened in 16?
This was one of the trilogy games between Alabama, Clemson. This game had a lot of points in it, 45-40.
I'm drawing a blank. Maybe I've got dementia. I don't remember.
Huh? Who were you?
I know. I just don't remember. I've blocked everything out about this sport.
Is this sport hurt you that badly?
No, I just don't. I don't remember.
Well, you definitely won't remember this one, the 1973 Sugar Bowl.
There it is.
Notre Dame, Alabama.
That's good.
Rico, take it away.
Yeah, I was 4.
Well, you might actually remember the Fiesta Bowl of '87, Penn State and Miami.
Yes, everybody.
Proper Miami.
That one, yes.
Yeah, I think that goes down iconically.
That was oversized shoulder pads, belly jerseys. Both teams were an independent.
I'm trying to think. Was that the Penn State win that one?
No, Penn State. Hold on. So Penn State was in '83. They were in '87, but wasn't that Jimmy Johnson's breakthrough or no?
This was 14-10 Penn State.
Yeah. This game because
every year in the '80s, I feel like Miami made it.
Because I think the Miami quarterback throws a pick and it kept Miami from
Here we
going
go.
back to back.
Here we go. Can you name the player?
I cannot.
Okay.
Do you think Miami has maybe the most successful amount of NFL players or a talent that they churned out back in those days?
Yes,
Because I feel
100%.
like all of those Miami teams were brilliant.
They did. And the reason why I know that because over the holiday break when I was off, I watched the U, 30 for 30 the U, and you saw Miami was so close to – they were the best dynasty that never happened. Like they kept getting there, but they would shoot themselves in the foot or do stupid stuff. Like the time they showed up in Army fatigue.
That was a Fiesta
to the
Bowl.
bowl game, yeah, and lost.
And we can skip past number 4, Alabama, Georgia, whatever.
Why?
2018
Overtime, the
doesn't
bomb.
matter.
It was wonderful.
No, we can
Traded
move past it.
quarterbacks.
It was an incredible football game. Don't be whiny.
Right. We saw the end of Jalen Hurts and the beginning of Tua.
I will be openly very whiny, actually. You can't tell me that. Come on. Number 3. By the way, you telling me not to be whiny.
Jalen Hurts, does he root for Alabama or does he go for Oklahoma?
He just roots for his bank account. I don't know. Who
At
cares?
this point, do players care anymore about that?
No.
So what's the purpose of
You're
it?
right. They just wear their own brand to games.
Had a guy leave state saying he wanted to win championships. Cutscene. He signed with Minnesota.
Or when you go back to your alma mater, you wear your brand.
Uh-oh.
I was going to say, what colors do you wear when you graduate now or when you leave?
You wear your own brand on TV.
You wear a
that
QR
sells
code
like
or
7
something?
hats. Not that anyone locally would do that.
This is another Miami one. We just talked about Miami. 84 Orange Bowl, Miami, Nebraska.
This was, they went for 2 to win the game and they missed. That I remember. Was it Mike Rozier? Maybe. I'm trying.
No.
Kenny's busting our
And you know
balls. You
what?
got anything from the 50s, you smart ass?
And I'll never get angry at a team that goes for 2 just to win it all. Because I love that. It's a bowl game.
Come on, name the 2 games we know.
All right. From the 2000s, Mike, we're finally here.
Yay!
Fiesta Bowl, Ohio State, Miami, 2003.
Yes, and it was egregious. It
The
was one of
famous
the
flag
it was
that came
ridiculous.
5 minutes later.
Miami had won the national title. They were wheeling out the trophy, and all of a sudden, a flag hits the turf.
And for those who don't know what we're talking about, go back to which bowl game was it that just wouldn't end, and they kept rolling out the podium, and then they would have to roll it back this past weekend.
This was Georgia Ole Miss.
Yes, they kept rolling out the podium. No, game's not over yet. Okay,
Bring it back.
Wait, we just doused the coach. Not refill it.
Why is it when they run the pitchy woo woo play, these players, you never want to be the last person to touch the football? Why does it always end up and somebody's out there, doo-doo-doo, and they're like, dude, you're getting tackled. I don't care if you hit the scoreboard with the thing. Throw the ball up in the air.
Correct. Yeah, getting tackled.
You did
never
a
an
bad
option.
job on that play.
But yes, that Miami game, Miami won. Flag came in 5 minutes later. It
was a joke.
They had hats on. They're celebrating in the end zone.
And I had to look at Craig Krenzel as a champion. What a disgusting outcome.
Number 1, I think one of you may have guessed
Rose
this
Bowl.
one. Rose Bowl, 06, Texas, USC.
The game turned on Reggie Bush's idiotic fumble. That turned the game.
Was it Lindale White?
Oh, wow. He was the touchdown machine.
Yeah.
But no, look.
No, because I remember because ESPN did a thing. USC was going for their back-to-back, and it was like, USC could beat any other team in history. This is the greatest team of all time. That didn't age well because they lost that game.
Do you think we'll ever get back to this era of college football? I miss that.
We will.
Why are you so sure
Kenny,
about that?
Okay.
You're on crack.
My God, Kenny, Georgia lost. Okay, let's get over it. Wah.
It's not about Georgia.
Wah.
But we're never getting back to it. Just like Vince Young never recovered from shirtless crying at the nightclub.
I understand, but we
You
always
can't
say,
come back
we'll
from that.
never be this until it does. And then something will happen, and it will be.
That is your college
Wow.
football blitz.
We'll continue the conversation. We can move Lions stuff a little bit, but it's just, I think there's two really good questions. Rico's asked one. Pistons blast the Knicks. Are they your best shot at a title in this town? My question's different. It's just more, are you even paying attention? The NBA is a rotten product. We have the advantage that our team is one of like 6 in basketball that care. 2/3 of teams don't even try. The players on a night-to-night basis, you don't even know what you're getting. And last night, game's on Peacock. So, look, for me, I'll see you at the trade deadline. I'm immersed in the NFL, college football playoff, and the Pistons are above this, meaning this is 2 years ago or last year where you would want to discuss a regular season game. You're past that now. The only thing that matters for this team, the success or failure, it's not tied up in some regular season win. It's about the playoffs. Like anyone who's gonna sell you a statement win, that's a myth. There's no statement. Your statement is made in the postseason. So look, they're both interesting questions. You tell me, and I admit it. I have morphed into like older white dude. I used to love the NBA, but I can't.
Come on,
I
man.
can't
What's
do
wrong
it.
with Peacock? If it wasn't for Peacock, you wouldn't have
Big Ten Saturday night. Yeah, you're right. We wouldn't have Nepo baby calling games. I'll tell you, Iron Eagle's fantastic. The kid is terrible. He's bad.
Yeah.
And I'm convinced that's a wig.
There we go.
I'm convinced.
I was waiting for that.
I'm convinced that hairline is so crispy. That's a wig.
You know, his
No.
barber just keeps him tight.
I have taken a zoomed in photo.
I know you have.
It's that's a piece. Kenny, it's a piece. You know what I'm talking about. What were we talking about? I'm sorry.
Let's talk about Peacock.
I don't like Eagles kid. I don't like him. And Blackledge is the worst person they could put with him.
I know. But as far as the Pistons on Peacock, look, the NBA is going to be on there Monday night. So
Whatever.
that's the deal that they have, just like the Big Ten Friday night games.
Enjoy those as well. So that's the question, 248-539-9797.
Because I do believe, I think the biggest game may be on Peacock, Michigan State, and on the 30th. I think that's a Peacock game. I'm not sure, but
you know what?
believe.
It's actually better that I won't watch that because State will lose by about 30. Michigan is a wagon.
No, they're good.
They look Baylor good from a few years ago.
They are good.
Like a team that's going to be 32-2, and they don't let you score in the paint.
So we'll see the hostile territory
of what?
Maybe I'll just get Paul Davis in there.
Okay, let's keep that moving. We'll go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy? How are you?
Hey, Mike, how are you today?
Good. What's
Love
going
the show,
on,
buddy? Hey, on the Pistons deal, I think you're both right, but I think they have a better chance this year to get to the finals, and I think that coach and GM are going to make a trade. And I think they realized from the Detroit disaster of Tigers and the Lions disaster that you can't sit on the warm seat. You got to sit on the hot seat and get your choo-choo train going because they've got the talent. They've got the coach. Why not run for it? I just don't see why a team of their caliber, and like you said, they need one more person to step in. We'll get that person to step in and see what happens. I don't think OKC's unbeatable. I think it'd be a big stretch, but I think they'd give them a good run for the money if they can get that far. Like you said, it might be San Antonio or whatever. It might be them too. But I just think, like you said, the GMs are sitting around drawing colors. I think the one just got up from the table and he's going to do something. That's just my own opinion, but you guys live Detroit, so I live Grand Rapids, Battle Creek, so we still have hope up here.
You can have hope. And listen, I want them to make a move towards a championship. Nothing desperate, nothing stupid. No one's that straw man angle in this town, not by you, John. Anytime you say you want a team to make a trade, oh, what do you want to do? Trade all the young pieces? No one said that.
Every trade ain't Max Crosby. Every trade is not Giannis.
No, but if they made that level of trade, who'd be mad?
Nobody. No, I mean, going to different sport, but yeah, when the Packers at the last second found a way to get Micah Parsons, That kind of changed the game until Parsons got hurt. It looked like it was going to be the Packers division to have. So, yes, if you could bring in that level of person, yes, but I need you to make a move. It doesn't have to be superstar move, but you got to bring in another person.
Look, the NBA, if you want me to say that they are our best chance of a championship, you need to have 2 superstars. Can't win it with one. It ain't like the mid 2000s to even early 2010s where you needed a big 3.
Got Durant.
Not a star.
Beef stew.
Definitely not a star.
But beef stew.
I don't care. Go start a fight. That's his best skill. And he's a rim protector, backup center. Like, what do you want from me?
Beef stew.
Okay. Big Ten Saturday night. You know that's a wig. You know it, and you won't acknowledge it.
That's just a great.
You know you've thought of it.
Coif. The barber.
No one's hairline is that crispy. It's not possible.
I just saw the pictures because I looked it up. I just wanted to make sure you were right because I also had a similar feeling about that, Mike. It's too perfectly coiffed in every single. It looks identical. Every single.
Okay, but you realize that they have, a wardrobe and makeup and hair people.
Everybody has a bad hair day. That is not real.
He sits in a chair and has 3 people fawning over him.
I'm just making a point. The hairline. It's like
erroneous.
Erroneous on both counts. It's too perfect. It looks like he bought it at Maury's from Goodfellas. Can't do it.
I'm here for you.
Okay, let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing? I really can't talk about hairlines. My forehead has moved on to 5 heads, so
follically challenged.
I'm not one to.
David, it's
I
not
can't help you
about.
on that one.
We are not comparing anyone to anyone. I made one remark. How I just said it's ridiculous. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What have I done?
No, but I mean, for me, like the NBA peaked in the 80s, and I haven't been to a Pistons game in 7 years. I'm 58, but I am going to my first game tomorrow night against the Bulls, and a big part of it is my son's 18. He's a freshman at Ferris State. Go Dogs! But him and his buddies, I mean, the young, teens, early 20s, they're really into the Stones, and I'm watching the games with them has got me into it because they're so passionate. And, to me, the regular season, like you mentioned, is like exhibition games to me. And if the Pistons play just a little harder than everybody else, I mean, they're going to win basketball games.
100%. And look, it's a young people's league because the NBA has finally understood something. No one's watching your full games, but they'll engage with your highlights. It's a highlight league. Even Adam Silver has said that.
Yeah.
So the social platforms that young people use, yes, there is a passionate youth movement for NBA basketball. But actually sitting down, Dave, on a cold January night, now it's awesome. You're taking your son, you'll have a great time. But the actual sit down and watch a full NBA basketball game in January, February?
Oh, you can't do it. You got to take a break. You got to go make a sandwich or something and come back in the fourth quarter. It's a TikTok league. You're 100% right.
It's ridiculous.
But I think the Stones got the best chance to probably win a title right now. I mean, ideally, you want all the Detroit teams to make the playoffs, and hopefully one of them will win it if they're all getting there. But
it comes down to who in this.
I think it's the Stones.
It comes down to who in this town is willing to kind of put their ass in the jackpot and take a risk. I mean, these teams are all good. I don't know that any of them are great.
No, and it's why I am looking forward to Brad Holmes Thursday. You'll hear it here during this show. To hear what he has to say.
I'm more
if he's
excited for
learned a
that
lesson.
than any NBA basketball game. I need that press conference like oxygen. It'll tell me everything I need to know.
No, I understand that because for the NBA, you still got months to go before you actually hit the playoffs, whereas this will set the tone for the draft, for free agency in March. Like the Lions will make could possibly add to this team so much before the Pistons really hit that final swoon in March.
You know what? I'm doing a deep dive into this. I think I can prove it's a wig. I'm looking at all.
Kitty, take his laptop away from him.
I'm looking at older pictures of him with his dad. Ian Eagle's a legend. I love the Birdman. The kid, my deal. I don't like silver spooners. I don't like guys with famous dads who are handed jobs. It bothers me. There are guys who go to school, who work their ass off, who will never get fast tracked like that.
Big G, His son is gravy training.
If I wanted to work in concrete. But my point is, I'm looking at an older picture. He does not have that hairline. He had normal hair. He upgraded when he went to national TV.
It's called his hair grew.
No.
It happens to everybody.
Not the line. He got lined up like he was at Snoop's barber. No. He got that crispy line. No. I'll show you the evidence.
Jaylen Brown?
No, that's Jaylen Brown is openly staining jerseys with the Bijan, the Carlos Boozer paint. Jaylen, mama's calling. Just shave your head, man. It's over.
Jaylen, what is this on my jersey, man? Is that your hair?
It's Exxon Valdez.
Oh, my bad.
Oops. Damn it. They told me this was water resistant. All right, IRS Collectioner Audit Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. The extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collectioner audit, you can rely on them. 30 years of experience is a testament to what Maurice and Jerry have built. Their experience, they'll dig in day one before your tax issues get worse. It's abrahamandrose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you never have to deal with the IRS again. So I want to ask a question about the Lions, and I want to read something to you real quick. Nothing crazy. And obviously the Brad Holmes press conference is going to be the big thing here. But that audio we played from Dan Campbell along with this quote, he said, "We've got nobody to blame but ourselves," finally. But I don't believe we're that far off. Oh, dear God, this again. There's a couple things we can do, and I just want to make sure we go after it. I'm not saying we weren't hungry, but let's get that hunger back. Okay, right now you've talked yourself into a Bavarian pretzel, Dan. I'm not saying we weren't hungry, but let's get that hunger back. If you have to get the hunger back, it means you don't have the hunger.
You're not hungry.
So you are saying you weren't hungry. And, quote, "We're going to bring in some guys to compete." That's the part I like. But here's what I wanted to ask. By the way, he gave himself an F for the season.
So, therefore, when we get on the Lions, we can't be criticized because the head coach said it was an F. So when we say this was a disaster year and you didn't make the playoffs and it was a setback, I don't want people saying, well, you guys are being mean from 2 to 6.
Well, good luck with that. I wish you luck. But
I'm just going to go back to coloring.
Yes. But I want to ask the question. Mm-hmm. What is the most important move for you this offseason? Mine might surprise you, but for me, he needs to hire, if he's going to keep calling plays, which I don't want, I want an experienced defensive coordinator. If he's not going to call plays, I'll keep Shepard, and I need an experienced OC. I need Dan Campbell to get the coordinator thing right, and preferably for him to return and be the CEO of this team, which is what he's best at. Okay.
No, I like that. I guess I'm a little more nuanced with I'm looking at you have to fix the 2 holes you have on your offensive line. You need a center, you need a tackle. Plain and simple. Because when the line is good and Gibbs rushes for 100 yards, you win. But when he's struggling, all the play action doesn't work because I'm not buying your play action because you can't run the ball. You saw, Mike, in the last 3 games, it was like in Super Tecmo Bowl when you call the opponent's play and they just jump you in the backfield. Like they knew the play. Oh, yeah, you're calling that. And they were tackling the running backs 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. You cannot have that and expect to win.
I think the interesting thing in here, though, just to go back before we go forward, that comment to me should end any discussion about injuries. It should end any discussion about scheduling. It should end any discussion about the officiating. Dan Campbell saying, forget about the I'm not saying we weren't hungry. Because right now, after that, when you say but,
yeah,
I know everything you're about to say is to tell me how.
It's the opposite. I'm not racist.
We got to get the hunger back, and we're going to bring in guys to compete. It's everything we talked about. Mm-hmm. They got entitled, spoiled, cocky, arrogant, and delusional.
Fat and sassy.
So at least the head coach said it now. You're right. Mm-hmm. People will still be upset by it. But I think the last part is really interesting. We're going to bring in some guys to compete. Look, it's one thing if you have a need. They need a center. They need, most likely, a left tackle because I think Decker's going to be gone. Now, could you move Sewell there?
That's why I said a tackle.
Fine. But when he says compete, what jobs are actually up for competition on this team?
When you say compete, then maybe you're saying we can deviate from our kind of guys and, Lions culture, and maybe we just need to go get some killers. Maybe we just need to get some hitters. We need some people to go out there and take heads off. We need guys that may not be great people, but will help us win games.
Let me give you what I think is this hidden need. We all know center, tackle. No one could argue with you. I wouldn't try. Rico, I think they need a big time dominator, a D tackle.
They do.
Because I love DJ Reader singing for his supper today. That was great. Golly gee, I love it here. Yeah, I bet you do. You're looking for that bread. But like when you
he's on the Zedarius plan.
Yeah. Oh, please, I made a championship ring. Okay. But like Tyleek is that space filler. Fine. I can't count on Aleem after what I saw this year. and every other D tackle is up for free agent. They're all gone. I don't want to. Roy Lopez, you could bring back, but that doesn't change. They don't. If I bring in and I make another expenditure in the interior of that line, and let's say Aleem is back, how did it hurt me? It didn't. You would have created a Philadelphia situation, right?
Right.
So I think that's a need people sleep on. And look, we want pass rushers too, but what happened down the stretch this year? Their front seven was healthy. They couldn't stop the run.
No, they couldn't. Pittsburgh couldn't run the ball at all until they got here.
That game, if there was ever a game where that moniker gets used, that would be the one. I just don't use it.
Like, wow. Like, are the Steelers running another 45-yard touchdown run?
Yeah,
wow.
Yes, they are. Kenny, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind, please.
Something's wrong.
Something is wrong here.
We need new coordinators, both offense and defense.
I'll be shocked if you got two of them. Shocked.
We need big people on both sides of the ball. That's from Matt.
Okay.
I need someone, anyone, but Dan to be calling plays. We need a new OC.
I think that's where I've arrived is, okay, we got a test balloon of it. I'll pass. Let's get you back to quality control and being the CEO. Get me an OC. I'll live with Shep. Learning curve, year 2. Fine. But there's no scenario if Dan's calling the plays that I'm going to have Shep learning curve as a DC. No, at that point, then you better turn your defense over to a veteran, a guy that knows what he's doing, and I know there's a level.
Yeah, for a second I thought, oh, there's an OC out there, but it quickly was, no, it's not going to be Kingsbury.
Oh, God, no.
Once again, you talk things through.
He's good for 1 year, and everybody figures him out, and then they crumple him up and throw him in the garbage. Plus, he likes mobile QBs.
Well, that's when little Mikey hopped on the shoulder and
gotcha.
Chair.
What are you going to do? Get Goff on a rollerboard?
Well, and then you got to get a mobile QB. Don't want those calls.
No, we do not.
This one may have been from my phone. You could have Bozo the Clown calling plays. It does not matter. You need to add to the O-line.
Agree. I'm saying the coordinator matters. It matters in player selection. It matters in how you allocate resources. It's getting another pair of eyes. It's getting another voice in the room, getting someone to come in and put their stamp on this. They've been too insular. Let's get an outside opinion here. I think it could really help, especially because it is going to be not impossible, but next to impossible to simply snap your fingers and have a top 5 O-line next year. I want outside opinion. That's what I'd like to see. We'll go to Casey, Birmingham, 97.1. Case, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, fellas. So I think we might have left out one of the teams that would be the next championship team, and that would be the Fair State Bulldogs.
Oh, dear.
Thanks, Dave, for reminding me of that. No, I mean, they'll probably
all
win
their
another
players are in the portal. What the hell's going on? Poor guys.
I mean, how about Trinidad Chambliss?
I know.
Sorry, Kenny.
I know. Don't be sorry. Kenny deserves it. He's been spoiled with Georgia football.
But on a real note, it's the Pistons, and it's because, I mean, Cade right now is what, I think up to like top 3 in odds to win the MVP. And if you have a player playing at that caliber, and as long as we add somebody around him, I mean, we got a shot. That's how the NBA works. You know, there's no other sport where one person can make the difference that they can like they do in the NBA.
Yeah, and that's where
he's playing so well, and he's making his teammates better.
You need another star. That's it. Like you're not going to win it with one. You're not.
Yeah, we need a true just a scorer, somebody that when say Cade, they got a defense lined up to where he's having trouble with it. We need somebody that can be his outlet, or we can take him off the court for a few minutes that can go out there and just fill it up. You know, I mean, we're not going to get somebody like KD, but a KDS person that can just.
No, but you're at a point in the development curve of this team that is the type of move you've earned a right to make. Not that player specifically, but no, I think it's clear to anyone with a brain, if you want to win a championship, and let's say you're over the age of 27, 28, you got a couple years of prime left, Detroit should be on your radar. You're going to win. You're going to have teammates who try. There's a culture that's built here. There's a city starving for a winner. And last I checked, our money spends as good as anybody else's. Now, if you're interested in South Beach and BS, hey, God bless, go. You're not going to win nothing. But I think the Pistons have earned the right to make the move because I think players will want to be here.
No, I think so, Mike. They actually like each other. They're a good team. And, yeah, I do think you're just one move away from really owning the East for a year and then being very competitive next year when everybody else comes back. I don't think it'll all fall apart.
No, I think the only teams that are kind of built for longer term, I mean, obviously the Celtics get Tatum back. They'll be in the mix. I don't think Giannis will be in Milwaukee much longer, so they're dead. Right. Halliburton comes back. Look, it's not the same team. Miles Turner gone. He's off an Achilles. I'm downgrading them. Philly's transitioned away from Embiid into a guard-heavy deal. Wow, VJ Edgecomb's really good. But, like, it's you, it's the Knicks, it's the Celtics. And you have every right to say we're the best. Because the Celtics are always going to have cap issues. They're always going to have tax issues. You don't have that.
Yeah, but they'll find a way out of it.
Maybe. But Jaylen Brown's got to get a haircut. You can't be staining other people's jerseys with your spray paint hair. You can't do that.
You'll go see Noah.
I'm not saying he's using the Bijan. There's just something going on there.
As far as the Lions, well, I mean, because I was like, maybe they should go after somebody, but I forgot.
Say it next. Say it next. Look what. Why don't we do this? What are you going to tell the people?
Just about the Lions and the draft and the defensive line.
Okay, perfect. Next. Timely, see? 97-1. All right, we get to the people. Want to talk to Wolverine fans, top of the hour. We haven't had a chance to really do it, but, man, major announcement that I didn't realize we needed yesterday.
LFG.
How do you announce that you're back when you never left?
Same way you can re-sign.
Got it.
But let me say this before we get back to the callers. I was looking at the Lions. We were talking about just the needs that they have, Mike. And is it as simple as, do you wait for your injured guys to come back and we're going to run it back with these guys?
I hate you.
Or do you really make some moves? I mean, like Tyleik Williams goes in the first round. He's that interior defensive lineman, but, with injuries and all, he just didn't really get it done this year.
No, but he's also not the level of player is that having Tyleik as a depth piece, you need 4 or 5 defensive tackles. He's one of them. What I'm saying is, after what I witnessed this year with Aleem McNeil, I am no longer referring to him as an all-pro player. So I think that needs to be a spot I upgrade. Look, if Brad gets up there Thursday and I hear the word injuries, my head will explode.
Because, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we got to look at bringing in people, maybe that means, you know what, we're not going to wait on the injured guys. We're going to go out and find some new guys.
Not waiting on anybody. So. If I have an opportunity to get better, I'm doing it. And, look, this is where, and I understand why you say the Pistons are the best shot for a championship. Look, you can make a case Lions have to rebuild that secondary. Has anyone come out definitively and told us Kirby Joseph can still play football?
No, because right now I'm looking at neither one of them playing next year. So that
I think
means
Branch will be on the Aleem plan.
Branch means he's back maybe Thanksgiving.
But if Aleem taught us anything, he's not going to walk in doing the old soft shoe here and be all-pro Brian Branch off a blown Achilles.
What are you talking about, Mike? What? He's going to come back in and be that guy again.
Okay, I see what you're doing.
But no, I'm with you. Actually, so if you're the Lions, you actually have to go out there and then you got to look at Arnold. Is he coming back?
Who cares?
Rakestraw?
He's not a real person.
So your secondary is like...
You can make case you have to rebuild it, right?
Yeah.
You got to rebuild that D-line, right?
Right,
but you got to rebuild that O-line, right? That's a lot to do.
But here's the thing. In the grand scheme of things, the secondary to me is third. Like, O-line and D-line are 1 and 2, 1 and 1A.
It's third if you're willing to change how you play. Now, look what they did against Chicago. We don't have the horses to go, man, we're going to play zone. True. And they befuddled the Bears.
True. But see, I think that works. It's kind of like the Legion of Whom. That works for one game.
Unless you mix and match.
Well, you're not allowed to do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
Grit and toughness. We don't play zone.
All right. Up next on Roadhouse. Let's go to Joe.
We don't play zone.
97. Okay. Yeah, decorative play sheet. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
3-1-3.
Hey, how we doing today, guys?
Good, Joe. What's the word, buddy?
Hey, I'm honestly a huge Detroit Lions fan. Been one since the 2023 NFC Championship, and even when we were 0-16 back when I was 8. And honestly, I've seen a lot of serious moves going on, but I feel like this team's really fallen in love with their own people. Nothing wrong with that, but I just want to know if you guys think the Lions are really going to make serious moves this offseason to do it, because we heard Brad and all of them say that they're going to do that. But I really want to know, like, what does serious look like in your guys' eyes? You know what I mean?
For me, it's a restructuring of Goff and ASB. It is Decker and Glasgow retiring, freeing up $25 million there. And it might be moving on from David Montgomery because I'm not paying $8 million a year for 8 carries a game. You'll have over $100 million to spend, Patriot style, and you will have the ability to go out and set the market. They don't have a lot of draft picks. So free agency is going to have to be where you do your business. Serious to me, Joe, is first round, I'm drafting someone who starts day one, O-line or D-line. I'm signing the best center or trading for the best center available. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to drop $100 million on a defensive tackle who I can pair next to Aleem and next to Hutch. Mm-hmm. That's what major looks like to me.
What do you think about the coordinator side of things? I mean, do you think that they still need to sign offensive coordinator?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, 100%. I think for offensive coordinator, Dan is better when he, you know what, I can do the override. I got some fourth down plays, but you call 95% of the plays. If I think, you know what, I'm going to run this trick play, I can override your play sheet.
Like, I want Dan to focus on being the CEO. I think there was a lot of slippage in quality control this year, and part of it is he had to take over play calling. And the guys that are good at play calling, they've done it for 20 years. And then they became a head coach.
Sorry, the only thing I want to ask, I know you got like specific things, obviously, in the free agency and the players, but could you give me like 2 or 3 names that you think would be like, all right, this is a great signing that we just did?
Yeah, I'll give you one name that every fan has called in with. And if you're going to have that amount of cap space, I'm fine saying it. Linderbaum, the center from Baltimore. Pro Bowl center. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option. He's headed for free agency. Do I know that he's staying? No. Do I know that he's leaving? Also no. But I'm willing to give him 22, 23 million reasons why he might want to move to the 313. That, to me, automatically re-cements that line. I know it's counterintuitive. I'd rather have a young tackle with a veteran center than a veteran tackle with a rookie center.
Who would be your coordinator name? That's like what I really want to know. Who would be your coordinator
I've already
name?
said it. Look, I think the best coordinator available on either side of the football right now is Brian Flores. I could hurt Minnesota and help myself.
Right.
So they
have had to figure it out this year, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's something where I don't want to face that anymore. And what if we had a completely different approach on defense? Again, different eyes, a different voice. Now, look, Flores might get a head coaching job. Maybe he goes out to the Raiders. The point is, you strive for the best, and you only get the answer if you ask. So they need to bring in some outsiders. It's getting a little culty. It's getting a little bit insular.
It's a lot. And you're going to have to bring in outsiders, Mike, because this year, looking at your draft picks, you don't have a ton of draft picks until you get to about the 5th round because you traded them all away. It's not me beating a dead horse. It's you got a 1st rounder, a 2nd rounder, and a 4th rounder. So, no. So
You're kind of,
No, but you can't even say, you know what, we're just going to go in there and we're going to draft a bunch of guys, O-line, D-line. You almost got to, okay, we're going to draft first pick is going to be O-line, second pick's D-line, and then I'll see you guys on day 3.
But that's where free agency comes in.
Right, that's what I said.
Yeah,
you got to hit free agency hard because you don't have the draft picks.
But it's also
you can't
why
get the cheap talent.
And again, I'm not yelling about it, but it's also why it was completely stupid for them to win that game against Chicago. Completely stupid.
Yeah.
You don't have the power to move up. And you know what's going to happen now. The Ravens are going to draft ahead of you, and Eric DeCosta is going to draft exactly who we want. Can't wait. But it's a culture win. Shut up. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the rest of the phone calls. We'll get the ticket text. I know we got to do a football today. In the 4 o'clock, I'm asking Michigan fans. Let me be unequivocal. I don't give a rat's ass what Rico has to say. This is about you guys. Oh, wow. Yeah, I just said it. And I don't give a rat's ass what I have to say.
I'll leave.
No.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
We could both leave. I want to know where Michigan fans are at with their quarterback.
Oh, okay.
And their approach.
Okay.
Meaning new coach, new staff, new offense. You're paying a kid $1 zillion to now start from ground zero again, and he's back. Are you happy about it? Or would you rather have Michigan in the portal for a QB? Up to you guys. It ain't got nothing to do with us. Okay. Don't worry about our little poverty program. We just got a kid out of the portal from Radio Shack. Huge acquisition.
That really is out of the time portal.
He worked in the calculator section. He's great with analytics.
He went to Texas Instrument U.
I wouldn't be surprised what State's doing. 248-539-90. Texas Instruments A&M. Dude, some of the places these kids come from, I'm like, is that a real place?
Yeah, Jarmarius Jacquaterius.
Jack Macatrix III. Dave Smith, BYU. All right, if you know, you know. 97.1. All right, we'll knock down a couple of calls, get the ticket text. Got a football today to get to. And then I want to have a little bit of a Michigan, Wolverine fireside chat because it's about you guys. I think it's been something super interesting is you can kind of, now that the season's over, take a look back, categorize your feelings and emotions, and then you're seeing what's happening in the world of college football. I mean, there's very good chances you had to give your quarterback a raise to get him to stay, by the way. And it's like, wait, a raise for 10 touchdowns? Like, yeah. And meanwhile, you're seeing the college football playoff. People are outsourcing their quarterback development. Yeah. Carson Beck, Chambliss, Mendoza. Who's the other numbnuts?
Dante.
Oh, Dante Moore. Same deal. That wasn't his first stop. So it's just, I think it's an interesting question to ask people where they're at with Bryce and go from there. But let's get to the people. We'll go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I got a couple things. Thank you for taking my call.
Sir.
I think Michigan's going to be fine. Not just because they got cool helmets and everybody, but I think they're going to be all right. I think the Lions got more of a concern. I think I love their general manager, but he's got to get off the wallet and spend some money. Like you said, you hit it earlier. He needs to spend some money on free agency. They got money. They're not like eating government cheese and shit. They got no money.
They entered this season. They entered this season with the third most cap space in the league. They'll roll over some of that. And they have the ability to restructure. You have to restructure Goff's deal, especially after Dan Campbell already prepared his bubble bath. You got to restructure him and open up $40 million there. Well, why stop there? The embarrassment of going from 15-2 to out of the playoffs. The embarrassment of 0-4 against the Vikings and Pack. The embarrassment of only beating one playoff team all year. All in, retool, let's go win this damn thing.
That's right. If he's serious about it, and they got the money, like you said. I mean, come on. I mean, oh, yeah, we're going to take care of our own. Okay, I get that to a point. But, sometimes you got to step out of the box. And, you like you said, they only got so many draft picks. And are they going to draft all offensive linemen? And because they got all the other pieces, it's just their line. It's all from the line. And their line – Decker, all these guys are getting old. They only last for so long. They need, I don't know. I just think their offensive line, you get a good coordinator who knows what he's doing. I think they have a chance. But that guy from Baltimore, I like that.
Yeah, and again, he's got to become available. I'm just making a point that is he will be one of the best, if not the best free agent available. He's at a position of great need. And I'm willing to bet TJ would agree with this take. You can't have inexperience at center. You got to go get someone. Now, again, if it's not him, can we make a trade? Is there another free agent center that'll, kind of get you excited? Look, we've got to really take a look at what the free agent crop looks like. But Linderbaum is like number one with a bullet. It's just, if they don't make bold moves, you're not going to get bold results.
Right, and I wonder if you're going to get into a bidding war for Linderbaum.
Yes. I don't care.
Okay.
22, make it 23. Gotcha. 24, make it 25.
Gotcha.
I don't care.
Gotcha.
Doesn't matter. I want to win.
But
say it. Say it.
But you got to save money for Jahmyr Gibbs.
No,
contract.
I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah. You can't let him walk.
I don't have to. I've got him for multiple seasons on his rookie deal plus a franchise tag.
How we do things here in Allen Park.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Then go make him the highest paid running back in the history of Earth. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Go to Brad, 97.1. Brad, what's good, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon to you.
Hey, thank you. And Mike, I don't mean to poke the bear. Make it quick. Thanks for Nick Marsh. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Brad, let me hold on. I'll give you all the time you need. Let me say this. And Rico, I know you agree with me. Brad, I can't say it publicly, but I know what you paid the kid. He'd be an idiot not to go.
Yeah.
Plus you win. Now, I will tell you something, Brad, and you can pass this along to your man Sig. You better get to Nick and tell him he can't take plays off. That ain't going to work at Indiana.
Indeed, it is not. And I don't know what you know, but I just say that we got a little stain on the candy stripes. I know he's going to take over for Elijah Sarrath, but the dude's had problems. I don't want to go down that road. He's taking plays off when he was at Rouge. So
Yeah,
he
that's
gets with the program.
That's the issue, but here's the
thing,
best
Brad.
thing for him.
Brad, here's the thing. With Indiana winning, I don't think you have to worry about him taking plays off because he's going to want to keep winning. Like going to Michigan State, he stopped winning like he did in high school. So I think he got frustrated.
Right, I get it, and I hope that's the case. I mean, but if it's not, Sigs will burn him, no pun intended.
Exactly.
You know, with the Lions, and I might be in the minority here, but I look at Dan Campbell, and I saw him at the podium, and I see a competitor. I see a damn warrior. I still got player in him if you ask, but I think that him and Brad are going to go into this offseason. I'm going to tell you what, it's going to be a little yin and yang. I don't think they're going to get along very well, and they'll get along on some fronts. But if it comes down brass tacks, it's like two kids trying to get the attention of mama. Dan's going to win that battle. All right, so I don't think Dan, Brad can sit up there with he's going to remind me on Thursday of like Cape Fear with Robert De Niro going down in the ocean. Dude, shut up. We don't care. We don't care. I want to hear from Dan. Seriously.
I can't wait for Thursday. I can't wait.
I mean, don't let your head explode because the guy's full of poi, and you know what? I want to hear from Dan Campbell. This guy, what? Do your little receipts. Do your little I'm smarter than you guy. You know what? Go kick rocks, all right? All yours a blow,
No, I mean, look, Dan. Right? Dan has said what he's needed to say, and now look, this is his partner in crime. This is the guy he meets with. Now, I think it's very important for Brad not to do the la 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 thing. I think Thursday is going to be very telling for what this offseason will be shaped as, because if they didn't get religion this year, they're never going to get it.
No, that I totally agree. That's where you're saying you're going to make changes. That's easy to say that, but are your changes just going to wait until our injured guys come back?
Well, I'll give you another one.
You'll see.
I'll give you another one. Of all their unrestricted free agents, I wouldn't bring back a single one.
No.
I'm not
kind of like it's kind of like when you see like a lot of state guys enter the portal, and it's like, okay,
bye.
You want us to drive you to the Lansing airport?
No, like if you the problem is it's like, no, Bob Muhammad's value was you weren't paying him any money. Now you're going to have to pay him $12, $13 million a year. You going to do that?
You see how many sacks he had?
Yeah, just see how long they took.
But he had multiple sacks.
I don't care. He only had sacks in 7 games. All of them came in 7 games.
Bobby.
I mean, I'm happy for the guy. He's going to get life-changing money. God bless. My point is, am I really going to be the one to pay him that? He's a depth player on a Super Bowl team.
He is, but I think you know the answer to that question is yes.
Okay, then I quit.
You're not.
No, I'm saying. You're number 1 too, Kenny. 97.1. All right, touch table on some football here. Kenny, music, please.
All right, gentlemen, let's have a little fun. Look, we know the teams that made the playoffs. We know the teams that'll have the top 10 picks. I want to kind of talk about the middle teams, the teams that didn't make the playoff, didn't make the cuts. But I ask you and Kenny this simple question, Mike. Is this just a slight setback for this team or a total rebuild? And tell me why. Defend your answer, okay? We start with the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota sitting there at, I believe, 9-8.
Small setback. They bet on a quarterback who wasn't ready, got hurt a little bit. Look, everything else is set. They have a playoff caliber roster, and they have the right coach. So I'll say small setback.
Yeah, I think it's a setback also, just because we don't really know, as much as we make fun of JJ and, you know, the Connor Stallion stuff in Michigan. We really don't know what's going to happen there. So, yeah, I don't think it's anything to completely freak out about.
Okay. Your Dallas Cowboys, 7-9-1.
See, I think they took a step forward. Really? They made a bold trade. They added pieces that make them better for the future, including this pairing of Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams.
Okay.
They have added draft capital. I think they're clearly, they're an organization that's not going to tolerate mediocrity. They fired Eberflus. They're going to have a new DC. I'd love to see Brian Flores down there.
You just want to get rid of him from Minnesota?
If Minnesota's stupid enough to not have an extension on the table for the guy, what do you want me to say? My point is, I don't view it as a step back, much less a rebuild. I felt like the Cowboys took a step forward in their future.
I call it a net even right now. We'll see what a new DC looks like and what they do with that draft capital, but it could very well be what Mike said, a step forward.
All right. AFC, Cincinnati Bengals.
A total rebuild.
6-11.
It's a bleep show. It's a horrible organization. The fact that Zach Taylor's back and you have Jamar Chase in the locker room basically saying, yep, this is who we are. This is our season. Joe Burrow going through his feelings. To me, a year from now, we're going to be talking about Joe Burrow being traded.
Okay.
And you blow your reputation basically by players openly saying we're bad, nobody wants to play here. That's a real problem for this team. So
yes.
Yeah, it's a complete rebuild.
Okay. The Miami Dolphins.
Oh,
Miami 7-10.
The fact that they're going to have to find a way to not play Tua means it's a rebuild. Now, McDaniel is going to help in the selection of the general manager, which is wild to me. But
you're going to help pick the guy who fires you.
I'll say it's a rebuild because there's no way that McDaniel and Tua can continue to work together. There's a conflict.
Or even worse, they're just telling McDaniel he might have more autonomy or as much autonomy as whoever they hire. Either way, I think it's a complete, with the Tua situation by itself, I think it's a complete rebuild.
About the New Orleans Saints, 6-11.
Thought it was a great step forward. Kellen Moore is a real coach. They played for him. The start of the year, the conversation was the Saints will be historically bad. They won 6 games. They won their last, 4 of their last 5. Rico.
They were allowed to have a culture win.
Correct, because they were setting a culture. I thought it was a big step forward for them. Now, again, am I confident moving forward with a 27-year-old quarterback and Tyler Shuck? Not really. But I know I have a coach. I know who my players are. I've developed a baseline. I liked what they did, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's what I would classify it as better than expected. This reminded me of a little bit of the Lions culture building when they were beginning their rebuild.
Sure.
Guys, what about the Kansas City Chiefs?
A dumpster fire. A complete dumpster fire. Andy Reid must really hate free time because if I'm him, I retire. Patrick Mahomes is dead, may not be ready for the start of the year because he hurt his PCL and ACL. Whether Kelsey stays or goes doesn't matter because he's a cadaver. They got to rebuild the whole damn thing.
So total rebuild.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
I don't see a purpose to rushing my gold jacket first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback back when they're not a Super Bowl team next year and they're $58 million over the cap. I think it's a rebuild.
But you said it, though. It's what should happen versus what probably will happen. And what probably will happen, I don't think it's a full-scale rebuild, but I agree with you. It should be.
Okay, I like this. About, you know what? They made a lot of changes today, so I'm going to add
a lot of changes.
List. No, this was, ironically enough, it happened in D.C. The Washington Commanders.
Rebuild. It's the oldest team in the league. Off-injured quarterback. You just blew out both coordinators. The defense has people who starred in the movie Cocoon. It's a rebuild.
Yeah, I don't see any salvaging this one. I'm with Mike on that.
Okay. Let's go down to the ATL. Hot Atlanta. The Atlanta Falcons. 8-9.
This was a step back. Now, I think the pieces are there for them to be better than they are. It's a bad division. The defense has young stars, including Xavier Watts.
Offense does too.
Yes. The quarterback is a problem. One of them is injured. The other one is a mummy.
Well,
it's problematic.
Just to update you, they restructured his contract. So basically, come March, they could take the dead cap hit when they release him. So he restructured.
Okay.
This man he just makes money.
I think it was a setback. I don't think it's a complete rebuild in Atlanta.
New quarterback in Atlanta?
No.
Or do you go back to Penix one more year?
Does he have any cartilage left in his knee?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the opposite for me. This is a setback. This is the opposite of Washington because this is a young team. They were old, injured, and nobodies in Washington.
Yeah.
Here is the exact opposite. You have a young foundation, and when you have a young foundation, you can always build up on that. So I'd say a step back.
Okay. You know what? You're Detroit Lions, 9-8.
It's a setback. I can't call it a rebuild, but they have a retooling that has to take place. But this was a setback. No, I'm not if it were a rebuild, you're talking about massive. I mean, they're going to have to turn the roster over, but I still believe your quarterback, your skilled players, you got high level guys. But no, this was a big step back for them. This is a bad year, but I think they can fix it. I do.
Can I say ask me on Thursday because I tend to lean to where Mike says where you can there's going to be roster turnover, but you can still fix this problem. The question is, are they going to be willing to do that? Because if they're not, then we're talking about something different.
But hypothetically speaking, if they make the changes and bring all of these different people in, isn't that a rebuild? Or we're just going to call it a retool
step back, yeah.
A retool because that's the PC version of rebuild.
No, rebuild means that you get rid of your quarterback, you find somebody new. That's a complete, tear down to the studs move.
Okay, you know what, Kenny? Fair point. Kenny wins. All right, we got a couple, 3 8-9 teams. We'll start off with the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay, hot take of the offseason. I would trade Lamar Jackson.
What if you traded Lamar to Atlanta?
I would just be done. I would be out of the Lamar business. He's about to be 29. He is clearly not the player he was 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't want to have an aging Lamar when the athleticism fully leaves. And there's a clear conflict here between him and John Harbaugh. I'm choosing John Harbaugh over Lamar. I would rebuild.
So what would you trade him? Like who could afford the hit, I should say? Who could afford that salary? Yeah,
I'd have to look. You know what? He's always talked about playing in Miami. They're dumb enough to probably do it. The point is, I think Baltimore should blow it up. Okay. They're not a Super Bowl team. They've had how many bites at the apple? They haven't gotten it done. The defense isn't what it was. Your quarterback's not what it was. Your running back's old. I'd rebuild. I think it's a rebuild.
This is another of what should and what will. I think, Mike, you're at the end of the day going to be right. This is what they should do. But what will happen is they're going to keep trying to take bites at the apple until there's no more apple.
But Kenny, if they keep Lamar, they got to let John Harbaugh go.
Oh, I agree. They have to do something.
Because those two are oil and water at this point.
Okay. Let's go with the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh God.
8-9. No draft capital.
Okay. They're stuck. So it's a setback. They can't rebuild, so I can't say rebuild. They need to go sign Malik Willis and try this again. Because they have the stuff. but without first-round picks, and you don't have a quarterback, I'm going to say it's a setback because I don't have the option of the rebuild.
I was going to say, if they were able to have a full blow-it-up rebuild, then yes, that would be the correct answer, but they do not.
So Indianapolis and Minnesota are going to be out in bidding wars for
I think
quarterback?
Indianapolis and Minnesota are largely a Spider-Man meme. It's the same thing, and they both got it wrong. Okay. Well, Indianapolis got it right, but then Daniel Jones died.
You wait for Daniel Jones to come back?
No. Again, cartilage. None.
Okay. Finally, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 8-9.
Oh, boy. The fact that Todd Bowles kept his job, what a disgrace. Setback. They have talent. They do. But Todd Bowles basically made fun of his own damn team. I leave me alone on this one. I hate Todd Bowles.
That's not an option.
Setback.
See, this is one that I'm not bummed out about it because obviously they'd be a problem for us if we actually had to face them, but I was expecting a lot more from that team. So I'd say it's a setback. I think they have the pieces that you can
a lot of injuries.
Rework around.
Whack.
Well, that's true also.
Yeah,
but
whack.
no,
I don't hear it. Todd Bowles sucks. Ugh. Why would you not have an offensive coach when you have Baker Mayfield and Bucky Irving and that trio of receivers, and you still trot Todd Bowles, who's an alleged defensive wizard, and his defenses never do boola?
Okay, so bonus question then.
Sure.
For you, Mike. Is there anybody, because you said he gives you one good year, Kingsbury can go to that offense and fix it for 1 year?
Tennessee.
Not on the list, but okay.
Get Cam Ward up and running. He played better towards the end of the year. Let's have Kingsbury do for him what he did for Jaden Daniels. Let's get that career jump started.
Okay.
Let's get the answer that this is the guy. All right. Well, he throws a ball you can catch.
All right. That's your Blitz, 97-1.
Sorry, I attempted to speak to Rico there. Hey, you've heard the ads, lawyers talking about verdicts and wins like you're some big trophy, a bison head they put on the wall. But David Femininio is a little different. I mean, yes, winning, of course. Bragging rights, yeah, that's fine. But it's personal. When you call, he answers. When he takes your case, he reps you. You get the personal attention others don't give. It's David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. Or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, good to have everybody with us. 4 o'clock. As promised, I want to have a conversation with Michigan fans. And it's really you guys. I don't have a this riveting opinion on this. I don't care. I mean, I said this from day one, it would take Bryce a few years. So if you're into paying a kid $3-4 million per year to learn the sport, that's on you. How did year one go? I thought he was terrible. That's not riveting. He wasn't good. He played a soft schedule. He lit up CMU and didn't have as many touchdowns as both of MSU's quarterbacks. Problematic. How did he look in the bowl game? Not good. Now, could he turn into Cam Newton next year? Sure. Who knows? Could be anything. It could be a mystery box. But here's the question I'm asking you. Where are you at with Bryce Underwood? Because yesterday, as a sign of the times, a major announcement. I'm back. I'm like, of course you're back. You didn't hit the portal. Of course you're back. So here's my question. Michigan is in a very unique spot. Unique that they have a player with this immense God-given potential, like Bryce Underwood. Unique in that he's got to learn a whole new offense now. Mm-hmm. New coach, new staff. And unique that we're in the portal era where you could outsource your development. And with this really young, talented Michigan team, you could bring in a veteran for the same money you're paying Bryce. And it's a Fernando Mendoza type guy. It's a guy that has taken thousands of snaps, can learn a playbook in 10 minutes, and probably makes you better next year.
And there's a precedent set that when you look at most playoff teams, and even the 4 teams now, all the quarterbacks are not with the original teams.
They outsourced development.
Right. So let's go and get that guy that can put us over the top. And, for Michigan, I think they're just going to try to be the unicorn and say, no, we're going to develop our own.
And they might be right.
But this was the time I think you would have been okay with cutting bait and saying, okay, it's nothing about the kid, but let's just try and win now. Let's go get Utah's quarterback. Let's bring him here. He knows the system. Let's go.
The problem is, and that's okay. So you nailed it there as far as if I'm hiring a coach from a school, I'm absolutely going to go get his quarterback. Because from day one, I have the ability to do full install. But look, I want to ask, it's about you guys. Where are you at with it? As Wolverine fans, still all in on Bryce? Little shaky? What'd you make of the announcement? And in this hypothetical world, what would your reaction have been if they had reallocated the resources and gone out? And no, I'm not giving Brendan Sorsby $5 million. I think there are better quarterbacks who will get less. But my point would be, what if you had gone and gotten one of those guys? It's all about you. I'm interested now that the dust has settled. There shouldn't be much emotion to this. You watch the games, the season played out, you played 4 teams with a pulse, you lost all 4. Bryce, not good. So, where are you at? And again, the kid said some stupid stuff last summer. I'm not going to make a big thing of it. You've never seen a freshman like me. No, actually, you're just like every freshman I've seen. And that's, again, he'll learn. It'll come in time. Could Bryce end up being everything that you were promised? Of course. But I don't know that that's going to be this year. We talk about Julian Sayin. That's a guy that was in school for 3 years. Arch Manning, 3 years. Like, it takes time. I don't understand investing, 3.5 last year, another 3.5. There's rumors floating around the kid got a raise. I don't know what you're paying him more for, but so be it. Like, what are you going to do? Just pour millions in until the day maybe comes? Versus, I guarantee if you took $4 million, you could go get an All-American caliber quarterback. Mm-hmm. Are you telling me you're not better next year with Sam Leavitt?
Bro, you can go get, with that money, you probably can get a quarterback and a wide receiver and come in there and hit the ground running.
And again, but it's about what they want. It's their program. I'm interested.
You're right.
I'm not going to beg. I'm just interested in Michigan fans who have been radio silent since their coach couldn't keep his dingling in his pants. Okay, your season's done. What do you want to do? Where are you at with Bryce? And again, he's back. You're married to him. It is interesting for a new staff to now partake in the development. How do I know? First of all, everything Bryce learned in year one, we're throwing in the garbage now. It's a completely different system. I also don't love this. Look, Utah, when they have a Cam Rising or a Devin Dampier, you got to take out the Bryson Barnes era, the pig farmer. That was just desperation. They were down to like their 7th-string guy. Like, it's a different system in how they run it. Yet, I could carve out some similarities, putting 2-3 tight ends on the field, but they run the hell out of the football. If I'm going to develop Bryce, that doesn't feel like that doesn't feel like that's what's going to happen here. So again, your reaction to the Whittingham-Underwood marriage, Underwood telling everyone he's back when he never left. I really don't understand anything that's happening. No. But tell me where you're at.
No, because college football is showing you that you really want to go and get your quarterback, and your quarterback almost becomes your final piece to the puzzle. You put it all together and then bring in select QB, and you go out and try and win a title.
And you're right. Miami went and got Carson Beck. Indiana went and got Mendoza. Ole Miss went and got Trinidad Chambliss. And Oregon went and got Dante Moore. Mm-hmm. They've outsourced the development. Can you do it your way? Sure, why not? It's just, are you willing to wait? And look, here's the thing. It's a tough spot because I do think deep down there are plenty of Michigan fans who are like, it's nothing against the kid, but can't we go get better and win right now? But they're not going to call up and say it because you don't speak against the family.
That's true. He could use a fake name, but yeah, I would like to know if
you'll be ostracized. Okay. They won't let you in the little Go Blue Club. You can't touch the banner.
Gotcha.
Or coach the O-line.
Oh boy. 248-539-9797. Let it play out.
This thing on. 248-539-9797. Kenny, you're an outsider, and you're not a scumbag Sparty. So you should be able to have a credible opinion. Because, again, my opinion, it doesn't matter. I want their opinions. It's their quarterback. What would you, if you're a Wolverine fan, where are you at with the Bryce thing? And is what I'm saying about the portal insanity or is it reality?
Well, am I allowed to speak my mind openly as a Wolverine fan?
Well,
because you said it. It's
yes, you are.
No, in all seriousness, you were right when you said, could he turn into something? Yeah, of course he could. That's a gamble that you have to make. But also my issue with this is you wasted a whole year of him now, and now you have a new head coach. He's going to have to learn a new system. He's going to have to relearn everything in the play. Like it's going to be a whole new thing for him. Mm-hmm. So I think it makes just much more sense to, bite the bullet, pay the money, go to the portal, do whatever you need to do. I'm with you on the portal stuff. Because if it was my school and that happened to me, if I recruited a kid, paid him a bunch of money, it didn't work out, had to fire my head, like all these things had to happen, I would immediately just, if my system is changing, my quarterback has to change with it and also match that system. And who's to say Bryce is going to be able to adapt to that?
Right. And again, if you're in this portal era, this is part of the folly of paying these 5-star high school quarterbacks all this money when you can just get the finished product at the end of the rainbow.
Right.
Ask Nebraska if they feel like their investment in Dylan Raiola was worth it. Look around. Look at who is in the playoff. And the outsourcing of that QB development seems to be the way. Yeah. Because when you bring in a Fernando Mendoza or a Carson Beck or a Chambliss, you're getting a grown, you're getting a product.
That person's already been groomed. That person's already been developed, and now they've moved on. You don't have to do the dirty work. It's almost like you don't have to sit through and endure all the interceptions, all the bad games, all the fumbles. They get it out of their system someplace else.
And when you think about it,
then they go to play championship.
Like with Bryce, too, it's there's a lot of unbelievable potential. But man, the road of sports is littered with failed potential things. I just don't get the wisdom in giving away seasons when you're Michigan and it's playoff or bust. You gave away this season because you started him. I would never have started him this year. You could pay him the money. I was never starting him. Okay, you started him. What did he do against teams with a pulse? Suboptimal. And then I could throw in the Northwestern game too, where he was no good. The point is, okay, so I did that once. Now I'm going to do it again? Versus, hold on. We're way over time. So I will get to all the phone calls next. Sorry about that. 97.1. Straight to the people. Good response. And it is. It's all about you. Where are you at with Bryce? He made the announcement he's coming back, even though he never hit the portal. Where do you sit with in-house development versus outsourcing development like arguably the most successful teams are doing? It's up to you. We go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, thanks for your patience, man. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Hey, Sean.
So I think as what I believe is a pretty level-headed Bryce Underwood Michigan fan, I supported him being the starter this year, but I think the coverage on him was kind of schizophrenic. On one hand, they had to play him. Sherrone Moore had to win games to keep his job. And they didn't really have a great secondary option. And so they tried to treat him almost like Cade McNamara 2.0 in a lot of those games. And that's when he was the most successful, when they had a strong running presence and he was able to make 15, 17 throws a game, a couple splash throws here and there, but not a lot of coverage breakdown. At the same time, 3 or 4 of those games, he was asked to be the man. Ohio State, Texas, Purdue late in the year when the running backs were dinged up. He wasn't ready for that. And to say that we want to dump him or not necessarily support him as the starter in the next year with a new coaching staff, I'm not there yet.
No, and that's fine. And Sean, you understand it's not, quote, dumping him. It's you see what other schools are doing where you go, look, I don't have to develop anybody. I can outsource that development. Because here's the thing, Sean, you didn't just pay him good money. You paid him top of the market money. I mean, he made more money than Fernando Mendoza last year. So it's the idea of, okay, do we have to keep going down this road? There's nothing wrong if you say, I fully believe in him, and you know what? We've paid the price. We're going to stick with it. But you understand why we're asking, right?
Yeah, I get it. And I'm not sure if, like, non-Michigan fans don't understand this perspective. There shouldn't be a singular Michigan fan that sees our school, our team, as an attractive landing spot for a good portal quarterback. We've never been a quarterback-driven system. The closest was when we ran the power spread with JJ, who was a good player, not a great player, not an All-American, kind of tripped his way into a top 10 draft pick spot that he probably shouldn't have been.
Correct.
And he probably should have came back to school one more year, if we're being honest, but that's a secondary conversation. To say to a top tier or an upper level portal quarterback, hey, come to Michigan, we know this is going to be a great situation for you, that's a really tough sell. And so we have this recruit who is supposedly the most talented recruit in his class. He's already in-house. He's already familiar with most of the players around him. I think it's the smart move to continue to roll the dice with him for at least another season.
And first of all, Sean, you can call any time about U of M stuff. It's level-headed.
Yeah.
You're not being a smart ass. Like, please, more Sean. Can we get more Sean in 2026? But listen, here's the other thing, and it proves your point. Like Rico, check the Michigan wide receiver portal hotline right now. Because they could really use somebody opposite Andrew Marsh here.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do they got?
A lot of guys not making that trip. They're committing elsewhere.
Problematic. Maybe Sean's right. Yeah. Maybe the portal thing's a folly. Maybe a hold on to Bryce, like Jack and Rose and Titanic.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're going to come in and run a run-heavy offense, then why are you paying Bryce that much?
Again, it's always sunny, and I'm Charlie at the Matrix. What do you want me to tell you? Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's good?
Morning, or afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good, pal.
So I'm a diehard Michigan fan. I bleed maize and blue, but I was not particularly happy with Bryce Underwood's signing. Do I want him in Michigan? Heck yes. But to go and pay somebody top dollar when I run a business, I expect you to perform. So our high school team here in Davison, we watched them lose to Belleville. And if it wasn't for Bryce Underwood, Belleville wouldn't have ran the table like they did multiple years. But it was the people around Bryce that built him up and the channels that built him up to get him that top dollar. But you can't tell me that this year was top dollar when you're talking about, hey, we need to go and develop this player. If I'm paying you top dollar, I don't want to develop you. You better be plug and play, ready to go.
Yeah, no, and Matt, that is, I think it's an issue for every school right now. When like for instance, they paid Babin Lola a ton of money and he blew his knee out. Well, guess what? You got to line up, probably give that kid a raise to keep the buzzards away. And you don't even know if Bab and Lola can play.
Well, big guy coming off ACL is never good.
But to Matt's point, though, it's you're spending money and you're not getting a return on that money.
Yes.
It's like you're paying this fee so I can maybe get to the point where you're good for my team. That's where all of this is ass backwards. That's not a Bryce Underwood thing. That's an industry thing.
Correct.
But like,
if you get I think Nick Saban put it best, and I'm paraphrasing, but everybody's going to spend. But if you spend wrong,
you're effed.
You're screwed for a year. You're stuck with that person.
But think about the sunk cost in all of this. When you're recruiting the high school ranks, yes, you want to recruit some high school players, but the development curve, don't you have to look at how much money I got to put into the player before I ever get them on the field?
And that's where you have some philosophy of, I'm just going to hit the portal and really hit recruit. Because when you go to your first school, we'll find out immediately if you can play or not. And if you can't, that's their problem. And if you can, I'll just come and outbid and get you to come to my school.
Look, he could be anything. He could be absolutely incredible. But I think it's a very interesting question that whether it's Bryce Underwood, whether it is whoever the top QB in America flipped from Georgia to Vandy this year, Lord knows what Vandy had to pay him. Like, you have the same conversation no matter the school.
But this is the time where if you're Michigan, you could have hit the reset button and no one would have been angry because you could have said, we're just going to start all over. New coach, new quarterback, new system. Let's go. And you could say, look at all the other schools. It's what they do. So we're going to do the same thing.
Well, from an evidence standpoint, it largely is. I mean, last year's national champion, they had a transfer quarterback. Like the 4 teams that are in this year, they have transfer quarterbacks.
Yeah, we're a long way away from when it was just Cam Newton and that was the outlier.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the development part is not linear either. It's like, look at Clemson with Cade Klubnik. And Klubnik was a 5-star, all everything, was terrible early, then flashed, and then regressed hard this year. And it's like, all right, they put 3 years into that. What did they pay him? All that time they wasted. And it's like, I got nothing.
And when you pay him that much, you can't bench him. Got to play him.
That's the other, okay. And that's not a Bryce thing. That's, again, an industry thing.
That's an NCAA
When you're
thing.
paying that kid that amount of money and he knows he can't get benched, you've created a real – that, to me, is part of this I can never wrap my mind around.
You would like to say something wrong
here. All right, FanDuel, all customers profit boost for every college football playoff game day. That means more chances. You can level up. You get a game Friday night, Saturday night, whether it's the favorites, the dogs, the unders, you know the drill. Profit boost, bigger winnings. You log in. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Get your college football playoff boost today. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. The dirty diaper that was once college football. Let's talk about it.
You still love it.
Well, I'm glad you put it like that, Mike, because what have we been doing for the past, let's call it several months, in the approach to the college football playoffs? We've been naming basically everything wrong with this sport. Let's hearken. I know we like to hearken on the show. Let's hearken back to a better day.
Okay.
Fox Sports put out a top 10 list of the best college football championship games. And I want to see how you guys feel about them, if you think they're properly rated, overrated.
2002, Miami, Ohio State.
They're probably, let me get to it, Mike.
Oh, I thought we had to
It's a
guess.
list.
I was about to say.
Jeez, I thought he set me up to guess.
No, I was going to say, I think it would be Texas and USC.
05 Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
The day I got HD television.
You know what? Mine was Michigan, Ohio State.
The Crable game.
Yes.
06.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
We can get to this list if you guys like. All right.
I thought you wanted us to guess the game.
No, number 10. Let's see if you guys remember these. 2014 national title game. Florida State, Auburn. Florida State 34, Auburn 31.
Yeah, I'll go to my grave believing MSU would have beaten both those teams.
Yep.
But doesn't matter. We didn't get to play.
Yeah, because they put Auburn in the game by beating Ohio State. Auburn got to play Florida State. So, I'm with
Jameis, it was a late touchdown pass, if I'm remembering it right. Going left to right on the TV screen.
And who was the big wide receiver they had?
Was it Benjamin?
Yeah, Calvin Benjamin.
And this is why we hearken. The better days of college football.
Oh, I don't
boys.
want to get in trouble, Kenny. You yelled at me for guessing a game.
we were having a little too much fun over on
That's
this
right.
side of
This
the
is a
glass.
serious football program.
Serious sports.
1979 Sugar Bowl, Alabama 14, Penn State 7. Rico, do you remember
Morgan
this game?
Freeman, take it away.
Right.
Not really.
Okay. Well, we can just
He's
skip
right,
through that.
I was 10.
Bear Bryant wore a houndstooth hat.
Right.
You got it.
But hey, Kenny, you know what? The very next year, a freshman played for Georgia.
Herschel Walker.
All right, number 8, 2016.
Wow.
The national championship game between Alabama and Clemson. This one was a shootout, if you guys remember properly.
Yes. Now, hold on. Was this the Hunter Renfrow touchdown to beat Saban?
It may have been. I think
2018?
Yes.
Yes, this was.
This was in the flat.
Yeah.
Going right to left on your TV screen.
This was this was not that game. This was 16. This was 2 years prior.
Got it. Okay,
Oh, okay.
the 18 was the one. That game was incredible.
16. What happened in 16?
This was one of the trilogy games between Alabama, Clemson. This game had a lot of points in it, 45-40.
I'm drawing a blank. Maybe I've got dementia. I don't remember.
Huh? Who were you?
I know. I just don't remember. I've blocked everything out about this sport.
Is this sport hurt you that badly?
No, I just don't. I don't remember.
Well, you definitely won't remember this one, the 1973 Sugar Bowl.
There it is.
Notre Dame,
Yep.
Alabama.
That's good.
Rico, take it away.
Yeah, I was 4.
Well, you might actually remember the Fiesta Bowl of '87, Penn State and Miami.
Yes, everybody.
Proper Miami.
That one, yes.
Yeah, I think that goes down iconically.
That was oversized shoulder pads, belly jerseys. Both teams were an independent.
I'm trying to think. Was that the Miami Penn State win that one?
No, Penn State. Hold on. So Penn State was in '83. They were in '87, but wasn't that Jimmy Johnson's breakthrough or no?
This was 14-10 Penn State.
Yeah. This game because
Every year in the '80s, I feel like Miami made it.
Because I think the Miami quarterback throws a pick and it kept Miami from
Here we
going
go.
back to back.
Here we go. Can you name the player?
I cannot.
Okay.
Do you think Miami has maybe the most successful amount of NFL players or a talent that they churned out back in those days?
Yes,
Because I feel
100%.
like all of those Miami teams were brilliant.
They did. And the reason why I know that because over the holiday break when I was off, I watched the U, 30 for 30 the U, and you saw Miami was so close to – they were the best dynasty that never happened. Like they kept getting there, but they would shoot themselves in the foot or do stupid stuff. Like the time they showed up in Army fatigue.
That was a Fiesta
to the
Bowl.
bowl game, yeah, and lost.
And we can skip past number 4, Alabama, Georgia, whatever,
Why?
2018.
Overtime, the
doesn't
bomb.
matter.
It was wonderful.
No, we can
Traded
move past it.
quarterbacks.
It was an incredible football game. Don't be whiny.
Right. We saw the end of Jalen Hurts and the beginning of Tua.
I will be openly very whiny, actually. You can't tell me that. Come on. Number 3. By the way, you telling me not to be whiny.
Jalen Hurts, does he root for Alabama or does he go for Oklahoma?
He just roots for his bank account. I don't know. Who
At
cares?
this point, do players care anymore about that? No. So what's the purpose of it?
You're right. They just wear their own brand to games.
Had a guy leave state saying he wanted to win championships. Cutscene. He signed with Minnesota.
Or when you go back to your alma mater, you wear your brand.
Uh-oh.
I was going to say, what colors do you wear when you graduate now or when you leave?
You wear your own brand on TV.
You wear a
that
QR
sells
code
like
or
7
something?
hats. Not that anyone locally would do that.
This is another Miami one. We just talked about Miami. 84 Orange Bowl, Miami, Nebraska.
They went for 2 to win the game and they missed. That I remember. Was it Mike Rozier? Maybe. I'm trying.
No.
Kenny's busting our
And you know
balls. You
what?
got anything from the 50s, you smart ass?
And I'll never get angry at a team that goes for 2 just to win it all. Because I love that. It's a bowl game.
Come on, name the 2 games we know.
All right. From the 2000s, Mike, we're finally here.
Yay!
Fiesta Bowl, Ohio State, Miami, 2003.
Yes, and it was egregious. It
The
was one of
famous
the
flag
it was
that came
ridiculous.
5 minutes later.
Miami had won the national title. They were wheeling out the trophy, and all of a sudden, a flag hits the turf.
And for those who don't know what we're talking about, go back to which bowl game was it that just wouldn't end, and they kept rolling out the podium, and then they would have to roll it back this past weekend.
This was Georgia Ole Miss.
Yes, they kept rolling out the podium. No, game's not over yet. Okay,
Bring it back.
Wait, we just doused the coach. Not refill it.
Why is it when they run the pitchy woo woo play, these players, you never want to be the last person to touch the football? Why does it always end up and somebody's out there doo-doo-doo, and they're like, dude, you're getting tackled. I don't care if you hit the scoreboard with the thing. Throw the ball up in the air.
Correct. Getting tackled.
You
never
did a
an
bad
option.
job on that play.
But yes, that Miami game, Miami won. Flag came in 5 minutes later. It
was a joke.
They had hats on. They're celebrating in the end zone.
And I had to look at Craig Krenzel as a champion. What a disgusting outcome.
Number 1, I think one of you may have guessed
Rose
this
Bowl.
one. Rose Bowl 06, Texas, USC.
The game turned on Reggie Bush's idiotic fumble. That turned the game.
What was it Lindale White?
Oh, wow. He was the touchdown machine.
Yeah.
But look.
No, because I remember because ESPN did a thing. USC was going for their back-to-back, and it was like, USC could beat any other team in history. This is the greatest team of all time. That didn't age well because they lost that game.
Do you think we'll ever get back to this era of college football? I miss that.
We will.
Why are you so sure
Kenny,
about that?
Okay.
You're on crack.
My God, Kenny, Georgia lost. Okay, let's get over it. Wah.
It's not about Georgia.
Wah.
But we're never getting back to it. Just like Vince Young never recovered from shirtless crying at the nightclub.
I understand, but we
You
always
can't
say,
come back
we'll
from that.
never be this until it does. And then something will happen, and it will be.
That is your college football blitz.
I mean, I don't want to oversell it. This should be obvious to anyone who's paid attention, but John Morton, not gonna work here any longer.
Yeah, according to Diana Rossini, and now the Detroit Lions. The Lions have parted ways with offensive coordinator Johnny Morton, per source, after coming in to replace Ben Johnson. Detroit moves on after just one season from the veteran assistant.
That was after like 7 weeks, but sure. So, look, clearly you have to have an offensive coordinator. There is no world where you get rid of John Morton for Dan Campbell to assume more duties. No. Now, I'll leave it to you guys. You know how I feel. I want them to go outside the family. They're getting a little culty. They're getting a little insular for me. Let's get new eyes, new attitudes, new ideas here. Hey, newsflash. Offensive coordinators ought to be tripping over their ding-dings to come and coach here with what you have on offense.
Goff just called the plays on his own.
Let's move on, shall we? So John Morton, gone.
And the water's wet.
No, but I think
we all saw this coming.
I hope so. Fired. Well, I mean, John had you convinced, John Morton had you convinced. Oh, no, it's normal. I'm still doing everything I normally do. Okay, John. Well, now you can pack.
Well, he probably knew all the coffee orders.
So, look, we started the show a little bit with Pistons, but the Lions thing has been prevalent. My number one this offseason is I want experienced coordinators. I want Dan Campbell to go back to being the CEO of this team. And if you want to have Shepard as your DC, I'm fine with that. Okay, he cut his teeth this year. He'll come back better next year.
If he stays open the way he did in the final game and says, you know what, I'm going to use what I have and get better.
But you know what he probably needs? He probably needs a mentor on staff, meaning like in other places you have ex-head coaches that are advisors. Like in Indianapolis, like Chuck Pagano is an advisor. You get an ex-coach to be that sounding board in game prep and install. Give Shep the resources on defense. The offensive coordinator needs to be a hitter. Go hire somebody.
It makes sense because, it's just like it took you all year long to finally realize maybe if we played zone or mixed it up, like you didn't have the personnel for man. And,
they waited till the last game. I know. So there's your news. The other stuff, we've asked Michigan fans for their question about Bryce Underwood. You know, he made this big announcement. He's back, and it's like, you never left. If you didn't hit the portal, I don't need to hear you're back. But he's back. So we wanted your take on it. Because in the playoff, we're going to sit and watch these games Thursday and Friday night. None of these quarterbacks are recruited. They're all transfers. Just like last year. National champion Ohio State, transfer quarterback. Notre Dame, transfer quarterback. Like, it's guys, that's where the sport is. People are outsourcing quarterback development. So the idea that Bryce is back, I got to be honest with you. Depends who you talk to. He may have gotten a raise. So, okay, you're spending all this money to learn a new system. No guarantee he takes a meaningful step forward. All the while, the teams that are making the playoff are simply going to outsource the development, pay the same money you're paying to Bryce, and bring in a vet.
Yeah, let you do all the dirty work, and we'll get him for that final year or two and send him off to the league.
So what are your thoughts? Did you want to go that direction? Do you want to? No, we're going to stay the course. I believe in this guy. Look, Underwood is some unbelievable God-given talents. It's a matter of how quickly can I extract those? How quickly can I get him to be the all-American caliber quarterback I need him to be to win, to compete for a national championship? None of us have those answers at all. What I'm seeing Kenny again. That's twice in 5 minutes. What a blessing. So look, John Morton gone. What do you make of that? What do you make of the demand on it, which is, okay, now go get the best offensive coordinator you can get your hands on. And then the Bryce Underwood thing, 248-539-9797. Go ahead.
No. Let's go to our callers.
Okay, then. We'll go to James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good. I am a believer in Bryce Underwood. I believe that last year we had a coach that was more focused on OnlyFans and getting hookers than he was, creating an environment where he would be able to learn properly. We never really got to see his legs utilized properly. And I think under this new regime, we're going to see him turn into what we expected him to. Now, did he deserve to get all that money up front? No, but that's kind of how the things work these days. I do expect leaps and bounds for him to be better this year. But I really, when we're talking about that money, I look at the money over a 3 or 4 year period. Even him himself said that he planned on being here that long. I do think he put his foot in his mouth, talking about how he was going to be so impressive as a rookie,
right?
Or as a freshman. Most freshmen are not. But I genuinely do believe in the direction of him and the program going forward.
Yeah, look, James, it's totally fine. I have no issue with that opinion. It is all about asking, because a lot of fans, they see what's going on, and you go, wait a minute now. I could go pay Sam Levitt the same damn thing.
And that's just it, James. Part of you really want to ride this out, and you just don't want that ready-made quarterback to hit the ground running?
I don't. And like the previous Michigan caller had stated that you gave props to, that's just not how we're made here in Michigan. We don't go out and get a guy that's going to win it for us. We go out and get a guy that's going to complement what we already have in place that can win.
Well, hold on.
Didn't you do that with Rudock and you had quarterbacks for a while?
Yeah, you went and got Shea Patterson and had him file a lawsuit so he could play here. Now, hold on.
He was awful.
Whoa, James, you're doing revisionist history. All I had to listen to coming into that season, number one quarterback in America, 5 stars. I was the one who said he's a single read, not nearly as athletic as you think guy. You're going to be disappointed, and I got called a POS. James, my point is, you went and paid a true freshman $12 million. Don't say you don't buy guys to go win it for us. He's not here to compliment nothing. Bryce has to be Cam Newton. He's got to be the best quarterback in America.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
Then why pay him?
Disagree with that.
Then why pay him? Why not just have a game manager if that's the case?
Because that's the way it works these days.
No, it doesn't work that way. Who the hell's paying $12 million for a true freshman who's never played?
I mean, look at the Final Four teams.
Would have. LSU
didn't. LSU wasn't anywhere close to the financial offer you made, and you know that, James. You had to bribe this kid to come play for you. Like, I'm fine with the opinion, but you're getting yourself in trouble here with the other stuff now. James, you can't say you didn't want a star quarterback. He's not here to help out.
Of course we want a star quarterback. Of course. Do I think that we could have found that under the previous regime? Not a chance. Not a chance. Had he been our quarterback under Harbaugh, we could be looking at a completely different situation.
Now that part I agree with. James, now that I totally agree with.
But James, so with the new coach, wouldn't you rather him just bring in his own quarterback to run his system?
No, he wants to stick it out with the kid. I get that.
Okay, that's fine.
I
don't know that he has a quarterback that he could bring.
He does. He has Devin Dampier. But, James, it's immaterial. You don't want to go that route, and that's fine. You don't have to defend that part of it. I'm just saying, don't call up this radio station and start making crap
We
up.
never
Don't
took transfer quarterbacks. Like, there was a while where, I remember.
No, we just bring in guys to help, and I'm like,
Rudock came from Iowa.
I was told Shea Patterson was Steve Young. I'm like, I'm not doing this. Oh, come on. That's my only point. Oh, J.J. McCarthy? You broke recruiting rules in the height of a pandemic to make sure he didn't decommit. Come on. What do we do? James, stick to the initial point. You were ahead. Don't try an onside kick. You scored the touchdown. Your opinion was fine. LSU would have. The hell they would.
He tried doing the pitchy woo play.
Yeah, I just, and again, James, nice enough guy.
Oh, he is.
Don't do the revisionist crap.
We don't do, yeah, actually you did.
Stop it. All right.
Well, he sucked. No.
Stop ignoring the draft. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Do a complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly and safely. And right now, $79, $30 off the regular price for that checkup. Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. There's breaking news. I'm just not going to play the sounder for it.
Dun, 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 dun.
And I stand by my bold take from earlier, and I'll say it all off season.
The votes are in Baltimore.
They've
Lamar
chosen.
won.
Yeah, they've chosen poorly. Go ahead. You stick with Lamar and get rid of John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh is twice the coach of Mike Tomlin. John Harbaugh is a damn good football
I kind of
coach.
had a feeling whoever lost that game was getting
No,
fired.
I know. And they went with Lamar,
And
which
like
is the
death and
easy thing to
taxes.
do. I would have traded Lamar.
Like death and taxes, Tomlin just makes playoffs. They lose, but he makes playoffs.
Right. My point is John Harbaugh has won a Super Bowl more recently. John Harbaugh has put together one of the, if not the most consistent operation over the last 15 years in the NFL. John Harbaugh's got a better playoff record than Tomlin. And I'm sorry, Lamar Jackson hasn't done his job.
No. So I got to think that Harbaugh now shoots to the top for the coaching hires for all the other teams that now need somebody.
I'd love my team to call him. Dude's a winner. And I can separate.
I mean, he's actually a type that if you were even teetering on your coach, you know what?
You push the button.
Let's see if we can get John Harbaugh back
Yeah.
channel. And if he says yes, he'll come here, this guy's fired.
As long as his heart is still in it, yeah, 100%. He'd be tough. I wish the Giants would interview him. But no, the Lamar thing to me, he's going to be 29 tomorrow or day after. And you can see the athleticism's fading. You can see he's not the same player. And it's like, do you really want to go into your 30s with that?
18 years with Harbaugh. Like, what direction are the Ravens going to go in?
Oh, I know. Let's get Lamar more help, like they say they're going to do every year with the same result. As he's aging, yeah, no, I would have traded him because there's some dopey organization out there would have given you 3 first-round picks for the guy. The Ravens should have rebuilt. They have the coach. I think it's a dumb move. I have infinite respect for John Harbaugh.
No, but I also think that it may be one of those where his message just will falling on deaf ears. He's been there so long.
Mhm.
It's the same reason why Tomlin. Like, you've been there too long.
Okay.
Coach, you need a change of screen. Your voice is stale in that locker room.
I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I would have stuck with Harbaugh.
No, it's not that I think that Lamar, hey, is this great quarterback. I just think after 18 years, you know, there's only so many rah-rah speeches you can give.
Yep.
You got to go someplace. Now, if he goes to a Tennessee, and they're going to listen to him.
I think
It's gonna be brand new.
John Harbaugh, much like, look, any high-level coach that comes to the end of the road, he can be patient.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to rush into anything. For me, look, I know the Giants are interviewing Stefanski. I'd bring John Harbaugh in a heartbeat.
Well,
The Giants need stability. The Giants need respect. They need an adult coaching this team, not a man baby like Dayball.
Let me help you out. You know what John Harbaugh will be next year? He could be this year's Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
Coach got let go. You can't believe he got let go. He was just out there and instantly flipped the team.
I love him. I think he's great. Him and Jim are outstanding NFL coaches. Both. They're weirdos, but they're outstanding. I think Baltimore's out of their mind. I know we're not in Baltimore. No one cares. We'll just move forward.
I just kind of wonder where he's going to go now.
It won't be the Giants because that would require us being smart, and we're notably stupid.
Well, you got a great GM.
No, we don't. We have a bum. I'm going to go to Bruce. I don't feel like talking to you anymore. I'm going to talk to Bruce. He's infinitely nicer. Bruce, what's going on, man?
Good evening, gentlemen. Hey, long-time Michigan fan, season tickets since 1978, so I'm turning into an old fart.
Oh, my.
First off, I want to compliment you on the way you've, you Sparties have been very fair in this whole thing, and I think you guys do a really good job talking about the topic.
Bruce, that means a lot coming from
Thank you,
seriously.
Yeah, okay, so I got a lot of points here.
Go ahead.
First off, this whole thing, and being a Michigan fan, this whole episode is just completely exhausting. It's like, really? The coach, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, but really? All this? Come on. Okay, so here's my biggest complaint against Michigan football. No quarterback coach. Here you got this supposed super-duper recruit, and you don't have a specific quarterback coach? You had an offensive coordinator, and he was also the quarterback. But you know what I mean? Get a specific coach and help this, like Loeffler. You keep hearing that name, how terrific he was. Well, where's he, right? Okay, here's another thing I don't like about Michigan football. We're going to run the football. Well, maybe you're not so good at running the football. Maybe if you were better at passing the ball, a little more philosophy of, let's pass it more. then maybe you would have some more elite receivers want to come here and elite quarterbacks want to come here.
with you.
What do you think of that?
Look, the game has changed. You can still have a power running game. Indiana runs the hell out of the football too.
Oh, I'm all for it, but Michigan did not have a strong running game, in my opinion, this year. And you had the injuries, but a few years ago they could run it right down your throat. You knew you're going to run it.
Right.
Anyway.
What I'm saying, Bruce, is look, no one is saying you can't win playing that style of football, but you're not optimizing the window you have with Bryce Underwood, and you're not going to be an attractive place for skill position guys on the perimeter to come and play because you're doing it in an archaic manner. That's the difference.
That's what I'm saying. So hopefully this quarterback coach or whatever he is from Utah supposedly is very good at developing quarterbacks. I think Wojo had an article on him. I don't know. I can't remember, but okay, good. Let's see if he can work his magic. I thought and what do I know? I thought Mr. Underwood's mechanics were not good.
No, they're terrible.
A lot of throwing off the back foot, which you can get away when you're the best in high school. But guess what? You're at the next level.
He's got a lot of work to do.
I was about to say, you saw a lot of Mahomes out there where he just tries to freelance and just get the ball however you can. It's like, well, Mahomes is a kind of a one of one.
Yeah, and look, part of this is, okay, let's get to work. And you get a new set of eyeballs, you get a new staff, and the first thing they're going to do is basically put a cut together of every throw, of all the bad mechanics, and go, before we even do install, this has to be fixed. Has to be. Along with the fact, Bryce, we know you got a cannon for an arm. Not every throw's got to be 98.6 miles an hour.
Right.
So, look, there's a lot of work to do. I get it. Fans want to stick with it.
But John Elway threw fastballs.
Okay, thank you, Gus Johnson. We'll go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good evening, guys. How are you guys doing?
Good, pal. Ryan. What's on your mind?
I just want to touch on the Bryce Underwood thing. I think part of this is this is their first opportunity, Michigan, to do what they could be as a formal reset. That all the stains of Harbaugh are now almost out of the building, and this is their opportunity to have somebody in-house that they already have that almost fits the mold of what Whittingham had with his quarterback, with the running quarterback that can throw. And you've got that mold already here. So you're paying him. You've already got him. It's their opportunity to basically, Harbaugh set this program back. In my opinion, the national championship is what it is. But it's their opportunity to basically reset things. And having that guy in-house with the potential is what they're paying for.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. And we don't need to go back to the Harbaugh thing. I mean, it's pretty clear how I felt. And I said it. I thought he left you in a worse spot than he found you. And you've seen it kind of play out. Now it's like, okay, fresh start. You're getting a completely new staff. None of these guys have ties to Michigan. And you're right. Bryce is here. It was only a question, Ryan, of, look, you watch the games like we do. These top programs, by and large, are outsourcing quarterback development by buying it. And it was just I don't think anyone's wrong for saying we want to stick with Bryce. I don't think people are wrong for saying, no, go get me a Fernando Mendoza. But that's why it's a fun question. That's all. I have no issue if people say, no, I mean, we got him. We may as well keep him. Good talk. Kenny, ticket text.
Don't care that Bryce is back. I am all out. Another one, maybe a new system will fix Bryce. That's what I'm putting my hopes on at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's silly to say you're all out. It's one thing to say, look, I would prefer X. I don't think it's fair to, this is what I said before he ever played his first game. You're not going to like how this looks. It's just, why did people ever think he was going to waltz in the door and be Trevor Lawrence? Why?
Because.
Especially from Belleville. What Belleville players actually work out?
Let me help you out with that.
When did you meet Will Smith? Like, no disrespect, but it's like
they've had a lot of great high school players, but yeah, they don't.
They're not known for producing
good college players,
day one ready college players, much less quarterbacks.
The reason being, he was number one. It was the hype train. It was all the money that was paid. You wouldn't pay this amount of money for a guy who's not going to hit the ground running. And this is where we are.
It's called Arch Manning. Yeah, you would. It's called Dylan Raiola. Yeah, you would. It's called Kay Klubnik. Dude, I see this every year. I see it every year. I see it every year.
And
Like,
yet-
it drives me crazy.
No, but when you try to say this, it's like, oh, you just being a you don't know. It's like, guys, I'm gonna look at history, and history says this isn't gonna work. History said, and I was called a hater. You don't walk in as a freshman quarterback and do well in college.
I've seen it once in my life.
Once.
Actually, twice. Twice. I want to give Chad Henne credit.
You know what? Fair enough. But Chad Henne was surrounded by NFL players.
Hold on. Why are you throwing your hands up? What's the problem with Chad Henne's freshman year where I think they tied for the Big Ten championship?
And, no. But here's the thing.
Kenny's making fun of us.
Oh, I was just saying, it's funny that you have to go all the way back to Chad Henne to find a good
I said
example.
Trevor Lawrence and Chad Henne.
Right. But those are the two. That's the outliers. Everybody else, it doesn't work.
Chad Henne was a pleasant surprise. He wasn't supposed to be that. I forgot the guy's name, but he got hurt like a week before the season.
Hold on. We got to go. Hold on. We got to go back to 07 Michigan football. 07. Who the hell got hurt?
The quarterback got hurt right before the season. Hold on.
07 wasn't Ryan Mallett. Mallett was a few years later, right?
Yeah, right. It wasn't Ryan Mallett. It was.
I got to hear this. I can't wait to hear this. Wait a minute. No, not. And this would be a couple years after Antonio Bass blew his knee out. So that wouldn't be it. Sorry, Kenny. We're playing the hits here. We're going old school U of M QBs. What do you got?
Hold on. I'm looking up. Keep talking.
You keep talking. What am I, a parakeet? Whatever. Rico will figure it out. Okay. We'll get to football today coming up next. 97.1.
All right. Let me tell you about Fanatic Sportsbook. We're underway in the NBA season, and with our friends over at Fanatic Sportsbook, every shot you take puts points on the board. Since last August, you guys have been listening to me talk about Fanatic's Fan Cash, and remember, every time you make a bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you are earning up to 10% Fan Cash, whether you win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still scoring Fan Cash, and with Fan Cash, that's the real value. You can flip that into authentic team gear, tickets, even profit boost. But we can't forget about Fanatics Fair Play, where other sports books let an injury box you out. Fanatics Fair Play protects all pro basketball bets from first half injuries. So if your player goes down in the first half, don't worry about it. Fanatics will keep your bet on the court because they always have your back. Why risk it with other sportsbook when your player props are protected with the home of the fair play? Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, gentlemen, let's have a little fun. Look, we know the teams that made the playoffs. We know the teams that'll have the top 10 picks. I want to kind of talk about the middle teams, the teams that didn't make the playoff, didn't make the cuts. But I ask you and Kenny this simple question, Mike. Is this just a slight setback for this team or a total rebuild? And tell me why. Defend your answer, okay? We start with the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota sitting there at, I believe, 9-8.
Small setback. They bet on a quarterback who wasn't ready, got hurt a little bit. Look, everything else is set. They have a playoff caliber roster, and they have the right coach. So I'll say small setback.
Yeah, I think it's a setback also, just because we don't really know, as much as we make fun of JJ and, you know, the Connor Stallion stuff in Michigan. We really don't know what's going to happen there. So, yeah, I don't think it's anything to completely freak out about.
Okay. Your Dallas Cowboys, 7-9-1.
See, I think they took a step forward. They made a bold trade. They added pieces that make them better for the future, including this pairing of Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams.
Okay.
They have added draft capital. I think they're clearly, they're an organization that's not going to tolerate mediocrity. They fired Eberflus. They're going to have a new DC. I'd love to see Brian Flores down there.
You just want to get rid of him from Minnesota?
If Minnesota's stupid enough to not have an extension on the table for the guy, what do you want me to say? My point is, I don't view it as a step back, much less a rebuild. I felt like the Cowboys took a step forward in their future.
I call it a net even right now. We'll see what a new DC looks like and what they do with that draft capital, but it could very well be what Mike said, a step forward.
All right. AFC, Cincinnati Bengals.
A total rebuild.
6-11.
It's a bleep show. It's a horrible organization. The fact that Zach Taylor's back and you have Jamar Chase in the locker room basically saying, yep, this is who we are. This is our season. Joe Burrow going through his feelings. To me, a year from now, we're going to be talking about Joe Burrow being traded.
Okay.
And you blow your reputation basically by players openly saying we're bad, nobody wants to play here. That's a real problem for this team. So
yes.
Yeah, it's a complete rebuild.
The Miami Dolphins.
Oh,
Miami 7-10.
The fact that they're going to have to find a way to not play Tua means it's a rebuild. Now, McDaniel is going to help in the selection of the general manager, which is wild to me. But
You're going to help pick the guy who fires you.
I'll say it's a rebuild because there's no way that McDaniel and Tua can continue to work together. There's a conflict.
Or even worse, they're just telling McDaniel he might have more autonomy or as much autonomy as whoever they hire. Either way, I think it's a complete, with the Tua situation by itself, I think it's a complete rebuild.
About the New Orleans Saints, 6-11.
Thought it was a great step forward. Kellen Moore is a real coach. They played for him. The start of the year, the conversation was the Saints will be historically bad. They won 6 games. They won their last, 4 of their last 5. Rico.
They were allowed to have a culture win.
Correct, because they were setting a culture. I thought it was a big step forward for them. Now, again, am I confident moving forward with a 27-year-old quarterback and Tyler Shuck? Not really. But I know I have a coach. I know who my players are. I've developed a baseline. I liked what they did, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's what I would classify it as better than expected. This reminded me of a little bit of the Lions culture building when they were beginning their rebuild.
Sure.
Guys, what about the Kansas City Chiefs?
A dumpster fire. A complete dumpster fire. Andy Reid must really hate free time because if I'm him, I retire. Patrick Mahomes is dead, may not be ready for the start of the year because he hurt his PCL and ACL. Whether Kelsey stays or goes doesn't matter because he's a cadaver. They got to rebuild the whole damn thing.
So total rebuild.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
I don't see a purpose to rushing my gold jacket first ballot Hall of Fame quarterback back when they're not a Super Bowl team next year and they're $58 million over the cap. I think it's a rebuild.
But you said it, though. It's what should happen versus what probably will happen. And what probably will happen, I don't think it's a full-scale rebuild, but I agree with you. It should be.
Okay, I like this. How about, you know what? They made a lot of changes today, so I'm going to add
A
them
lot
to
of
the
changes?
list. No, this was, ironically enough, it happened in D.C. The Washington Commanders.
Rebuild. It's the oldest team in the league. Off-injured quarterback. You just blew out both coordinators. The defense has people who starred in the movie Cocoon. It's a rebuild.
Yeah, I don't see any salvaging this one. I'm with Mike on that.
Okay. Let's go down to the ATL. Hot Atlanta. The Atlanta Falcons. 8-9.
This was a step back. Now, I think the pieces are there for them to be
really
better
young
than they
team.
are. It's a bad division. The defense has young stars, including Xavier Watts.
Offense does too.
Yes. The quarterback is a problem. One of them is injured. The other one is a mummy.
Well,
it's
the mummy-
problematic.
Well, this, to update you, they restructured his contract. So basically, come March, they could take the dead cap hit when they release him. So he restructured.
Okay.
This man he just makes money.
I think it was a setback. I don't think it's a complete rebuild in Atlanta.
New quarterback in Atlanta?
No.
Or do you go back to Penix one more year?
Does he have any cartilage left in his knee?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the opposite for me. This is a setback. This is the opposite of Washington because this is a young team. They were old, injured, and nobodies in Washington.
Yeah.
Here is the exact opposite. You have a young foundation, and when you have a young foundation, you can always build up on that. So I'd say a step back.
Okay. You know what? Your Detroit Lions, 9-8.
It's a setback. I can't call it a rebuild, but they have a retooling that has to take place. But this was a setback. No, I'm not like if it were a rebuild, you're talking about massive. I mean, they're gonna have to turn the roster over, but I still believe your quarterback, your skilled players, you got high level guys. But no, this was a big step back for them. This is a bad year, but I think they can fix it. I do.
Can I say ask me on Thursday because I tend to lean to where Mike says where you can there's going to be roster turnover, but you can still fix this problem. The question is, are they going to be willing to do that? Because if they're not, then we're talking about something different.
But hypothetically speaking, if they make the changes and bring all of these different people in, isn't that a rebuild? Or we're just going to call it a retool
step back? Yeah,
a retool because that's the PC version of rebuild.
No,
And people
rebuild
don't wanna
means
hear
that you get rid of your quarterback, you find somebody
Okay.
new. That's a complete, tear down to the studs move.
Okay, you know what, Kenny? Fair point. Kenny wins. All right, we got a couple, 3, 8, and 9 teams. We'll start off with the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay, hot take of the offseason. I would trade Lamar Jackson.
What if you traded Lamar to Atlanta?
I would just be done. I would be out of the Lamar business. He's about to be 29. He is clearly not the player he was 4 or 5 years ago. And I don't want to have an aging Lamar when the athleticism fully leaves. And there's a clear conflict here between him and John Harbaugh. I'm choosing John Harbaugh over Lamar. I would rebuild.
So what would you trade him? Like who could afford the hit, I should say? Who could afford that salary? Yeah, I know.
I'd have to look. You know what? He's always talked about playing in Miami. They're dumb enough to probably do it. The point is, I think Baltimore should blow it up. Okay. They're not a Super Bowl team. They've had how many bites at the apple? They haven't gotten it done. The defense isn't what it was. Your quarterback's not what it was. Your running back's old. I'd rebuild. I think it's a rebuild.
This is another of what should and what will. I think, Mike, you're at the end of the day going to be right. This is what they should do. But what will happen is they're going to keep trying to take bites at the apple until there's no more apple.
But Kenny, if they keep Lamar, they got to let John Harbaugh go.
Oh, I agree. They have to do
because
something.
those two are oil and water at this point.
Okay. Let's go with the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh God.
8-9. No draft capital.
Okay. They're stuck. So it's a setback. They can't rebuild, so I can't say rebuild. They need to go sign Malik Willis and try this again. Because they have the stuff. But without first-round picks, and you don't have a quarterback, I'm going to say it's a setback because I don't have the option of the rebuild.
I was going to say, if they were able to have a full blow-it-up rebuild, then yes, that would be the correct answer, but they do not.
So Indianapolis and Minnesota are going to be out in bidding wars for
I think Indianapolis and Minnesota are largely a Spider-Man meme. It's the same thing, and they both got it wrong. Well, Indianapolis got it right, but then Daniel Jones died.
You wait for Daniel Jones to come back?
No. Again, cartilage. None.
Okay. Finally, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 8-9.
Oh, boy. The fact that Todd Bowles kept his job. What a disgrace. Setback. They have talent. They do. But Todd Bowles basically made fun of his own damn team. I leave me alone on this one. I hate Todd Bowles.
That's not an option.
Setback.
See, this is one that I'm not bummed out about it because obviously they'd be a problem for us if we actually had to face them, but I was expecting a lot more from that team. So I'd say it's a setback. I think they have the pieces that you
Had
can
a lot of injuries.
rework around.
Whack.
Well, that's true also. But
Whack.
no,
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Todd Bowles sucks. Ugh. Why would you not have an offensive coach when you have Baker Mayfield and Bucky Irving and that trio of receivers, and you still trot Todd Bowles, who's an alleged defensive wizard, and his defenses never do boola?
Okay, so bonus question then.
Sure.
For you, Mike. Is there anybody, because you said he gives you one good year, Kingsbury can go to that offense and fix it for 1 year?
Tennessee.
Not on the list, but okay.
Get Cam Ward up and running. He played better towards the end of the year. Let's have Kingsbury do for him what he did for Jaden Daniels. Let's get that career jump started.
Okay.
Let's get the answer that this is the guy. All right. Well, he throws a ball you can catch.
All right. That's your Blitz, 97.1.
If you need a statement of how things are going currently, Rieger is attempting to find an alt line of Michigan laying 39.5 tonight instead of 22.5.
Minus 37.5 is plus 425. Oh, and by the way, in 2004, it was Matt Gutierrez.
Thank you. I said 07. It was 04.
No, he was there in 07. I think
04, though, wasn't it supposed to be Antonio Bass's job, and he blew out?
Man, it was. I know it was. Michigan had Clayton Richard on the team and Matt Gutierrez, but he went down. And
Freshman Chad Henne took the reins.
Stepped up, had a bunch of pros around him.
And he played well.
He did.
Didn't they tie for the Big Ten?
Yeah, but I remember, it was just like, hey, you know what? Screw the play. I'm open. Throw me the ball. From what I heard from former players.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Couple ticket texts. By the way, yeah, Michigan can win by 40. They drill everybody. I think that they look like Baylor from a few years ago. They look.
Now I would need to see
level.
if Yaxel's going to play in the game because he's got like a calf injury.
You don't need to risk anything.
Right. So if he's not there, you win by 30?
Sounds about right. But for Rieger's sake.
Yeah. But I wouldn't play him because Penn State, you're going to beat them regardless.
Like, Penn State's really bad. Oregon is bad.
Which is weird because I guess they spend all their money on football.
Nothing's weird. There's so much volatility. Like, I feel like you see more blowouts now than ever. Like, you're seeing men's scores look like women's scores. Like, when a ranked women's team would take on a bottom dweller, they win by like 50. But that's what you're seeing.
Well, what you see is, it's take away Arizona and take away Michigan. We're going to set them over there.
Yeah, they're different.
But then you have like Nebraska is like old school MSU. We're going to drag you into the water, and first one to 55 is going to win. Like, you're not going to run up into like last night. They gave Ohio State all the business in the world and beat them by 3. So I know you weren't watching.
Sorry, I'm sure it was great.
It actually it came down to the final 30 seconds. So yeah,
rooting for you.
I hate
Kenny, a few
why do I try?
I don't know. How'd Brian Cardinal play last night? All right,
you know what? He's getting the. You know what?
How's Miles Tarver doing at Minnesota? All right, let's.
He's getting the Noah Eagle haircut. Brian Cardinal is.
Bro, you could.
Brian Cardinal had it. He had the receding hairline.
Well, he had the power alleys back to like his ears. Right. But Brian Cardinal,
he was looking like a white George Jefferson.
Right, but Cardinal looked like he was 40 and he was like 18.
Mm-hmm.
He had that Denikos Allen disease.
Yes,
of looking like
you know,
father of 6.
I got a mortgage.
Yeah, dude. Oh, you know the other one?
Second mortgage on my home.
I'll give you another all old person team. Iowa, Jess Settles. Yeah. Kenny, this dude looked like he was 50. He even lumbered up and down the court. Like his sciatica was bothering him.
Okay.
It's different, man. It's a different day and age. What about Evan Eschmeyer? Okay. Kenny, go.
Rico, I'm glad what you said that you brought up Noah Eagle because that was something that we never really got to on the text that did have a little bit of a moment after you guys talked about it. Just looked up Noah Eagle and his hairline looks so perfect. If Noah Eagle started to sweat, he'd look like Rudy Giuliani.
Thank you. There's something. You know what? Here's all I'll tell you. I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
By the way, that's my Michigan come drop tournament. Michigan basketball, that drop. Drop tournament. Yeah.
This?
I'm putting down a futures bet on that to win the drops tournament.
Oh, I'm like, no, there's nothing wrong with Michigan. They're damn good.
No, that's why I said take Arizona, take Michigan. We set them to the side.
I don't even think Arizona's on the same level as Michigan.
They are.
Nah.
They're
soft-ass conference. I'm kidding. I'm
I
kidding.
Don't even know what conference are they in?
They're in the Big 12, smartass.
Oh. No, I would love this. Like I'm anxious. I know you're not, so just shut up. But like when Michigan plays Duke in D.C., anxious to see that game.
Michigan by 20.
They play Duke and Purdue back-to-back games.
Michigan by 30.
That's right. They go to Purdue
I would love
Duke.
to know if there's a bet on Michigan going undefeated. They don't let you score inside the arc.
There probably is a bet on it, don't you think?
It's possible. Now they'll probably end up like 31-2, but you get my point.
You think they're that good? I mean, listen, I do too.
I think, look, it's the Big Ten. You're going to lose 2 games.
Do you
Even
remember?
Great teams lose a game or 2 in the Big Ten.
Well, you mentioned
Remember
Signetti.
That Illinois team.
Yeah, he he is Dusty May doing the Zignetti thing. Go get your fully formed players.
Yeah. Outsource the development. Go and get killers, and then make sure people understand when they play you, you're going to destroy them.
Because that, like the Illinois three-headed monster team only lost one game, and to be like you're going to lose.
Right.
Just one
but
night,
here's the
you're gonna
worry.
have a bad night.
Am I a buffoon to think about this already?
Yes.
I'm worried some team, Kentucky, is going to poach Dusty May in the offseason.
Why?
Give him
He
all
has
the money.
everything he needs at Michigan.
You worry about the dumbest things. Michigan? Did you see the crowd on Friday against USC? It was. Did you not see the sold
crowds
out.
at Indiana Hoosiers football games?
I'm just saying. It
Why
makes
does
me
he
worry.
worry about these
I have
things?
no idea.
Like if I'm
because you got a potential
You know what,
juggernaut on
and
your
Rieger,
hands.
Rieger, I've talked to some Kentucky people, and they really like Dusty.
See?
No, but the whole point is, Rieger,
I'm
let's say you won the national championship.
Yes, first
and
Big Ten
Dusty
team
May
since you guys.
turned into Ricky Williams. He retires to smoke peyote on the mountaintops.
Yes.
Would you even care?
I hear you, but it's so nice. I want to do it again.
Okay, I can't help him.
Do you want to live in this world, by the way? Indiana is number one in football, and Michigan is number one in basketball. How is that?
It's totally possible.
I know it's possible,
First of all, Michigan has a rich basketball history.
I know.
Indiana has no football
None.
history. Those two
Zero.
things are not the same.
No.
I've lived through John Beeline playing for national
Right.
championships.
Michigan's been good, and they fell off. They were good again. Indiana has just.
I think-
you know what? 1987.
Yes, they did with
Bill
who's that?
Mallory.
Yes, Bill Mallory.
And then they came back with a little bit with Randall L.
Antoine Randall L.
Until Michigan, I'm telling you, he was an operative to destroy that program. Cam Cameron took Randall L., put him at wideout, and they started this
that's
Forrest
right.
Gump-looking goofball, Tommy Harris.
Oh, my
spelled
God.
T-O-M-M-I-E, Harris.
Oh, my God.
You guys remember that show Stump the Schwab
You're
on
going
ESPN?
deep. Yes.
Hey, can we do Stump the Valenti?
We do it all the time.
I mean, my goodness.
All the time,
Come
man.
NCAA tournament, we come up with, okay,
Oh, yeah.
mascot.
Mascot.
Colors.
Yeah, but those are mascots.
Famous alum.
I'm looking for, like, Mike.
People can't see, though, when he gets it right, you give him a treat, like a seal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
National Championship 1987, college basketball.
What
Who
is
won
the
it?
lead this evening? Is it a John Morton Memorial?
Yeah, we'll say goodbye to Johnny Moe. It was a short run.
Hardly remembered him.
Does Campbell have a blind spot with offensive coordinators? I mean, Anthony Lynn.
I'll leave you with this.
Yeah.
All I am asking is let's go outside the family.
Yeah.
I want I want new ideas, new eyeballs, a new. I think they're too insular.
So is Brian Dabo outside the family?
He's a man baby. Him and Campbell would kill each other.
Well,
Bad
they're
idea.
buds.
And by the way, we didn't get to it, but Paul Davis had the Cersei Lannister walk of shame today. He had to go in front of the media to apologize.
Oh, he did do it?
Who cares?
He needed. No, he did need to do it, from what I understand.
What did he say?
He was at the press conference. He said yesterday was a bad day, but today's going to be a good day.
Why? He was raised by Chicago. Isn't that the excuse you use when you misbehave?
He should have used.
The only thing
Who
missing
was he
was
raised by? Where did he? Was
the
he
only
from?
thing missing
Rochester.
Rochester.
I was raised by the main streets of Rochester.
All right,
The
we're
woman
out of
yelling
here.
shame.
We're out. That's it. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2, 97.1.